getting the live stream going. So be careful, everyone. The special mic moments start happening now. Live mics. Okay. All right. Live stream, got it here. And we're gonna hit record to the cloud. All right. Who am I letting in right now for the translators? Chanel?
It's Maria Casas.
Maria Casas. All right, 1 second. All right, I see Maria. Marianne? And is there anybody?
Molly Gordy.
All right, 1 second. Let me make her a co-host. Okay, and Molly, you said? Molly.
Yep.
All right.
There's 2 more after for the Mandarin.
Okay, so I'm admitting Molly now. We make Molly a co-host. There we go. 1 second. And who are the other 2?
Lydia Yan.
All right, 1 second. I don't see Lydia. And who's the other one?
Chi Kun.
Oh, I see Lydia Howe, maybe? Yeah. Lydia Howe. All right. And okay.
Marian, ¿estás en línea? ¿Estás trabajando, Marian? No te oigo.
Cool.
I'm here.
Okay, hi.
And who's the Chi you said was the other?
Mandarin, yep. Chi
Okay.
Kun So.
I can't tell. Do you know what the first letter?
CHI.
CHI. Okay. Yeah, I don't see Chi. All right, we're gonna let in oh,
¿Quieres
there's
empezar?
Lupe. Let me let in Lupe first.
That's next.
And
And let's make Len and Robin
are
co-host,
they?
please.
Oh, they are in already. Okay, and then I will. All right, 1 second.
Marian, ¿me escuchas?
All right, I'll make Len co-host. Robin co-host. Who else? Lupe. Oh, you already co-host.
Ben, do you see Kushray has his hand raised? I don't know if that's something specific.
Kush, I thought I made him a co-host.
He is, I think.
All right.
He's a co-host.
Yep. All right. Okay, Robin, is she co-host? Yep, make co-host now. I got her co-host. All right, Robin, you should be a co-host now.
Hello?
All right, we're all good.
Hi.
So let me let in everybody. Big group today. At all. 6:33. Please, council members, if I've missed some council member who's not a co-host, Kashidas, I see your hand raised. You are a co-host and you've been asked to unmute as well. So I know we have a lot of people joining us. Right now we are being recorded and it's being live streamed, and we'll start the meeting momentarily. interpreters that have joined us. We have Mandarin and Spanish speaking interpreters for this evening. Please add your information in the chat. And after you've added your information in the chat, if you can please make your announcements, and then we'll start the meeting.
Oye, ¿me escuchas, Marian, en el teléfono? ¿Estoy bien puesto en el teléfono? Ok, muy bien. Ok, ¿quieres empezar o quieres que comience yo?
Is that Molly?
Yes.
Yes, if you want to make your announcements.
Sure. Ok. Esta noche tenemos interpretación por teléfono en español. Para accederlo, favor marque primero 347-966-4114. Luego marque el 957-334-052, signo numeral. Repito, las instrucciones para acceder a la interpretación en español por teléfono: 347-966-4114 y luego marque 957-334-052, signo numeral. Gracias. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Molly. I believe we have another Spanish-speaking interpreter, Lydia, I believe, if I'm correct. If you can please make your announcement as well.
Hello, this is Lydia, who is a Mandarin interpreter.
Oh, my apologies, my apologies. Well, if you can make your Mandarin interpretation
Thank
or
you.
presentation. Thank you.
大家晚上好，欢迎大家参加我们今天的教育局学区的会议。那么，如果您需要国语的同声翻译，请您用电话拨打347-966-4114。然后呢，您在您的电话键盘上拨打我们的国语同声翻译的 ID 是123-978-305，井号键，就可以听到我们的国语同声翻译了。那么我再播报一遍，如果您需要国语翻译的话，请您用电话拨打347-966-4114，然后在键盘上拨打我们的国语同声翻译 ID 是123-978-305，井号键，就可以听到我们的同声翻译了。谢谢您的参与。Thank you.
Thank you. And I believe, Marian, you are Spanish interpreter, if you can make your announcement as well.
You want me to make the announcement for Spanish as well?
Yeah, yes, thank you. So they're aware of it.
Yes. Hola, buenas noches. Si quieren acceder a interpretación en español, por favor, marquen en el teléfono el 347-966-4114 y en la identificación del 957-334-052 almohadilla. De nuevo, el teléfono es el 347-966-4114. La identificación es 957-334-052 almohadilla. Gracias.
All right, perfect. Thank you so much. Welcome everybody to our rescheduled September calendar meeting. It's remote because our mayor has extended the emergency executive order. And so we thank the mayor for having the opportunity to have a large audience of our community here with us today. And I know I certainly appreciate the ability to be here with you all. Before we can begin our meeting, my name is Benjamin Morton, by the way. I'm the CECD2 president, and I would like to start off with our roll call for attendance. If Chanel Harry, our administrative assistant, she's having some camera issues, but I think she can still do attendance, roll call, I should say.
Yep. Sorry, 1 second. Sorry, 1 second. Okay. Robin Broshi. Okay, Kashik Das.
His hand is raised. I know he's having some issues with his phone.
Okay. Daniela Igorov.
Here.
Lupe Hernandez.
Present.
Robin Kelleher.
Here.
Chen Kwok. Benjamin Morden.
I'm here.
Okay. Got it. Benjamin Morden.
Here.
Ushmanil.
Here.
Leonard Silverman.
Present.
Lim Fong Sim. Here. Lily.
Let me see if she's in the, she's a participant.
Okay, and Robin Broshi says she'll be coming in 30 minutes.
I don't see Lily.
No?
Okay. No. I don't
Okay.
see her. Okay. All right. Thank you. We do have quorum, so we can start our meeting. Okay. Welcome again. All right. Kush usually does our vice president usually does the announcements of the chat rules. And our recording secretary, Robin Kelleher, can you do the chat rules or just a brief summary for that?
Sure, I'm not going to post them because I don't have them on my screen right now. But the basic rule is to respect one another. Don't engage with other participants. We're not going to have the chat open during Kelly McGuire's presentation. And when we are, I think it's when we're voting or any other presentations,
And public speakers.
and public speakers. If someone does make any comments that are inappropriate, we will ask them not to continue. If they continue, we'll ask them again, and third time we will have to remove them from the meeting. So it's basic decency and respect one another, which I hope we will have going forward. So thank you.
Thank you, Robin. All right. So our next agenda item is the presentation of the resolutions. We have 3 resolutions for today's meeting, plus we have 2 of them have, I believe, amendments to them that sponsors will be bringing up to when we were discussing the resolutions to have the amendments. These resolutions have been up from our previous meeting, the original ones being, read off the second here. The 3 resolutions are Resolution 204, urgent recommendations to maximize enrollment in District 2 and New York City schools. Resolution 205 to end unfair and discriminatory policies against unvaccinated students and family members. And Resolution 206, support and expand dual language programs in District 2. Okay. Kashik Das, you are a sponsor of that. Are you still unable to unmute yourself? Or okay, I guess so. Robin, you are another sponsor. Would you like to present?
Sure. Ben, are you able to share your screen and pull up the resolution?
I can certainly try. Just give me one moment.
Just in summary, it's a long resolution with our amendments. In summary, we are proposing ending lotteries that came about during the pandemic, meant to be temporary since we didn't have any other metrics like grades and standardized testing. We are asking for academic screens to be returned since we have talent screens. We are asking for academic screens to come back. We also discuss how disproportionately the last 2 years or consecutive years, District 2 has been unfairly hurt from the lottery method. We have no district priority for Manhattan. We have but we have no borough priority for Manhattan. We have no district priority. So 18% of District 2 rising ninth graders received 0 of their 12, call them choices, even though at 12, it's questionable whether or not the last schools listed are even choices. We also, in this resolution, mentioned the large exodus from District 2, from Manhattan, from city as a whole, of students following what we believe are unfair admissions processes, both in high school and in middle school. This, I think, focuses more on high school. We mentioned in the resolution our past resolution from last year. We circle back to it. We feel the same way about how lotteries work. We also introduced in one of the amendments more granular grading system, whereby rather than use 1, 2, 3, 4 metrics for schools who use those, we'd like to see an addition of a plus or a minus to differentiate more precisely, and also to allow for growth throughout the year. We know that teachers like to show growth of students and to show that their teaching is allowing those students to grow. And we know that students like to see growth. And we feel that having just 4 levels doesn't allow that to fully be demonstrated. We mentioned the expansion of the gifted and talented program. Thank you for scrolling down there. We are grateful that MAT has a 3rd grade. We believe there should be more programs and more acceleration opportunities for all students. Let's see what else. There's also mentioned in this resolution that with the current lottery system, we've found that students are often misplaced, with students who might need help catching up being placed in more accelerated groupings, whereas kids who might need acceleration are placed in classes that are not suitable to their needs. So we would like for all students to have their needs met. And we feel that this is urgent, since the decline in students in the public school system is increasing, not decreasing, and we expect it to be even worse with this new class size matters bill that will be layered on top of the already damaging admissions that ninth graders and incoming middle schoolers are subject to. I see Kaushik just entered. I don't know if he wants to add anything, or any other sponsors of the bill want to say anything.
Yeah, if I don't mind. Thank you, Robin. Good summary. Yeah, I would add, Rob did a great job summarizing in general, but I would add to that also that this is also a little bit more than just screening, requesting the bring back of screening, which I again do reemphasize that were meant to be temporary measures for COVID. And I think by all indications, whether or not we think it's over, there has been a march towards more normalcy, and we're requesting the COVID protocols be removed. But beyond that, we're also believe that in general, there's a humongous decline in admissions, in New York City, and specifically in our district, because of lack of choice. And also mentioned here are things like dual language programs, gifted and talented, acceleration within our middle schools, and school safety as well. And we believe those are all factors that have been driving parents out of New York City, and specifically our district. These are things that we hear about all the time, verbally and through letters. And we're encouraging the DOE and in this case, the superintendent, to bring back many of the measures that we have lost or have fallen by the wayside over the past two or 3 years, to maintain enrollment and improve enrollment. Chen, did you want to add anything?
Yes, yeah, I'm on the PEP meeting as well, just to let you know. But the other facet is the school safety. I mean, we have this dual language, there's a resolution about dual language as well, but school safety measures. Some families have left our schools because of school safety issues, where the underlying, disciplinary disruption and violence are not addressed immediately, and the methodology for addressing it, which is restorative practices, do not work, and it's leading people to leave. And and kids cannot. There's a lot of things that we need to do to support the kids who need help and for the behavior. But those things take a long time, and kids cannot wait in a classroom where the majority is now subject to disruption and even fear for violent acts in the classroom, when they're, and that'll hurt the whole class's learning. So that's another important factor for getting to address for families to want to come back to our schools, and even, it will attract more people back if families feel their child can go to school safely. We've addressed some of these issues right here in our CEC meetings. If they don't feel safe, they don't come. And if they do feel safe and it's a great environment and a learning environment, then that's a draw. Thank you.
I want to add on that the reason we felt so strongly about bringing this resolution to the table urgently and as our first resolution of the night, and looking back at our old resolution, is that Chancellor Banks himself has said he wants help. He wants to know what to do. He wants to hear from us. He wants to hear from everyone. How do we help? How do we fix this system? And District 2 is one of the largest districts in Manhattan and in the city. And to have it and consecutively have 18% of the students receive 0 offers is, to many parents, unacceptable. And that's not even counting those who got their 11th choice or their 10th choice. So the numbers don't work, and parents, even before the 9th grade year, are leaving because of this issue that they see coming in their near futures, and especially those who have multiple children. So this is urgent, and we added a lot to our resolution because we wanted the chancellor to receive everything that we thought was pertinent in terms of answering his call when he asked for help and for recommendations.
Sorry, one more add. There are significant amendments to this, partly because we've received a lot of parent feedback. And to that end, I wanted to give a shout out to several parent members who helped both with this resolution and further amendments. They include, but are not limited to, Hunter Dare, Craig Slutskin, Tiffany Ma, who are all members of our Admissions and Diversity Committee, Faiza Amauji of Lower Lab, and I'm missing several others. But so again, we did receive a lot of feedback both before and after posting of the original resolutions. And thank you all. Thank you, parents, for your help.
All right, thank you, council members. The next resolution is Resolution 205. If the sponsors would like to present. Chen, Daniela, Lily.
Yeah, so there's parts of this resolution that are now obsolete, thank goodness. So we were asking for students that have not taken the COVID vaccine to be allowed to play sports. They were allowed to practice but not play, and also to participate in after-school programs. This week, Mayor Adams allowed the students to have fully participation in our public schools. So we're very happy with this decision, even though it was clearly way too long. But what we wanted to amend, now propose an amendment, is that the mandate that is still in place that is discriminatory to parents is parents who have not taken the COVID vaccine are not allowed in school buildings. And this is happening. I know firsthand parents who were denied entrance in their kids' schools because they have not taken the COVID vaccine, even if you have a doctor's notice saying that you should not be taking because of your health conditions, the vaccine. And so we wanted to amend the resolution to propose only that now we drop this mandate, that it's still in place. And The second thing that we also wanted to urge the districts to really concede a return to normalcy in all other practice. So for example, parents of kindergarten students be allowed to go into their classrooms in the first day or on birthdays. There are a lot of schools that are still with this type of practice, making everything by Zoom, which are really not welcoming to families to go to the schools and to be part of the community. And we know that this is driving, again, a lot of families to just don't feel disenfranchised and disconnected with our schools. And it doesn't help our work to really bring back enrollment. So these are the two amendments that we wanted to make. Chen, I don't know if you want to add anything.
Yeah, thank you. I think parents, guardians, and also family members to enter the buildings and without needing to be vaccinated, and not just, so I would extend that. Yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you. And last up is 206. I'll pull up 206A and share that resolution with the council. Just one moment. Oh, my bad. Second, the wrong one. Sure. Okay, so resolution 206A would be resolution to support and expand dual language programs in District 2. In my 3.5 years on the district, this has been probably on the CEC, has been one of the more important ones to me and personal ones, because I have gotten to meet a lot of advocates for dual language programs, and very passionate parents who want to see their children learning another language. And we had a program in place for French dual language, a French dual language program. And because of various circumstances that I cannot explain, the DOE pulled it, and it's been very disappointing. And as we see, the need for dual language, for a second language, a third language, is so incredibly important in the world. And I mean, the resolution speaks to itself, but the rest of the world is now saying we're going to value and assess schools, countries based on, are you teaching students another language? And PISA, which is the Program for International Student Assessment, it ranks countries across the world, and the United States is in the I believe around number 22 or so in terms of math, ELA, and science. And now they're going to start ranking language as well. And it's clear that the rest of the world values this. This is UN week. We should be having a dual language program. We should be having dual language classes and more foreign language enrichment. And in the news, of late, we've been having migrants from Ukraine, migrants from Venezuela, from South America, from Central America, from Mexico. There is a tremendous need for that. And so to be asking District 2, begging to return a program, to expand these programs, is an embarrassment, frankly. And I've reached out numerous times to previous executive superintendents, and they first agreed to it, and then now they disagreed. Well, we are advocates in District 2, and parents, I hope many here are joining us to advocate again, because it's something that we need in District 2. It's clearly we need it. We're New York City is a city of immigrants, and we all know the value of having a additional languages being taught and allowing kids to either communicate with their own families from abroad, or whether to learn how to communicate when they go abroad. So I hope you all join in, and as we have had many resolutions in the past, we've had resolution specifically for French, we've had resolution 169, 166, and 133, all affirming having and establishing dual language programs in District 2. And we want to expand Mandarin, we want to expand Spanish, we want to expand French, and also offer enrichment and beyond the languages listed here, and include other languages too, in an inclusive way. And if the other council members, co-sponsors, would like to speak to this, please.
Yeah, I want to add two things as well. One, I did want to highlight in there that District 2, one of the largest districts in Manhattan and in New York City, period, is lacking in dual language programs compared to our other districts, including our sister district, District 3. They just have more dual language programs than we do. I don't see why that's the case. It certainly should not be the case for Spanish, in my opinion, with or without the migrant family situation. I think there's a high number of Spanish speakers. I don't have that number handy off the top of my head, but I do know it to be a large number. It probably may not be as large a percentage as District 3, but it is a larger number than District 3, I believe. And beyond that, the French program we've talked about many times, and there are a large number of French speakers, and many of them are not well-to-do families, as is it's often intimated by parents who object to the continuation of this restoration and continuation of this program. But I believe Mandarin is also an issue. I believe there's only one currently. There's certainly not a large number of Mandarin speakers, and then that's before we go into additional languages. I also, again, I often forget this in our rush to present resolutions. Again, I want to thank parents who contributed to this resolution, in particular Nadia Levy, again from our Admissions and Diversity Committee, also Stefan Lautner, and I believe I misattributed Tiffany Ma earlier, who made a contribution to this resolution, not the previous one, I believe. Possibly both, if so, apologies. That's it, thank you.
Okay, well, thank you, council members and co-sponsors.
Oh, sorry, Ben. One more interruption. And yeah, if people can look at the meeting agenda and/or the website, and take a look at the 204A and 206A, which were added as public documents. We presented the originals, but those are
we presented the 204 and 206A because we'll be asking to amend them.
And then, yeah, those will be presented for amendment, but if people want to take a look at that, they were different than the ones that were submitted originally for the meeting that was supposed to be last week.
Yeah. All right, I'd like to invite now our presenter for this evening, Iris Gersten. I'd like to actually, before you join us, if Ushma Neal, you can introduce her, because you've got to know her very well over the past few years.
It is my pleasure to introduce Iris Gersten, who is the coordinator for students in temporary housing for both districts 2 and 3. And you will not find a more empathetic person in our district who truly cares about the students in need, both economic need, as well as those who are living in shelters and temporary housing. And I've had the privilege of working with her for the last 2+ years that we've had the Students in Temporary Housing Committee. She has always been really terrific as a resource, and we all thought that it would be a terrific idea, especially with the current situation in New York City, to ask Iris to come and let us know about the picture across the district and the additional complications that the current busloads full of children and their parents arriving in New York City pose for District 2 schools. I'd also like to welcome to CECD2 Corinne Christensen, who is going to accompany Iris in this presentation. But Iris, please take it away. And thank you again for all of your efforts on behalf of D2 children and D3 children.
Thank you very much. Corinne is the citywide coordinator for students in temporary housing. She's going to help me with the PowerPoint. The PowerPoint is a general overview of students in temporary housing, and then I will address the new population, the asylum seekers. Okay, so this is about supporting students in temporary housing in Manhattan. The McKinney-Vento Act is a national law that talks about children have to live in an environment where their nighttime residence is fixed and adequate and regular, and there's food. When there isn't that, they end up in shelter, or they end up doubled up, or they end up in a car, or they end up in a hotel. And we are supposed to support the educational rights of these children. Next slide. I'm not going to read this. This is the McKinney-Vento law, the legal rights of students in temporary housing. All children have the right to a free public education. If you're a child in shelter and you need to enroll in school, you go to the local zone school and you are accepted in immediately, regardless of proof of address, regardless of immunization, birth certificate, any information. Families have 30 days to provide the information. They're supposed to be admitted to school immediately. And we provide transportation services for those children. Sometimes it's a Metro card. If you're in a zone school, you can walk to the school. If you stay in your school of origin, let's say you were living in Queens and you became homeless and you moved into Manhattan, you have the right to stay in the school in Queens, or you can transfer to the local zone school. And for those children that have relationships with teachers in schools, they are in a terminal grade or they're in 4th grade, it's sometimes in the best interest to keep the child in the school of origin and provide busing. There's special education services, and for children that are unaccompanied youth, which I will address later, they get individualized college counseling. Next slide, and these are our students. Okay, so in Manhattan, close to 10% of our children are living in temporary housing. That includes people that are doubled up as well as living in shelters. Next slide. All right, I know you wanted numbers. So realize this was on Monday. It's changed since Monday. We have 39 children in 3K and pre-K. We have 481 in elementary. We have 352 in middle and 2837 in high school. And those numbers go up every day. We have a wait list for 3K and pre-K. There aren't seats. We could really benefit from getting seats. Next slide. All right. Unaccompanied youth are children that leave their home or thrown out of their home. Parents no longer want to support them, and they have the right to education and shelter as well. There are crisis shelters and transitional living facilities for children ages 17 to 20, and then we do rapid rehousing with them and get them permanent housing. And they come under the same guidelines as McKinney-Vento. Okay, next slide.
Hey, Iris. I think you said for me to jump in here. Hey, everyone. Thanks for letting us join you. We really like showing the slide because there's lots of stigma and ideas about how someone and why someone becomes homeless, particularly families. And I think this is a really great slide that shows all the different ways in which a family can factors that lead to homelessness. So see, these are some of the most common causes. We know that job loss related to COVID-19 in particular has had an impact on family homelessness in particular, and we're still seeing the impacts of that. As of 2018, in the last comptroller's report, domestic violence was actually the leading cause of shelter entry in New York City. And then lastly, I always like pulling out the statistics because we're the Department of Education, that actually the leading cause of youth homelessness, so that's ages like 18 to 24, is not having a high school diploma. So graduating from high school is super important. And so Iris, back to you.
All right, so let's talk about the families seeking asylum, as I like to call them. They're coming in from Venezuela, Colombia, and Honduras. They come with stories that would break your heart. They come with flip-flops on their feet and not shoes. They are the sweetest, kindest children I have ever seen. The families really want to get on their feet. They want to be able to work. They don't want to be dependent on the government. They're very interested in school. They have followed through with everything that we have requested in getting them into schools. And we get new ones every day. So they're from Latin America. I went to, there was something with Ukrainian families that they asked me to present and help people register for school. I find that the Ukrainian population has a much bigger support system. Most of those families are doubled up or have come to this country financially stable, able to procure housing, able to get jobs. The situation is different. I haven't seen very many children from Afghanistan or Haiti lately. I don't know if Puerto Rico is going to come in given the hurricane that we just had. And what can I tell you about the asylum seekers? I'm sure I'm going to have questions about that. Next slide. Okay.
Perfect. Thanks, Iris. So now I'm gonna go briefly through this. This is just some statistics we'd like to share to particularly talk about why education is so important, particularly for this population, and why a council such as yourselves should care about housing status. So this is some data from the past 2 school years. The orange is students in shelter and the blue is the citywide averages. On our left, you can see that students in shelter have almost triple the chronic absence rate as permanently housed students. And on the right, you can see, you remember when we just talked about how important high school graduation is and having a high school diploma is for preventing young adult homelessness. Only 49% of students in shelter actually graduate high school. So when we're talking about and really seeing the impact, particularly in New York City, this is what we're talking about. And so overall, this matters, but 2 particular important things is early childhood education. This is a big quote. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but this is really speaking about the impact that homelessness can have, particularly in early childhood, that impacts them in throughout their life, and particularly as they go through school. So early childhood programs are particularly important and can really help offset some of the impacts that homelessness has. So when Iris was talking about the limited, almost no seats in 3K pre-K, this is what we're talking about and why that's so important to call out. And once again, a high school diploma is super important. You can tell I really like that statistic because it's in here like 3 times. But the last thing we wanted to also name is it's not just getting them to school and how they're doing in school, but school stability is really important. About 2 in 5 elementary school aged kids transferred schools at least once during the school year. But we actually have data that shows that if a student stays in their same school, no matter where they're going, where their residence is, they actually graduate at a similar rate as their permanently housed peers. So the idea of staying in school, having that school community that supports you through this transition in other parts of your life really impacts their ability to succeed in school. Iris, I'm going to kick it back to you to talk specifically about the recently arrived families and kind of what, oh no, wait, I think I'm still doing this slide. and then I'll
Oh,
kick it back over
spiders,
to
let's see.
you. So I don't know how many of you have heard of the mayor's Project Open Arms. That's what he's calling his initiatives for supporting these recently arrived families or these asylum seekers. So the DOE has a really crucial part to play in that. And a lot of what's listed here is some of the things that, especially at a central and higher level, we're really working to coordinate and make sure it's available at schools to support these students as soon as they arrive. So that includes translation and interpretation, transportation, enrolling in schools, dual language programs like you guys were talking about earlier, and a lot of other things. So Iris, I'm going to kick it over to you now to keep talking about this.
Okay, so when the Skyline opened and we had over 105 babies, 0 to a year old, and we had preschool kids, they didn't have diapers, they didn't have strollers, they didn't have clothing. And through private donations that I worked out, we were able to get them a lot of things. Hygiene kits, things you don't think about, a toothbrush, toothpaste, deodorant, all kinds of things, clothing for the kids. We had a fair at PS 111. I got a donation from Kate Spade, new stuff that we put out on tables, and the families came, they registered for school, they took items, shoes, pocketbooks, all kinds of things. It was a really lovely event, and we will continue doing things like that. I've also been able to work out English as a second language to the parents of the children living in the Skyline. And as my other shelters in District 2 stabilize, I plan on having District 79 come in and give English as a second language, because these families really want to learn English. But they still need things, which will be on the next slide, right, Corinne? Next slide. It's not, okay. So these are things that we're struggling with right now. There is such a limited amount of seats for 3K and pre-K. I've got kids I don't know what to do with. It's very difficult. Insofar as the bilingual programs, Kelly is on tonight. He's going to address that, but we are starting to develop bilingual programs. That's a good thing. I'm thinking about the winter, warm clothing. I was able, with Corinne's help, Corinne got me 500 pairs of new sneakers with socks that are coming this week. But I'm thinking in terms of winter coats. These people are from Latin America. They probably have never seen snow. It will be quite a winter. The lack of in-person interpreters. So some of my staff speak Spanish. A lot of them don't. We have a lot of families. It is much better to have a translator in person than to do it on the phone or through Google Translate. You want to build up a relationship. So it would be wonderful to have some interpreters. And then I wonder about the children, the young adults, 18 to 21. They're in this country. They don't have a green card. Perhaps they finished school. What are we going to do with them, for them? And the number of staff I have with the rapidly opening shelters that happen every single day, not just in District 2, all over the 5 boroughs. So we are interviewing now for community coordinators to put community coordinators in shelters. And I have to expedite that because I really need staff. Next slide.
Iris, I was just going to add, so for context, typically the Department of Homeless Services would open, I think we would get like 2 or 3 shelters a month, maybe, that would open up and then some would close. In the last, I would say, month, since like mid-August, 35 shelters have opened. We had over 7 this week alone. So when we're talking about the limited bandwidth of our team, and really needing support and advocacy around adding more staff to our team, that's the kind of scale that we're talking about.
Okay, so as the CEC, you can advocate for 3K and pre-K programs and bilingual programs, which you've already done. And interpreters, if anybody wants to donate anything, I will take it, anything. You want to bring things in. If your children go to 111 or 51 or any of the local schools, you want to bring in extra things to the school, they'll get into the hands of the children. So think twice before you throw something out or pass it down, because we can use anything you want to give away. And I think what I want to stress is to have compassion for these families. I find them to be very gentle. They're very invested in their children. They want education for their children. And it would be great if we could have an empathic view on this population. Thank you. Any questions, email me.
Thank you, Iris. Really appreciate that, Ben. I'm sorry, I hope you don't mind if I step in. I wanted to ask a couple of questions early on. I've been working with a couple of members of CEC who are the liaisons for some of the schools that you mentioned, but are you able to tell us some of the schools that have been most impacted by the influx of these new students, or those even that have in general tended to host the largest populations of STH?
Yes. The first was 111 because of the skyline and upstairs City Knolls. The second was 51. I'm sorry? Okay. The second was PS 51. I had a shelter open up on West 46th Street a couple of days ago. And then I have the Marcel Hotel on East 24th Street, and that's PS 116. And Baruch would be the middle school. I can't address the high schools because that's done by enrollment. So I know that most of the high school kids are ending up in like the international school and the Lazarus, any bilingual program.
Wonderful. Thank you for that. One of the other things I wanted that you have helped to disambiguate for me before is, can you tell everybody a little bit about STH and when they are resident inside these shelters, what their access is to food?
Okay. They get microwave meals in these three facilities. These three facilities are all hotels, and they have periods of time. 6 to 8 is breakfast, 12 to 2 is lunch, 6 to 8 is dinner. And there are 3 microwaves, and you get your dinner and you have it microwaved, and you may have a little cafeteria, you may bring it back to your room. It is not a cooking facility. You get a refrigerator if you have a baby that you're feeding formula to, or if you're on medication that requires refrigeration. But typically they don't have refrigerators. It is a hotel room, without any special services.
Okay, so because I just wanted to underscore for the community, because I think the next questions I'm going to get into are around what we as a community can do for donation, because I think that's something D2 turns out and is really terrific around, is the complications when it comes to food. So thank you, Corinne, for putting those 2 links into the chat around ways to get involved, as well as places for people to donate. But I just wanted to work with you and then hope to popularize and publicize a number of different community closets that schools, especially those that you mentioned, have been putting together in order to serve their communities, and that I will be hopefully sending those around to the D2 community in the very near future, in the event that people are willing and able to donate to our fellow families within D2.
I've checked with the shelter providers, and it would be wonderful if anybody wants to donate non-perishable food. The only criteria is that it comes encased in some kind of plastic container to prevent vermin getting into it. So, and we got donations last year from a company at Hudson Yards, and they would come to the school every Friday, and the kids would be so excited that they would get this big jar of all kinds of things and bring it home for the weekend and come back with the jar, and it would be filled next week. I will take any donation.
Okay. One unfortunate complication that we ran into this summer We all used to be able to use our EBT cards for fulfilling non-perishable wish lists. Here, sorry, let me mute that person. But that is no longer possible. If you have an EBT card, you have to send it, like whatever it is you're shipping has to go to the address on the EBT card. So we're no longer able to use our pandemic EBT cards to fulfill food on wish lists. But I think many of us, if we are able to figure out how to do drives for this, can use them, buy the food, have it brought to ourselves, and then bring it over to the shelters. But I don't want to hog all of the questions. I see that you have a line of people. So Robin, why don't you go first?
Sure. Thank you so much for this presentation. It's very, very helpful. And I know that many of us want to get involved. I had a quick question specifically. Do you have any, to your knowledge, do you have any families at PS 33 in Chelsea?
No, but I will.
You will.
I mean, I have, excuse me, let me correct myself. There are STH kids at PS 33. I would imagine there are about 20 there right now.
Okay.
I anticipate another shelter that's going to feed into 33.
Okay, we're putting together a wish list. The families of 33 are very, very eager to help. And I would love to get in touch with you and have you, if you could even specifically tell us what your greatest, like maybe the list of the greatest needs, list of top 20 in quantity. I think we can probably get them filled. But I will reach out to you via email.
Send me an email.
Okay, I will do that. Thank you so much.
I can help with that too, Robin. And I know you're liaison for one of the schools in D2 that in the past satisfied 3 different wish lists for different shelters when we were doing that 2 years ago. So I think between the schools that you represent, they can be massively helpful here.
And I imagine Lab Middle might have some children as well?
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay. That's okay.
But soon. Oh, am I supposed to?
Chen, you have your hand up, right? You have your hand raised next.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I think we discussed a little bit about this last time. The children are the most innocent, and we need to help and do whatever we can to help. And it's unfortunate. And I see there's resource constraints everywhere. I think everyone is overwhelmed with just a few busloads of families coming in. So I can imagine also the border towns, if we're surprised and we're under-resourced, I can imagine the border towns facing the brunt of it. And I'm glad we're pitching in to share in helping the migrant families in New York City, and hopefully every city in America will also open their hearts and their, the wallets even to help out. Okay, so I urge everyone to help, and we have it's not of our making. It is what it is. We can that's a separate discussion, but we need to help, and we're under resourced. So this one of the questions I have is, we have what percentage of the pre-K and K children are placed in or in Manhattan without the schools or programs to support them, and what will happen? Will they need to relocate? The other part is, it's existing students in temporary housing. The biggest impact is the moving around, and both the family, the parents and guardians who have to find work in different places around the city, and then having to pick them up. I've read that Eliza Shapiro article on how hard it is to have stability. And you talk about this, right? It's an impact on learning. How can we stabilize them to give them homes, and also I also advocate for this, a longer day, free after school until whatever time, so they have activities, they have learning, they have enrichment throughout, till whatever, so then the family members can pick them up and bring them home. There's some bureaucratic laws and whatever. We gotta take the scissors to the red tape and break through that, right? Because I think I heard before, there's all kinds of barriers to making that happen just because of their situation. They lost the lottery. These families lost the lottery and they're suffering, and we should not put barriers to them succeeding. And I also, your slides are very good. I may have missed something as part of the causes of homelessness. I mean, there are many causes. I don't remember, maybe I missed it, but I don't recall seeing a line about addiction. I think clearly addiction, opiates, alcoholism, the fentanyl, you see it all around the country. Young people who are of working age and can be very productive are homeless because they're addicted and they lost everything. So that's another factor we need to address with addiction support to get them off, not to get needle exchanges to continue addiction. So that's another policy that needs to be in line with supporting these people who need help, and letting them continue using drugs is the wrong policy. There's multi-agencies. I'm stepping out of my box in the education part, but it all comes to play. And there's some countries also, who use boarding schools, not for rich people, but for farmers. Like in Australia, they have families who cannot pick up the kids, who have no educational opportunities where they live. This is a sparse country. Historically, they had kids who lived in the school. Maybe thinking out of the box, as long as it's safe, people worry about abuse and all that. But along with longer school days or having housing close to the schools where the families can be also, and they can go around to work wherever they need to go to support themselves and the family, while the children have the most stability. I think we need to think out of the box, cross agencies, cut the bureaucracy, and support all the root causes and to address them, and not and continuing these cycles. Thank you.
Vice President Doss, if your hand is raised.
Hi, thank you for the presentation. A couple of questions, if you don't mind. The students that we have, just so we know, what's the distribution of them? Do they tend to be younger kids? Are they evenly distributed, like kindergarten through high school? Do you have any idea?
Yeah, that's interesting. I have a lot of babies under 3 crowd. And here's the problem I have. There's something called early learn. In order to qualify for early learn, you have to be born in the United States. If you're undocumented, you cannot partake in the program. You can in Head Start, but that's when you get a little older. But the 0 to 2 crowd, I can't get into daycare because of their undocumented status. Parents want to go out to work. Regardless of green card, they want, they'll clean houses, they'll find things that they can do. And they can't when they have the children. Okay, so I've got a lot of babies. I have a lot of everything. I'm thinking about it. Every day I get another shelter. I went into a shelter today. I must have enrolled at least 40, 50 kids in a school. And that shelter is going to bring another 110 families. I'd say it was evenly distributed between elementary, middle, and high school.
And so I see a chart up. That's
what's in school.
That's what's in school right now. That's
right.
Not the status of the incoming families. Incoming families you think is more evenly distributed.
Correct, because realize that we are furiously enrolling kids. It doesn't necessarily get displayed in data immediately. Things have to be done. So it's kind of inaccurate, but I see children every single day getting enrolled, and I will go back to the shelter tomorrow because I've got more kids.
Got it. And I'm sure there's no good answer for this, but funding. I assume we listed a whole bunch of things that we need to advocate for. I could say that we picked maybe a little low-hanging fruit in the dual language program, and that's something that's probably necessary regardless. But the other things are probably not budgeted for, I'm sure. I don't know. Open-ended question. What have you gotten so far?
I know.
What have you got? Have you gotten anything so far? And where is the next likely source to come from?
All right, I've gotten in-kind donations. I have a group of women that came in and outfitted every single one of my shelters with the most needed goods. But so far as money for after-school programming, which is desperately needed, somebody spoke about that, I agreed. Maybe I should let Corinne talk about money. Corinne, can you suggest anything? Corinne is gone.
Sorry. No, I don't think you really missed anything. I think you did mention the dual language programs, and I would just name that the Office of Multilingual Learners within the Department of Education, which supports those programs and help superintendents with setting them up and do all that kind of stuff. They actually do have an expansion plan that they've been working on for a while that includes expanding the number of dual language programs in the city. And so I do know that's something that they are working on and will continue, and obviously had the renewed fervor, I guess, or fire behind it with this new population that has come up. But I just wanted to name that because that's been in the works. And so there is a budget and a plan that they were working to expand those resources to more districts.
But there is no budget or plan in place for the other, for some of the
No.
other.
Can I ask a follow-up question to that with regard to the link that you put in the chat, Corinne, for the Fund for Public Schools? If we as a public donated, how much could we actually impact things like after-school programming?
Yeah, so I do want to say a couple things about the 2 links I put in the chat about the donors. Feel free to share that as widely as you want for both of those forums. Share it on social media, share it with your friends, do whatever. For the donor form, we're really looking, that's more for like the physical donations for people within New York City. If someone outside of New York City is willing to ship into the city, then that's great, but that's really for the like physical stuff. We include the Fund for Public Schools because if someone just wants to donate money, that's the best place that they can do it. And on the actual form, you can name where you want that money to go. So if you said, I want that money to go towards after school programs in District 2, you can name that on the donation form. If you put students in temporary housing or recently arrived families, that money would then come to Iris and us and our team that we would then be able to figure out how to buy donations or how to do different things like that. So there's an option on the form to name that. The last thing I'll quickly say about donations is every year our office, the Office of Community Schools, does a winter coat drive in collaboration with New York Cares and their citywide coat drive and Operation Warm. So we will actually be funding, and through that coat drive, we will be providing coats for all families in these emergency shelters. So the Iris shelter, the Skyline she mentioned, and all of those. But what we could use help with is all the other winter stuff. So like scarves and hats and gloves and long shirts and sweaters and that kind of stuff. But we're fairly confident we'll be able to cover coats for those families. So I did want to name that as you're brainstorming ideas.
Councilmember Robin Broshi, yeah, your hand up.
Yeah, thank you. I wanted to talk a little bit or ask a little bit about the placements of the students in temporary housing. I understand McKinney-Vento says that students are entitled to default to their zone school and that was put in place. My understanding is because suburban school districts and around the country were often trying to dodge responsibility for students that they considered undesirable. But in Manhattan and in District 2, I'd like to hear a little bit, and I don't know, Iris and Corinne, if this is from you or if Kelly wants to chime in about, I understand that our families in temporary housing are placed in shelters that tend to be zoned for certain schools. And those are schools that historically have been where there are concentrations of students with high needs already. And McKinney-Vento doesn't prevent families from choosing other schools if they want. And we have ample space in elementary schools and middle schools throughout our district that aren't just the zoned options for the locations where the families are being housed. So I guess I'd like to hear a little bit about, are families being presented with other choices? How do we balance the tension of not splitting up families and isolating them into communities where they may feel marginalized and where there might not be established resources to support families with their unique needs, but also making sure that we aren't concentrating need in schools where there's already need. And we have so many elementary schools in particular in District 2 and along the West Side corridor that have lots of families, excuse the sounds outside, lots of families that are really eager to support anyone in their community. And are we making sure that the families in temporary housing understand that there are elementary school options aside from maybe the Hell's Kitchen corridor that are available?
McKinney-Vento states that children have the right to stay in the school of origin or to be immediately admitted to the local zone school. They can't pick any school. Now, this is the law, and this is how I understand it, and I'm working 15 years. Now, let's say that a school had a unique thing that a child might benefit from. I might reach out to that school with the permission of the superintendent and see if we could send the child to that school. When this crisis happened in District 3, I had schools reach out to me that had bilingual programs, and as you have to volunteer to participate in the bilingual program, which comes away from McKinney-Vento. It gives the parent the right to say, I want a bilingual program, even if the school is 2 miles away. Children are supposed to walk to school, not take public transportation if they can avoid it. And these are the local schools that they can walk to.
Can I was going to add one thing to that. Iris is right in the policy of like, it's like their zone school or the school they were attending before they became homeless. The only caveat I would say, which Iris kind of touched on, is that students are entitled to the same supports they were receiving. So if they have like an IEP or they get certain therapy or something like that related to special education, then they are entitled to those continued support. So if they say they don't want to stay at the school they were previously at and the local zone school doesn't offer those things, I think that's kind of where the exception comes into play, where they can find a school that does provide those same supports.
So the DOE's position then is that like zone, like PS 11 is a school with a zone, right? Like it's a District 2 school with a zone. And students that don't live in the zone are technically eligible to attend that school if there's space, right? Like it's a District 2 school. And so in theory, there's space in that school. Or even a better example would be some of our lottery schools like PS 212 or PS 150. Those are, or Ella Baker on the Upper East Side. Those are unzoned District 2 schools that are open to any child in District 2. If those schools have space available, are the families in temporary housing being informed that in addition to their zoned school, they have the option to attend these other District 2 schools that either are unzoned or, if there's space available, are available according to the DOE's rules to unzoned students. And very specifically also on the middle school level, the families in temporary housing in Hell's Kitchen are technically zoned for 75 Morton. And so then I'm assuming that that's where those students are being placed and not automatically being placed in City Knoll, which does not have a zone.
I mean, Robin, you mentioned my name, so I don't know. President Morton, is it okay to step in? I don't want to break protocol or anything.
Yes, no, please step in. And this also might be policy level. That's not really what Iris and Karin can speak to, maybe.
I can just speak to how it is that we are managing the situation here in District 2. And Iris and Corinne, are very clear on all of the different policies that we've created and followed in relationship to welcoming all of our new families here into the district. In regard to, Robin, in regard to the question that you're asking specifically, so in the current situation, we are working with a group of families that are coming to our city, coming to our district, many of whom do not speak English at home. And so all kids, whenever they enter a school, whatever language it is that they speak at home, they're given a home language survey. And as a part of that entry plan, we asked them a little bit about how it is that what language they speak at home, how it is that they've been educated prior to coming to the district, and we let them know what options might exist in the district to help to serve them. PS 111 was seeing a large increase in the number of students that enrolled there. There were about 70 students that have enrolled at PS 111, and we are seeing a large number of kids enrolling in the upper grades. And so PS 51, which is down the street, and actually PS 51 is just one of many schools in the district that have reached out to us offering to open transitional bilingual education classes. These are classes that are provided for newcomers to the country that help to support the acquisition of language with a large proportion of the school day offered in the home language. PS 51 is just one block further away from the Skyline Hotel, where the first group of families were living. And so PS 51 opened up a 2nd and 3rd grade transitional bilingual education class. And all of the families that were enrolled at PS 111 that were eligible for this class were given the option to transfer to PS 51. Of course, we don't want to have her have to transfer. Any kind of instability that we create is not what it is that we're looking to do, but we needed to relieve some overcrowding. We wanted to make sure that we provided the families with the supports that they needed, with the kids with the supports that they needed, and we had the space at PS 51. So we have opened that opened up this week, a 2nd and 3rd grade class at PS 51. We are anticipating that we'll need to open up more classes, not just in the West Side corridor, but in other parts of the district. We want to be prepared for that because we're not getting notice in terms of how many families are coming and who's coming and when they're coming and all of that, but we want to be prepared. But I will say that our principals have reached out and have offered all across the district to be able to provide this kind of class and support for the families. So not just in Hell's Kitchen, not just in the schools in which we have the highest number of families that live in temporary housing, not just the schools that have the highest levels of poverty, but in other parts of the district. And the children, when they arrive, they're funded just like a child is funded if they were to move from Brooklyn to Manhattan. And so we do have seats. We've talked a lot about enrollment in our district. We do have seats in our classes that used to historically always be 32 kids in a class. Now many have 24, 25, 26. And so we do have seats in other parts, in many of the classrooms in the district. So we're supporting families in a variety of ways, opening these new classes, providing push-in or pull-out English language learner services. And so, it is a challenge because we don't know the timetable for when families are arriving or to which borough they're arriving, right? We're just one of 5 different boroughs that are seeing this influx of migrant and families seeking asylum in our country. But, we have the support from families, we have the support from school leaders, and it is not easy, but we understand now what it is that we're dealing with, and we want to make sure that we're providing a soft landing for kids, and then really thinking about the long-term plan for the year, for however long it is that the families are with us in the schools and in the district. That's probably a much longer response than you were looking for initially, but I did want to give a little bit of context to what we're working with.
Thank you, Superintendent McGuire. We have 2 council members left with questions for our special guests, special speakers. Councilmember Lupe Hernandez, you have your hand raised.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Iris and Corinne, for the wealth of knowledge and your hard work and dedication. I wanted to know, in what regards are these families, our new neighbors, how are evaluations taking place for them? How are the services identifying the students with disabilities? And I apologize. It is my turn to testify on the PEP, which I was going to speak to you about. If you can let Leonard talk, and I will be back.
Okay.
Thank you. Hi.
Okay, that was interesting. All right, Councilmember Silverman.
Yeah, I guess sort of. This actually kind of relates to an issue that Lupe was just about to bring up. So I'm just curious, if I may. So I understand, and Superintendent McGuire answered some of this. So I understand that with the new arrivals, you're giving them a language assessment or a home language assessment of some type. But I'm wondering, in terms of the placement, I mean, are any assessments being done to determine what their actual capabilities are, whether it's in Spanish or in English? Because, you know, normally we have promotions grade to grade based on what knowledge students have from year to year. But I'm wondering, are there any assessments? So in terms of how is the placement done? Is it done on age? Are we just looking at an incoming student saying, okay, this person is 10, so we're going to put them in 5th grade? Whereas their actual capabilities may be either advanced of that or far behind because of the lack of education they may have received in their home countries. So that's my first question. And my next question is, we've talked about multi-language and dual language and lots of different language programs. And I understand, obviously, you can't instruct if you don't use a home language, or if you don't, for example, let's say Spanish, you're not going to be able to instruct these students in the core curriculum that you need to instruct them in. So I understand a large portion of that curriculum is going to have to be in that native language. But is the ultimate goal to have them fully fluent in both writing and reading in English? Is that the ultimate goal? And how does that work in terms of these plans? So I just was curious about the original assessment, how people are placed, and the purpose of the multi-language programs, because obviously a lot of these they came from very difficult situations. They might even have been traveling for months, maybe even longer. I don't think a lot of them may not have even been in school, and obviously schools are different, not only in our district, but certainly around the world. So I was wondering if somebody could, I don't know if it's Superintendent McGuire or Iris, or I mean, just somebody could kind of just help me understand a little bit of this. Thank you.
Kelly, I can take the special ed part and you can take the second part. Agreed? Okay. Any child coming into school from any part of the country outside of New York State gets placed in a class, in a grade, depending on their age, up until high school. If you're 18 years old and you do not have a transcript, you get placed in 9th grade. So it's based on age, and that goes for everybody that attends school. Now, with that being said, I have had 16 special ed children that I recognized immediately, or that the parents recognized. Some were autistic, one had a feeding tube, one had muscular dystrophy, one was multiply handicapped. And for those children, rather than registering them in the local school and then transferring them, I went directly to the CSE, and the CSE tried to come up with a comparable service plan based on any information the parent would give me. Sometimes it was a hospital record from Venezuela. Sometimes it was a doctor's note from Honduras. Sometimes it was from a child that had been admitted to Bellevue, got out, and I had information there. And we are placing those children in District 75 programs. Now, let's say we have a child who's 8 years old and happens to be learning disabled and we don't know it. We put the child in 3rd grade like any other child, whether the child is from Venezuela or whether the child is from North Carolina. If the child could not keep up, then we will discuss it with the parent. If need be, we will bring in CSE to do an evaluation and help the child. So that I can speak to the special education part. Do you want to speak to multilingual?
Sure. I mean, I can just talk a little bit about, I mean, when children come in to school, and it's not just, you know, this group of kids that come in, again, any child that enrolls in one of our New York City schools is given this home language survey, but also as a part of the enrollment process where, as Iris mentioned, talking with the family about the child's age, the most recent grade that they completed, and that might get them an initial placement into a class. But then there's a whole bunch of other assessments that are completed with kids in the class. They're completed both in Spanish and in English, because actually some of the families that have been coming, some of the children actually do speak some English. And so that's been really helpful in assessing what type of program kids need, or what type of curricula that they need once that they're in the class, whether or not they're continuing to develop their English skills, but also the goal really here is to hold on to the home language as well. And so that's why bilingual programs like the ones that we're opening have been really effective and supportive, because the goal is to help kids transition into the city, but also help to maintain both languages. And yes, the goal is for kids who are coming through our school system to be fluent in English. And, you know, as we see kids rise throughout the elementary school grades, and by the time that we enter middle school, kids who have been here, the vast majority of them are no longer receiving these services because they have become fluent in English. And one of the benefits of having some of these other programs is that of holding on to the native home language, which I think is you know, something that all of us wish that we had as adults.
Thank you very much, Superintendent McGuire. And I also want to thank Iris and Corinne. You're doing tremendous work, and it's certainly important, and not just to our district, but to so many people who are coming to our country right now. And it's you know, I from the bottom of my heart, because I was an immigrant too. Well, not me, my family, my brothers, my sister, they came to this country with nothing. And I know what it's like, and growing up in a family and suffering. And I know there are a lot of immigrants here with us as well. And just the collective thank you. It's so important what you do. And if there's other things we can do, please let us help. And I also have to thank Councilmember Oshmanil for bringing this up to me about 2 months ago, or a month and a half ago, to say that we should have a presentation on this. And I said, you're absolutely right. You know, this is so important. And it's so timely as well, because we were discussing so many other issues. Again, thank you so much. And
a lot of action is coming in the next couple of weeks. And I think I'm going to try and host a students in temporary housing / students in economic need committee meeting the day after our next CEC meeting. So very likely October 12th. I will be scheduling a meeting depending on Iris's availability, because she's always the best contributor there.
I'm always available for you. You're back.
we have a conflict October 12th. So if you can work out another date, we have another committee meeting that day. But anything else?
We'll figure out another day soon.
Do we have time for me to mention one more thing?
Okay, under only one condition, I want to negotiate a trade here.
Was I be able to?
It's 8 o'clock. We have to move on.
Oh, okay,
But
that's fine.
I will let Corinne just say one last thing, but only under one circumstance, that you forward me your presentation so we can have it on our website and we can share it with families and email it to our district. But
yes,
please,
I could definitely do that. I just wanted to, I realized that we hadn't mentioned, for those of you who are not aware, every school in New York City that has a student in temporary housing receives dedicated Title I funds specifically for that population. They're called Title I STH funds for students in temporary housing. So that's a really key thing and a piece of funding that schools can be using to support particularly the recently arrived families in their districts. The amount increased last year. So I think in Manhattan, schools get a little over $1,000 per student. So it's a pretty significant amount of money. So I just wanted to make sure to flag that. So if you're in conversations with schools, or if you're even thinking about donations, knowing that schools also have funds, and being strategic about who's covering what might be helpful. So that was it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you.
And may I please have my time back? My sincere apologies.
Council members, I actually have to cut this short because it's 8 o'clock. Two, I have a number of council members who are also on the PET meeting. This is a CECD2 meeting. Council members, please do not multitask. We have to respect our presenters here and our audience, our community. And three,
I have some news
and council
to
members,
share.
one last thing, it's your screens have to be turned on. It's the state law now that council members, in order to be recognized, have to have their screens on, not the rest of the community. And I'm going to enforce that. So if you want to participate, you have to also have your screens on, council members, please.
May I please be recognized?
As I said, your screen has to be on. That is, the face has
May I please be recognized? At this point, with the extension of the COVID emergency that we are adhering to by having this virtual meeting, that state law does not apply. I already checked.
We're under city law right now.
Exactly. That's my point. That is exactly my point.
We under city law and face has said.
This time that you're wasting with me about my.
Please continue. And then, but I'm not going to recognize after this, after your comment here, I'm not going to recognize council members who do not have their screens on. Thank you.
Can I please be recognized?
As I said, please, you can. I said you can please go forward.
My
but
internet does not work very well when I have the camera on. This has been established. I have no problem testifying at the City Council of Community of Education Council or Committee this afternoon without the camera. I just testified at the PEP without a camera. Both state, city, and I mean, these are governments, public governments. There is no issue. I don't know why my own council member is dismissing me and the time and energy that I have put into specifically working with Iris and Corinne. And I just wanted to congratulate them and also talk about some new upcoming things that we were doing. And I don't appreciate my council members dismissing the time. As if you were the one speaking, we allowed for everyone to speak for great lengths of time. I think I only spoke for 30 seconds before I said, can I please come back after Len? I will address them. Thank you, Iris and Corinne. I really want to thank you for your wealth of information, your hard work, your dedication. Thank you for addressing the evaluations and related services regarding identifying our students with disabilities. As you know, I've been a strong component and advocate for busing for our students in temporary housing, all students. I had a question regarding the stability and consistency of the new shelter housing that are opening. You put in your presentation the importance of stability and consistency, especially when kids are staying within the same school, let alone district and borough. Of these new shelters that are opening up, what is the likelihood that they would be closed? Like, can we count on some stability in that end? That's one question. And then I also wanted to just highlight that I did testify today at the City Council Education Committee hearing in regards to both our newly arrived neighbors, as well as our pre-K and need for more early intervention and pre-K for all seats. So I submitted that testimony to both the PEP as well as the City Council and then spoke live there. But if you can speak about the possibility of these shelters closing as we've seen in D2's past history. Thank you.
I'd like to respond to that. Thank you for that question. It's a very salient question. I am hoping that the shelter will remain there. We form a community. I know that we had 14 shelters in District 2 and that they were all closed. It was de Blasio's legacy. I know that with the asylum seekers coming in, they cannot be as mobile, switching from shelter to shelter. DHS is opening up shelters because they run out of room, they run out of space. So I am expecting these shelters to be here and that we're going to welcome the children, welcome the families, and educate them. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Just so you know, I am from Venezuela. A lot of these people are from my country. I would really appreciate the
Can we
chair
move on,
not.
please? Lupe, this is ridiculous. No one cares where you're from right now. We have to move on.
I apologize to our families and our communities for the rudeness and brashness of our council. Again, Iris, I thank you, and empathy is what we need more so right now.
I agree. Thank you for having us. You can move on.
All right, thank you. Okay, we're now moving on to the public speaking session. All right. Okay, is the list up? Okay.
Yep, it's in the chat.
All right, perfect. Thank you. Stefan Lautner, please unmute yourself and welcome to CECD2.
Thank you, President Morden. I just wanted to highlight, again, we've spoken a number of times in the community here, and I represent a group of 250 existing families in the community. We've talked a number of times about bilingual education in this community, and we've been shut down consistently. I want to highlight that it's not just, and I appreciate the plight of migrant families who are being forced here by unjust, state governments. But I do want to highlight that, again, it's not just a migrant community. We also do have a Native community here. We've been fighting, Nadia Levy and myself have been, and many other parents have been fighting for dual language education in the community. I think saying transitional bilingual education is misleading, and saying that we are trying to maintain the home language is misleading, because we're not educating in that language. We're transitioning over to English only, and we're destroying family links and heritage and culture. So I think we need to support full dual language education and not transitional bilingual education. And we have a vibrant example of that on the Upper East Side, with parents demanding more and more of of this program and the continuation of services of the program. So I don't know where I am on time. I will say thank you for all the work that the presenters have done and that this council has done, and I urge us to continue to do more on this front. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Chanel, I don't have the next speaker, Elizabeth De La Barre. I don't have her. Okay, I'll go to the next one, Helen Guo. Let's see. No, I don't have Helen. Try Casey. Okay, Casey Cohen, please unmute yourself and welcome to CECD2.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, fantastic. I want to thank you for proposing Resolution 204, and I want to speak in favor of it. First, I want to say that my son is in 7th grade, so his class was placed into middle school by lottery without any screening. And I want to tell you that more than 50% of his friends' parents pulled their kids out of the public school system before they entered middle school because of the removal of screens in that year. Most of them went to private schools, but a couple of them moved out of New York City altogether. These were families who were very involved with their elementary school, donating both time and money. And these were kids who were gifted, well-behaved, and exactly the students you would want in your child's school. So their loss from our district schools has made everybody worse off. Second, I want to say that middle school acceleration in all subjects is still desperately needed. At my son's school, we now have an accelerated math class. Unfortunately, there doesn't seem to be a plan to meet the needs of gifted students, or really any students who aren't exactly dead center of the curve in ELA, social studies, or science. Our family faced a difficult school choice this year. Our son, who is quite gifted, also struggles with some issues that make it important for him to be in a school close to home and to maintain social ties with his existing friends. But his middle school has done, a very nice job of meeting his social and emotional needs. It's a wonderfully supportive school, but the one-size-fits-all classes and curriculum are not meeting his academic needs. So this year we chose to stay at the same school and get his social and emotional needs met at the Last, I want to say that PS 77 lower lab should definitely be expanded to include a
All right, please finish. Please.
Oh, sorry. I was going to say that lab is a school doing everything right. Rigorous academics, meeting individual needs, social and emotional learnings, safety, parent engagement, and they're doing it at less cost and with larger classes than other schools. I think it's a no-brainer to expand the school. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Casey Cohn, please unmute yourself. Thank you.
I'm sorry, that was me. I just spoke.
Oh, I thought I had another.
I don't know how I got on twice.
Yeah.
Andrea.
Yeah, Andrea Quintero. Yes, my apologies. Brain fart. All right. Andrea. Nope, I don't have. And we have that doubles again.
I see Andrea.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
All right.
Just waving her hands.
All right, let me see. Oh, yes. Thank you. I have her. Okay, please unmute yourself.
Yes, hi. Thank you. I just want to note that both Casey and I are listed twice. So I'm actually here to speak against the resolution 204. First, I'd like to flag the use of the word rigor in the resolution. It's undefined in the document, and I think that's significant. Academic rigor is shorthand, usually for educational environments dominated and that cater to middle class and upper class people. Secondly, I'd like to note that the resolution assumes that education is a competitive endeavor in which there are winners and losers. This document is middle class people closing ranks in order to concentrate resources that they see as rightfully theirs by virtue of their zip code and their relative wealth. This gatekeeping is at the expense of opportunities for young people outside of D2, likely students of color, likely people with less privilege than those that are within the D2 zone. I would encourage us as parents within D2 to face the reality that our lot is one with the rest of the families in New York City, and we need to act like it. It's our job as parents and as educators to undo inequality, not to reinforce it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Gavin Healy, please unmute yourself.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'm not going to put my camera on, but hopefully the president won't yell at me for it. Anyway, so as the parent of a fifth grader who will soon face the middle school admissions process, I'm in full support of the elimination of admissions screening for middle and high school. On a personal level, the prospect these screens will resume has filled my family with anxiety, just as we've been trying to return to normal. On a broader level, we're concerned that the return of these screens will impair the academic recovery of students and their social emotional health, as well as contributing to the ongoing racial and socioeconomic segregation in our school system. So the problems with screens existed long before the pandemic, but the pandemic added to them. Last year was still a pandemic year, and we've had several thousand more cases reported in our schools just this week. My child was absent from school to quarantine last year, as were many of his classmates, particularly as Omicron raged through his school. Our students did not have a normal academic or testing year. Many of them even lost loved ones to COVID. This is not the time to subject them and their families to a stressful screening process, and it's not the time for another anti-vaccine resolution. You state that no formal exit surveys have been conducted, yet you're oddly certain of the reasons families have left D2 schools. When you handpick a few parents to serve in your committees, that's the kind of answer you'll get when you are in a bubble. The CEC has offered no evidence that changes to admission screens are the reason. And further, charter school enrollment is more or less flat. given that much of the increase in charter enrollment corresponds to an increasing number of charter schools opening. And your head has to be buried very deep in the sand to think that high rents are not a factor. And let's not ignore another reason families may be leaving our schools: high class sizes. Yet oddly, this council has shown no advocacy for D2 families on this issue. In fact, many members of this council have urged the governor to veto the bill. Families with means have long advocated for private schools in suburbs with lower class sizes. The class size bill is enormously popular, having passed in the legislature by a nearly unanimous vote. And every single legislator representing D2 voted for it. This is the change that D2 families want and need, not another Byzantine system of screens. And finally, I would really appreciate it if D2 CEC members could show a little bit more humanity, decency, and respect to other council members and to families, particularly families who are dealing with problems with living in temporary housing. I think many of the things that have been said by council members tonight seem deeply insensitive and even cruel to those families. And it's really, maybe it's another reason why families are leaving D2 is because they tune into these meetings and they see the shameful, like just lack of decency of this council, and they're just fed up. Thank you.
Thank you. Tiffany Ma, please. Oh, there. Okay, please unmute yourself and welcome to CECD2.
Thank you. I'm hoping for up to the 2 minutes to address 206A, the amendment to include Hebrew. I support the resolution, but it is not inspired by Texas, but more so the immigration waves historically of Jews to New York City has been referenced. And as with my experience graduating public school and being an admin of a 41,000 person mothers community on Facebook. So my reasoning for this is that there's disproportionality in the number of Jews in New York, 13% versus that percentage in the language offerings when compared to Chinese and Spanish. I do understand that there is Amistad and Swan addressing Chinese language. There is no DOE school addressing Hebrew dual language. I understand there's a charter school in Brooklyn. And in the language in the resolution, significant people speaking Spanish, French, and Mandarin, there's significant Jewish population tutoring Hebrew outside of the public school system and choosing Jewish schools. So if we are in the spirit of trying to raise numbers, I think, bringing the language back would be, and finally, the point about people who are not Jewish taking Hebrew is very important because the exodus to the Jewish schools creates divide between the Asian, Black, Latino, and other language-speaking communities with the Jewish population, creating false perceptions of privilege and creating future societal and business divides. So personally, for example, for my family, where Chinese and English are being spoken and Hebrew would be a third language, having to supplement that as a 7th or 8th activity. Thankfully, we're privileged enough to financially be able to do that, but for many families would mean that a non-Jewish person would not be learning Hebrew, creating further divides. Many other people who are not Chinese or Spanish are able to get access to the culture through the language offerings. Hebrew is necessary. Thank you.
Thank you. Tam, please unmute yourself. And welcome to CECD2.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. I had something prepared to share, but I got to switch gears because it's here right now. It's already been evidenced in the attitudes of both council members and parents who spoke tonight. I'm so that my son is listening to this right now. This is exactly the reason why we need a lottery and we need to end this elitist rhetoric, this elitist system. I heard tonight, no one cares where you are from right now. Tonight at this meeting. After that, I heard we have families, good families, model families leaving the system, families that give lots of time and lots of money to our schools, families who have children, students who are gifted students and well-behaved students, exactly the kind of student you'd want in your school. Are you fucking kidding me? Do better.
I guess she disappeared. All right. All right, our next speaker is Joyette Mangual. Please unmute yourself.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for having me. My name is Joy Mangual, and I am the founding principal of Vertex Partnership Academies, a high school located in the Bronx. We are seeking IB authorization for our academic programs and currently have seats available in the 9th grade. As part of our coursework, all of our students take English, history, science, math, PE, visual arts, media studies, and their choice of either Mandarin or Spanish as their world language. And in our 9th grade, each of our students is assigned an advisor that will work closely with them to guide them on their academic and social emotional goals. We are excited that we have a strong option for all of our students in the Bronx, and excited to offer the IB program over to our students as we are in the authorization process. And if you'd like to hear more information about our school, our website is vertexacademies.org. Again, I'm the founding principal, and I'm also happy to speak to anyone who wants to talk more about our school.
All right. Thank you so much. Okay, one second. Bob Smith. Okay. Bob Smith, please unmute yourself and welcome to CECD2.
Thanks for having me tonight. I work with Joynette over at Vertex, and we just want to take some time to share with the community the school. She talked about our program a little bit. I just wanted to talk about the International Baccalaureate Organization. It was interesting hearing the conversations tonight. The International Baccalaureate Organization is a program that's been around for about 50 years. It's well known around the world. There's several schools in New York, and a big component of it is service as action. So our high schools be involved in service, and I got some good information tonight on how we can be a part of helping out there. The IB also, as an international organization, is involved with learning a second language and being proficient in a second language. So that's something that we start in 9th grade and go all the way through 12th grade. Like Joynette says, it's a program we have to apply for and get authorization, and we're in the process of that. And we'll offer 2 programs, the career-related program for students, and also a diploma program that's pre-university coursework. Anyways, thanks for the interesting discussion tonight, and have a good night.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sumitra Bajpai. I hope I pronounced that correctly. Please unmute yourself and welcome to CECD2.
Yes, hello. Sorry.
Yes, please.
Yeah. Hi, good evening. Thank you for letting me speak. I fully support Resolution 204. It is actually a big worry for us not having screened admissions the way that have been happened in the last 2 years. It causes a lot of panic. A lot of people have been leaving the district, which is very true, and would rather move into the private school or away from District 2 altogether. So I commend the Resolution 204, that is to bring back screen ed for middle school and high school. Also, the other thing that I would like to talk about is having the lab middle school be formed. There is a gap in the education system right now. So after 5th grade from lower lab, there is a gap in District 2. So there is no accelerated program. So essentially, we are left with only 2 choices: either move to some other program or to move to like a different district. So I think just to increase the enrollments that we are seeing, it's a good idea to have this lower lab or lab middle school be formed. And as soon as possible, I think that should be done. The last thing I would like to address is the security incidents that have been happening around Lower Lab, 95th Street. We have seen 3 or 4 incidents, 3 fatalities. And last week there was children who were, coming with pellet guns and so on. I'm sure that you are all aware. So we would definitely like to increase police presence and secure our schools in that area. So those are my requests. Thank you so much for hearing me. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you. And our next speaker is Faiza Maji. Please unmute yourself. Faiza?
Faiza is having emergency, so she cannot speak
Okay.
tonight.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Daniela. All right. Next, I don't see Jung Min Lee. All right. So we'll move on to the next one. Okay, Julia McNally, please unmute yourself and welcome to CECD2.
Good evening. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak. I'm here to speak out against the academic screens. I heard a parent say that academic screens are necessary to meet their child's needs, but that represents a misunderstanding of what students need. They need to be able to connect with people who come from different backgrounds and who have different abilities. They need to be integrated with other children. Academic screens unquestionably and shamefully seek to segregate children from each other at a very young age. What makes our community safer isn't just policing, or arguably isn't policing at all. It's having an equality of opportunity and a society where people from the earliest age learn to engage with those who are different from them and come from different backgrounds. We shouldn't be concerned with the idea that people are leaving because they have a misconception of their children's needs. We should be concerned with making sure that all children have equal access to the highest quality education that our city can offer and access to each other. That's where true learning, social learning, emotional learning, and the type of learning that people need to have fulfilling adult lives and create safer, better communities comes from. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Craig Slutskin, please unmute yourself and welcome to CECD2.
Thanks, Ben. So first of all, from the previous speaker, there's no need to ever use the F word on this call. It's very inappropriate. We should be doing better for our kids. We should be examples. So anyway, I spoke at the committee meeting last week, so I'm going to just reiterate my support for 204. These are common sense suggestions which would address the concerns of many parents. Of course, we want additional safety officers to protect our students, especially in light of several incidents that we heard about in these meetings in the last term and what happened at Lower Lab. Of course, we want Mr. McGuire and his principals to be able to address safety issues, which may actually mean removing an offender from a classroom if the circumstances call for it. Not automatic, just the flexibility. Of course, we want nurses and social workers at each school. Of course, we want to provide DSU students with high schools that are not 90 minutes or 3 trains away. Let's face it, the subways aren't safe for a 13-year-old to be traveling alone. Borough, if not district, high school priority is a safety issue. Of course, we want to provide all students from elementary school through high school opportunities for accelerated learning if they're ready for it. We should be nurturing minds, not holding them back in the name of some ideological goals of individuals, many of whom have received those same opportunities for their own children. Let's see how the G&T program at Reese worked this year and improve and expand on it. Let Lower Lab go to 8th grade like Anderson. But G&T isn't for everyone, I acknowledge that. It could be for many reasons, geography, pedagogy, and I'm not a G&T parent. So let's address academic rigor and acceleration at every elementary school. Ensure middle schools have honors programs, bring back the SP program, add literacy coaches to ensure all students can read at grade level, a renewed focus on math and science. Of course, we should want to celebrate achievement, bring back screens to middle schools where the community desires them. On the earlier speaker's comment, nowhere does it say that screens should take resources from other districts. That's not even how school funding works. So that point isn't factual. The reso is clear. All students need to be able to read. All need to understand basic math and science. It simply says students should receive an education that will maximize their potential. If I interpret the earlier, and I'll finish in a second, if I interpret the earlier speaker's comments, it sounds like a middle-class student should actually forfeit their right to receive an education because they're middle class. No wonder why people are leaving. Thank you.
Thank you. Tatiana Lewin, hopefully I pronounced that correctly. Please unmute yourself and welcome to CECD2.
Hi, good afternoon, bonjour. I wanted to, I'm here tonight. Thank you everyone for very interesting conversations to talk about the dual language program. My son is currently enrolled in the pre-K, the French pre-K on East 76. And I have to say it's the best thing that's ever happened to us. He's able to, we speak French at home, but he went to English preschool, and you know, this allows us to continue the French language, to call back home, to speak in French to our family in Montreal, Canada, and in France. And it also allows for multiculturalism, because obviously when you bring people with different languages, they come from different parts of the world, and it's such a beautiful community that we have. And so I would highly recommend that we continue this program and expand it, because it's kind of a shame that we would have to go to private school to be able to continue teaching French to our children. And that's all I wanted to say. So thank you all for your time.
Thank you. Nadia Levy, please unmute yourself and welcome to CECD2.
Hi, I've spoken up many times on the subject, and Stefano and I have obviously been proponents of the dual language education, and with the support of many parents, specifically the French dual language education and the E76 program. And obviously I care about continuing that and the continuation of services for the very reasons Tatiana mentioned, that children, first of all, it already exists and it only makes sense to continue. Second of all, you know, children do need to speak to their families in their home countries. And there are many Francophone home countries that are very strongly represented on the in District 2. But also, you know, this applies to all other languages as well. And obviously the resolution 306 was mainly centered around the migrant population that has now, there's sort of an influx in New York City. And it just, the point is that District 2, and this is a District 2 CEC meeting, District 2 has an underrepresentation in general of dual language programs. And if you look at a lot of the other districts in New York City, this district is large and it has significant populations of multi-lingual, like people with other ethnic backgrounds that speak different languages primarily at home. And I think it's really important that this district catches up with all the other districts, and also that this country catches up with the other countries. I think just overall dual language education is important. And I think that to this point, we need to really make sure that the migrant population can speak to their family back home. I also want to speak in support of Resolution 204 and just, you know, show my support for that resolution in screen schools as well. Thank you.
Thank you. David Pacaud, hopefully I pronounced that correctly. Please unmute yourself and welcome to CECD2.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to speak up. And yeah, Pacaud is fine, or Paco, whatever. As you might hear my accent, I'm from France. And we are kind of new to the district and to New York City. We were 5 years in New Jersey before. And moving in this area, I came to know that there was a pre-K program, and we have a 4 years old who understand French, but doesn't really speak yet fluently. So that was a great opportunity for us to be able to register our daughter to this program, which, by the way, seems really great. She loves it. And as Tatiana was saying, there's a piece of, I would say, a bit of a frustration. 1 year is better than nothing, and we are really happy and grateful to have that opportunity to provide that level of education to our young child. But 1 year, I mean, is pretty short. Ideally, if that program could expand a bit more for a few more years to have a given opportunity to our child to continue to be in the type of program, to be fluent in both languages, that would be, I think, really beneficial for us as immigrants as well. I mean, I have two teenagers as well who are 14 and 16. When we moved to US, they were 9 and 11. They were not speaking any English. In like 2-3 months, they were almost completely fluent, and they have now no accent. So I just want to also point out, like I heard someone saying, like for immigrants, do we want to have them to learn English or to keep their in origin language? I feel like dual languages is an opportunity to learn both languages and not only English and or French or Spanish or whatever. Spanish is English. Sorry, English is kind of in a diagonal program. I don't think there is any differences to become fluent in English at all. That is just giving more opportunities to be open to multicultural children coming from different origins. Like from Canada, there are so many countries speaking French, for example, not only French and France. So that's all I wanted to say. Like expanding that program would be really great.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Alexander Shilgrut. Please unmute yourself and welcome to CECD2.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. And I want to speak in support of all three resolutions. And want to go back a little bit in time. We were here through these battles before. In all those conversations are not new. When de Blasio and Carranza tried to dismantle lotteries and screen under the guise of COVID, parents were concerned that it will lead to inferior education and children will leave the school, but DOE went ahead. Let's fast forward 2 years. De Blasio is teaching at Harvard. He is not working at a public shelter. Carranza found a very high-paying, high six-figure gig in consulting and not teaching in public school. Schools were closed for 2 years, system hemorrhaging children as families leave public school systems and many leave New York City. And not because of COVID that affected all states, but because subways are not safe and schools are bad. You know how elementary school parents greet each other these days? Hello, what do we do about middle schools? And the answer is always clear. Private, charter, religious, homeschool, or leave the city altogether. More equity was achieved for sure. Schools became equally worse. Was that the goal in the first place or just a collateral damage? And note to the current administration, you're at crossroads. You can continue past policies or make all schools better. Grades bring rigor, tests bring resilience, and hard work. And lotteries bring I don't care attitude. Is it what we want to qualities instilled in our children? And make school safer. Too many accidents in school. And we have to get those COVID things. Let's go back to normal. And I'm an immigrant and support, dual language programs. Thank you.
Thank you. And Rebecca Schweiger, please unmute yourself and welcome to CECD2.
Hi, thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to speak tonight and want to speak in support of Resolution 204. I do believe that having screens in middle schools is extremely helpful for students who require academic learning at a faster pace. And I also strongly support the extension of lower lab into a middle school because lower lab has proven success in academic excellence, and what better way to continue that than to expand the school into middle school and open it up for more students in middle school so that more students can learn at that academic standard. I also want to support Resolution 206. I do think that, as Tiffany Ma said, representing the 13% Jewish population in New York City with Hebrew dual language, it would be beneficial for that population that's often not necessarily represented well in the DOE. But the main reason why I wanted to speak tonight is in relation to an event that happened last Friday, September 16th, outside of my son's elementary school. A pack of teenagers with compressed air guns attacked young children in the playground. And the teens opened fire on those elementary school kids and would not back down despite repeated pleas from the children's parents. And even though no one was killed in this was a mass shooting, and it was an act of terror in the eyes of the victims that were there. And I see this as an opportunity, a second chance. We thankfully didn't have any deaths that day, although as mentioned earlier, there have been multiple deaths due to guns in this exact location over the past year. So I asked for a police presence so that we can keep our children safe. The kids do play in this area during school hours and need to be kept safe. Thank you for helping our children.
All right, thank you. Johanna Zollman, please unmute yourself and welcome to CECD2.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Johannes Holm, and I'm a parent of two. Can you hear me?
That's
parent of two District 2 students. I'm speaking tonight. I support all three resolutions, but I'm going to focus on Resolution 204. I think that reversing the significant decline in enrollment is an extremely urgent issue. The implication for cuts in school funding and education programming cuts is alarming. Families are still leaving even as the pandemic is winding down. They're leaving because of uncertainty around high school and middle school placements, and they're leaving because of the lack of accelerated learning options. I'd circle back to Chancellor Banks' 4-pillar speech in March of this year when he said, ultimately, there should be opportunities for accelerated learning in every school. High quality gifted programming provide opportunities for students to accelerate their learning, which is what every parent wants for their children. He also went on to say our schools have lost over 120,000 students over the past 5 years, a trend that began prior to the pandemic and has since accelerated. Our families have been voting with their feet, and we need to aggressively respond now. Well, people voting with their feet is the oldest and most sincere form of democratic expression. Resolution 204 is the aggressive response to reverse the exodus of families from DOE schools. I want to add that the DOE should guarantee accelerated seats for every student that is able, and the scarcity model. It's the scarcity model as a basis for the arguments against accelerated programs. Chancellor Banks had it right back in March. Finally, I want to strongly support the expansion of GED program and a lower lab middle school. Both my children graduated from lower lab and moved on to D2 middle schools. And I'll always be thankful for the wonderful opportunity they had at lower lab. It's tremendous faculty and staff there. More kids should have this opportunity. Get away from the scarcity model. G&T programs are run by definition of the funding mechanism more efficiently than neighborhood schools. Lower lab was run 10 to 25% more efficiently. And I think this could be a model for other G&T programs across the district and across the city. Thank you.
Ben, you're muted.
Hi, can you hear me?
I'm sorry. Yes. Welcome, Lisa Marks, and welcome to CC2.
Okay, great. Like Johannes just spoke before me, I want to support all three resolutions tonight, but I also want to specifically support Resolution 204 for bringing back screened admissions and ending lottery admissions, because specifically I want to address everyone here tonight and let them think about if they got their jobs and their careers by way of lottery. If Mayor Adams became leader of the city by a lottery. If Chancellor Banks rose to the chancellorship by a lottery. No. Everyone here, all of us here tonight, in our life journey and our career path, have used our skills that we develop and our knowledge, and we would not tolerate our careers being based on a lottery. So why is it that we're doing this to our students? We can definitely build something better for our students and our families if we go back to screened admissions, because these would meet our students' needs more precisely. Please don't insult our students' intelligence or their integrity or their hard work with lotteries that signify that they are just interchangeable robots, that they're faceless and they don't have any specific ambitions and they can be placed anywhere
at the whim of the DOE. Screened admissions, on the other hand, recognize individual strengths and weaknesses and show students and families respect of valuing their individuality and meeting their academic needs where they are. Students will continue to leave the DOE. They'll go to charters, Catholics, private schools. They'll leave New York City, and the enrollment will continue to drop if lotteries continue. This is just a fact. People will find a way, so we need to end lotteries. I also want to just add on that I support the expansion of lower lab to 8th grade because this school is a unique model of success, and it should be expanded to meet the students' needs. Thank you very much. Oh, and also I really, finally, I'm grateful for the end of the vaccine mandate for school, for extracurriculars, and I hope to see the same for parents to enter buildings. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe this is our last speaker for session 1. Rebecca Gart, please unmute yourself and welcome to CECD2.
Hi, I am speaking against the resolution to bring back screens of any kind. I've spoken at previous CEC meetings about the lack of educational research that supports segregating students by ability. I've spoken at length about academic support for heterogeneous learning, but I realize this is a political issue, not an academic issue. So I just want to mention the main point that I want to make tonight is that although the majority of speakers here and the majority of council members do support screens, I do not believe the majority of District 2 families support screens. And I would go so far as to say, based on numerous petitions, letters, listserv communications with hundreds of parents throughout District 2 that I'm a part of and that I've observed, I would argue a majority of families do not support bringing back screens to District 2. More importantly than what parents believe is what the educators who actually have to work with children, support them, meet their needs, and what they think. And so I thought it was very interesting that there is a letter asking to not bring back screens that has been signed by a large number, hundreds of teachers and administrators from District 2 schools have signed on to that letter, including schools that once had screens and have not had screens for the past 2 years. So if you think that screening children improves their educational outcomes, makes it easier to teach and to target their needs, then why would principals and assistant principals and teachers who work with those very children in classrooms and schools sign onto a letter saying, don't bring back screens? Listen to the educators. They are the experts. They know what works. Screens don't work and they harm families and children. And I also want to apologize to Lupe. The comment that was made that stated, I do not care, nobody cares where you come from. I care deeply about where she comes from. I care about the fact that migrant children and families could have an amazing relationship with someone who they feel comfortable with. And the fact that that a council member feels comfortable making that kind of statement, if I were on the CEC, I would be trying to find a way to censure that person for making that statement.
All right. That concludes our speaker session 2. I mean, speaker session 1. Okay. All right. Before I discuss the topic that I wanted to bring up for the president's report, I do want to apologize to the community here that as chair of the meeting, I have to wear a dual hat where I expect all council members who attend our meetings to be present. And I know there's an important PEP meeting going on, but unfortunately there's multiple council members who are attending both meetings, and that's inappropriate. You're a council member elected or appointed to be on CECD2, and this is your priority. And unfortunately, I have to also wear a second hat in enforcing rules and regulations as provided to me by whether it's the state, the city, or DOE, and I have to enforce that as well. And we have to be responsible to our community. We have to be, council members have to wear a dual hat to our community. This is not our public speakers. Regarding screens, you can have it on or off, but council members, that's one of the requirements now of us. And I think we'll be going on in person in the future. I did not want to make this situation uncomfortable, but we also have to, if we're here for a meeting, we have to be present for the meeting. And it is what it is. And I'm glad I had an opportunity to discuss this, and I apologize if I made some in our community uncomfortable. But moving forward, I also have another issue that I want to discuss, and it has to do with enrollment. It has to impacts resolution 204 speaks to it. We've had, and actually it was discussed in resolution 202, 202A, admissions to high schools for our District 2 students have dropped, have been a significant issue, where 18% of students, as written in 204, were not accepted to 12 schools of their choices, and 11% received no choices at all, including specialized high schools. That amounts to 275, between 250 and 275 students and families. And this has happened 2 years in a row. And I have unfortunately had to, with other council members as well, had to hear from families who are quite upset at not having to get any of their 12 choices, let alone their top 5 choices. Most families, most students who do select 12 or 10, you're not required to select 10 or 12 choices for high school admissions. Really, most families are looking at their top 5 choices, and the time they spent on the following 5 or 7 after that is not as much, as my understanding, and having been through the experience as well. So that said, we've had the past 2 years in a row between 250 and 275 families who do not get any choice. This problem in the next year, 2, 3, 5 years can actually get a lot worse. There's a new bill that the governor signed, a small class size bill, that the plan has not been in effect yet, and I've been talking to East Central, and they're willing to listen and explain to them that it depends how you model this. It's really hard to model, because when you're mandating class size and you're mandating 25 seats or fewer, how you spread the students across classrooms can be asymmetric, because you don't know how many classrooms you have in a particular school or teachers. So you could get one class that's 20 kids, another class that's 25, and if you don't maximize it, the amount of lost seats and the remaining capacity is a mind-boggling number to determine. And the problem is, we could be facing District 2. District 2 tends to, a lot of the families tend to apply to a number of the same high schools, magnet schools, partly because it's either the location, partly or the offering, the class offering, the rigor, or some other reason. I'm not going to say I can decide why parents apply to where they do, but these schools are now all citywide, these high schools, and they're at capacity. And with academic screen schools at capacity, specialized high schools at capacity, and we could be facing a minimum of 650 lost seats. That's if everything gets redistributed evenly. It could balloon up to 1,000 seats, and that would be close to 40% of District 2 families, students not getting the top 12 choices if the same patterns hold. And that's 40% of our 8th graders. And that is very impactful. And frankly, I don't know how to answer a parent, how to answer a student or a parent contacting me and say, where am I going to high school? What we can do is we can provide them. We can be a resource for more information about other high schools in our district, well, located in our district, but within our borough and outside the city. We can explain other offerings as well, and I think we'll speak to that during this meeting. But this is an issue that I think council members, we're just volunteers, we're just parents, are not fully equipped to handle when we have numbers that could potentially balloon to a significant level like that. And I don't know how to go forward with that, but I do know we have a year to talk with the DOE to come up with a plan, and we have 5 years for this plan to be fully implemented. And starting tomorrow, I'm meeting with Deputy Chancellor Weisberg, and I'm going to bring these concerns to him. And with the help of our AA, we've organized a meeting, and he had responded to our council for a previous resolution and to try to help the situation, because we have lost 27,700 students. We have now dropped to about 23 and a half, something like in that range. And we're targeted for this year to fall to about 20,000 or a little over 20,000 students, which is dramatic over the past 3-4 years. So that's the reality. At the same time, I did have some joy this past few weeks visiting schools, and I do want to thank our chancellor, our superintendent, Superintendent Kelly McGuire, for providing the opportunity to visit schools, to visit my liaison school, and for other council members to visit schools and see happy faces. So bottom line is, we're going to keep fighting for our families, for our district, and because there is so much positive that's been going on here, and so much hope. So I will continue and with my colleagues on the council to support our district and to find a proper path forward. All right, thank you. And I want to now introduce our Superintendent Kelly McGuire for his report.
Thanks so much, President Morton. I appreciate it. And it was great to have you and a few other council members join us for the start of year visits to schools. So tonight I'll talk a little bit about the opening of school, some special events that we have coming up in the district. I want to talk a little bit about the goals that we have for the district and support structures for teachers and school leaders. Our deputy superintendent, Reggie Higgins, is going to share a little bit with the district in regard to the DESSA screener, which was introduced last year. And then we do want to talk about community engagement events in general. But I will just start off by saying that the start of the school year was an incredibly positive one. We began the school year with great enthusiasm and excitement across the district with our school leaders and teachers welcoming kids and families back to school. We have started to hear of many different events that are happening across the district. This is just one set of photos. Sorry, Ben, if I'm embarrassing you, or Chien, who I think is also in one of the photos here as well. But we started off with visits to across the district to inviting our city council members and CEC members to join us at various schools. We had all of our council members respond, our city council members respond very positively to these visits. So those city council members there, Rivera, Botcher, Powers, Marte, and Menon's office, as well as Borough President Levine, responded to our outreach in regard to these visits. I do want to let the community know that one of the things that I have asked all of our principals to do this year is to open our doors as often as possible. As Ben just shared, there are amazing things that are happening in our schools. There are unfortunately some rumors that get started about schools, or there's some impressions about what happened in our classrooms. And I think that the best way to understand what is really going on is to see it. So we need to open our doors. We need to be an open book to the community and to parents so they can see what's happening and how beautiful and safe and lovely and warm a classroom and schools our leaders and teachers are creating. These are the schools that we visited in those opening days. The Clinton School, 111, City Knoll Middle School, PS 158, Yorkville East, MAT, and PS 281. So we're really excited about all of those, and we're looking forward to having more. We are looking forward to our next event, which is a big meet and greet with all elected officials who represent the various elected seats within District 2, city, state, and federal. That event is going to be on October 14th at Baruch Middle School. It's a large event that we have planned, and we are inviting our school leaders, parent leaders, and we're really looking forward to having this opportunity to get together, share, celebrate, and speak with our elected officials, principals, and other school leaders. Another event that we've kicked off this year is our District 2 Book Club. And I want to give a shout out to our CEC, as well as CEC Administrator Chanel Harry, who has been really wonderful in helping to support this. We're looking for more opportunities to connect directly with the District 2 community. And this book club is one of the ways that we're starting to do it. As you all have heard, the district teams have expanded. We have a large number of folks on our teams who are going to be supporting the book club on October 20th. On October 20th, we're going to be hosting this event. We're asking you to find a copy of Beautiful Country by Xiang Julie Wang, who is a graduate of PS 124 and Lab Middle School. So the author is actually going to join us for this book club, talk a little bit about her process of writing the book, her experience as an immigrant to New York City, and then we're going to break into smaller groups to be able to discuss that. This is a flyer that went out to all parent coordinators. The QR code is there if you would like to sign up, and we're really looking forward to connecting with our District 2 families in this way. So please be on the lookout for that. This is our first one of the year, and then we're looking to continue this throughout the year. We'll be welcoming your suggestions of books that we read, as well as other ways that we might connect directly with our district families. As some people maybe had heard, as a part of the process of being rehired as superintendent, I was asked to put together a plan and also name some priorities that we have for our district. And some of those priorities align with the chancellor's pillars. So the 5 priorities that I have here are to ensure that District 2 schools are joyful places where students are energized to learn and thrive academically, socially, and emotionally, increase student enrollment in all grades, create safe, inclusive, and supportive schools for all students, educators, and families, establish structures for communication with our district staff and between our office and key stakeholders that facilitate effective sharing of information and ideas with the entire District 2 community. That book club is just one of those pieces. I'm also going to talk a little bit in a minute about a middle school engagement activity or event that we are going to be hosting in our district. I've been talking with Councilmember DESSA about that over the past few weeks, as well as to develop collaborations with city community leaders and organizations to develop incredible learning opportunities for children and address the challenges faced by our District 2 community members. So hosting these welcome events at the beginning of the year, the meet and greet breakfast on October 14th. We're really looking at having a whole slate of activities throughout the year in order to engage directly with families, build communication, and engage with our city leaders. To see a full review of the plan that I put together, you can use that QR code to take a look at it. I promise it's not too long and there's some nice pictures in there. As I mentioned, and this is certainly a hot topic for tonight, and as we're getting into beginning the school year and starting to think about how it is that our programming and admissions policy will go for the fall 2023, we are going to be hosting a event. This is in partnership between the district and Community Education Council, and opportunities for families to come out and share a little bit more about their ideas in regard to middle school programming and admissions. We are trying to go a little bit deeper into this issue and understand more in regard to what families are looking for. I've had some great conversations with parents and parent leaders across the district at various elementary schools. And so we're looking forward to hosting our first of what I think will be a few events this fall in effort to capture the ideas and thoughts of families who are going to be applying to middle school for the fall 2023. We are looking to create a middle school admissions policy and programs that really meet the needs of all children in our district. We are doing this in partnership with the Chancellor's Office. We're doing this in partnership with the Enrollment Office, but certainly this is my piece here to engage with you all and the broader District 2 community. So please be on the lookout for this flyer, which will be coming around both directly to your elementary schools. It will be posted on Twitter. And there again is a QR code, more QR codes than I've ever made in my entire life in this presentation. But that QR code there is an opportunity to sign up. We do need families to sign up for this event prior to the 28th so that we can send you the link to it. And with that, I'm going to pass it over to our Deputy Superintendent, Reggie Higgins.
Do I have to?
Reggie,
I got it. I got it, Ben. I got it, Ben. Thank you.
I just wasn't sure if you were a co-host. My apologies.
No, that's no problem. So thank you so much, Kelly. I'm really excited to be able to talk about a topic that is really important to me. And I think it's really important to a lot of us. A few days ago, I heard the announcement from the president that the COVID pandemic was over. And I immediately thought about my fellow educators and how we process that information. And I think a lot of you on this call probably feel like I do, that, you know, we're at this moment of reflection as a school system, as a city, as a country, because our kids have experienced like different types of trauma. You know, some kids have dealt with loss, grief, economic disruption of the consistency of their everyday routines, separating from their friends and their families. And all of these experiences have forced us as educators to think differently on the role that schools play. Next slide, please. So we know that Schools are spaces where kids come in to learn and to grow and thrive academically and cognitively. But we also know that schools provide something else. And that something else is that we are there to develop students' social and emotional competence. When kids feel well and kids think better about themselves, they perform better academically. It does result in better life outcomes. We know this. And so when we embrace this idea of the importance of really developing our students' social and emotional competence, what we're also acknowledging is that we know how to ensure our students to be successful as whole citizens, not just students that are able to get good outcomes, but that we are also cultivating good citizens that can change the world. Next slide, please. So what is DESSA? So DESSA is the Devereux Students Strength Assessment, and it's a social emotional learning assessment tool. And what it does, it allows educators to check in with kids. It allows educators to use data to develop tier-based interventions for students. Next slide, please. We use a lot of language, and at our professional learning that we all participated in, we kind of thought about the importance of let's kind of develop a common definition when we talk about social emotional learning. And this comes from the CASEL framework, that social emotional learning is an integral part of education and human development. Social emotional learning is a process through which all young people and adults acquire and apply the knowledge, skills, and attitudes to develop healthy identities, manage emotions, and achieve personal and collective goals, feel and show empathy for others, establish and maintain supportive relationships, and make responsible and caring decisions. Next slide, please. So I'm going to talk a little bit about what does it look like, this whole DESSA. So as I said earlier, DESSA is a CASEL-aligned, standardized norm reference assessment screener. It's completed by educators. It covers both intrapersonal and interpersonal strengths. These are just a few sample items to give you an idea how the adult who completes it, this is what they're actually using. It's a 5-response Likert scale survey where the adult responds to items based on their observation of the student. This is an example of the K-8 version. The assessment is done all online. It's completed after at least 4 weeks of interaction and observation of the student, and it takes up to 5 minutes to rate each student. For the K-8 DESSA screener, there are 40 items, and for the for the 9 to 12, there are 43 items. Next slide, please. One of the things that's different this year about the DESSA screener, for schools, it's optional, but there's a really important piece for parents. In the past, it's really been the educator's responsibility to really contribute information about the student. And so now the DOE has now provided an opportunity for parents and teachers to kind of collaborate on how they both see the child. So I think that it's a very unique opportunity for our parents to participate in the process of really acknowledging how they see their child at home, as well as getting the perception of what that might look like in schools. The DESSA screener is set to begin October the 17th. And so the expectation, if you're interested in contributing, you have to opt in, but also for the DESSA screener, it is optional for families. You do not have to mandate your child to do it. You can opt out of it as well. And that's all I got. Thank you. Back to you, Kelly.
Okay.
Thanks so much, Reggie. I really appreciate that. And Reggie's had the opportunity over the past couple of weeks to not just be trained on how to implement the DESSA screener, but also in really thinking about how it is that we're using it across our schools. So just in closing, we are really looking forward to a fantastic school year. We have I've heard on multiple occasions in my conversations with principals across the district is that they feel as though this is the year in which we are truly getting back. We had schools open last year, but we know that there were huge waves of time that were interrupted by the COVID-19 pandemic, the Omicron variant. We were dealing with that less than a year ago. But this year, people say again and again and again, we are focusing on teaching, we are focusing on curriculum, we are getting ourselves back to the place that we were before the pandemic, and we're going to be even better. We are not looking at the challenges that were faced ahead of us as impossibilities, but we are breaking down barriers to make sure that everything that we want to do is possible. And so we're excited for that. We had a fantastic meeting with all of our principals yesterday at the Museum of Jewish Heritage, who hosted us for a beautiful lunch, a breakfast and lunch there. We did also do a whole lot of work, I promise you, but it was a fantastic event, and a bunch of our educators also had the opportunity to visit the exhibits. So we're looking forward to returning to routines like field trips across the district, and the kind of learning that I think that you expect your children to receive in our District 2 schools. So we're excited for it, and we look forward to having you in our schools, which I said is a message that I've been sending again and again and again to our district leaders. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Superintendent McGuire, and I love that message. Thank you for sharing that. And we have some council members here who have some questions for you or for Reggie as well. So, all right, let's Councilmember Quat, you have your hand raised.
Thank you very much, Superintendent McGuire and Deputy Assistant Superintendent Higgins. It was great to meet you guys in person, and also Chanel as well, AA. I kept walking around with my fingers like this because I got used to seeing boxes. So I think the first questions I have are for Superintendent McGuire. You talked about engagement about middle schools. Is this, Chancellor Banks is saying he's going to come out with a decision on the admissions policy very soon, and you've got yours scheduled on the 28th. Are you tipping that there's a decision by then? Or are you still making, is that still a discussion and an engagement, real engagement with families to understand what they're looking for in middle school, including admissions policies? So that's my first question. So you can answer that, please. Thank you.
No, I appreciate that. I have not received a date that Chancellor Banks is making an announcement about middle or high school admissions. And I haven't been given any criteria or content in regard to what that announcement might be. I am reading the tea leaves on this, which has been him saying again and again and again that he wants district superintendents in this new iteration to engage directly with communities. But I think regardless of the messaging that he's shared, this is the right time for us to do this. As a few people mentioned, the pause on screens was initiated during the pandemic or as a result of the pandemic. And so we're anticipating that there is going to be a relook at how it is that kids enroll in middle and in high school. But we want to create a enrollment and engagement plan that is, or excuse me, an enrollment and admission plan that is built on engagement with the community. So it is so important for families to come out and share, both at our community education council meetings, but also on the 28th. So the 28th is, we're just pulling it together quickly. I know that everybody would like for the policy and admissions decision to be made quickly. It benefits everybody to make it in time for families to be able to make a good decision about where they want to have their children apply to middle school. And so that's, we're getting it started. This is just the first step.
Thank you, because I just worry that it's a, you're saying engagement. When we did the whole Brilliant NYC, it was called engagement, but it was not. So I just want truth in advertising, with respectfully asking for that. So thank you. So I have a question for Deputy Superintendent Higgins. It was great to meet you. I didn't mention to you when you were at PS 111 is that I was the parent who advocated the PTA to pay for soccer goals because we have a turf field. My son plays soccer. I don't know what they did with it. They had construction work in the pandemic. It's gone. So I would have loved to show you that the kids can play soccer in that school. Can you show me your slides again for the DESSA questionnaire? There's a question that caught my eye. If you don't mind, just sharing that screen. So if you could just zoom that out, it's hard for me to see. My eyes ain't what they used to be. So question number 2. Never, rarely, occasionally, frequently, very frequently. If that was a never, is that a positive thing or a negative thing? Would that draw concern if a student, as was observed to not keep trying when unsuccessful? Would that draw educators concerned if the kid's like, I'm not trying anymore because I'm not successful?
So I think that it's a piece of information that the teacher would use to kind of think about how am I going to, maybe support this student in learning to develop some of the habits where when they are confronted with something that's challenging, what are some things that I could provide to them, or how can we model the expected behavior in the classroom? Some kids they just haven't had a lot of experience because maybe when they entered school, it was right after the pandemic. And so it's their first time being back in the building. They're not at home. They're with a large group of folks. And so the teacher is building this relationship with the student, but it's very mindful of like this particular data point. And the great thing about the DESSA screener is that it is tracked over a period of time. And so at certain points, you might see something that's very glaring. And at the end of the school year, it might rate very differently. And that's the expectation that kids will be able to develop some of these habits. I think a lot of our schools have put what we would call tier 1 interventions around some of their social emotional learning frameworks. Some schools use like Second Step at middle school. They might use responsive classroom, pre-K is using emotionally responsive practice, just different ways of helping kids to develop the expected habits around some of these behaviors. But it is something for the teacher to be mindful of and to be aware of. I think.
Thank you. So we would say that we want the child to be, to keep trying, even though he or she was unsuccessful at first, right? We want to build success through grit and persistence. Right, correct. That's a positive thing to develop.
Yes.
So I'm sorry. I apologize for using this example at your expense, so to speak, because this speaks everything you want to know about lottery versus merit, academic screens. Because if a kid has tried and given all the effort and then did not succeed at first, but tried and tried again, as the old adage goes, but then you have a lottery thrown at the kid for a life outcome, the next step, that is going to bring that measure down to never. And that will be very negative SEL results. It is a very thing we don't want to see in our children. It is an effort and grit and control over their own destiny. I am the captain of my soul. I'm the master of my future. That talks about that. And if you put in lotteries, a lot of these kids, low-income disadvantaged kids, the migrant kids, homeless kids, they were dealt a bad hand at birth. They lost the lottery at birth. But they have the control now that we want to support them to give themselves a chance. We want to be there every step of the way. But we don't want to give the last thing we want to do now is to throw them into another lottery where they have no optionality based on their control of their own efforts and this measures that we were trying to support. It would be counter to everything that we're trying to get our kids towards with your measure of the DESSA measure. Thank you very much. I apologize for using your example, but it was a prime opportunity. Thank you.
Council Member Daniela Igorov. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Kelly. Thank you for the presentation, Reggie. I have three comments, questions on the things that were said. First, about DESSA. I actually don't have an opinion on DESSA, but I just got so many messages of parents like, this is a no for me. I don't want my kid to go through this. I understand that some people in our community have concerns. And so I just want to make sure that we have the information how people can opt out. And I made a note to myself that I need to read more about what are people's concerns. And so just really let's make sure that our families have the information how to opt out for the families who are not comfortable with their kids going through this evaluation. And then the other two things that I want to say, I commend Kelly that you're doing this middle school engagement. I know you know that it's a huge problem. Part of me wants, to believe that this is going to be productive and all of that, but I think our community is just so tired of like fake engagement, and we have now so much data. And I know you have even more than I have, but if I look at my inbox of the emails that I received that you were copied, we know the schools the parents want to leave, right? We know the middle schools, the parents are desperate to get transfer out from the middle schools. The parents are desperate trying to get transfer out. We know the schools that have lost so much enrollment because people don't like the curriculum, don't like the leadership, for any number of reasons. They don't think it fits their kids. And we know the schools that parents wanted to get in. We know. They fight with enrollment office, enrollment keeps, sometimes the parents call the school says, oh, I have space. And then they call the enrollment officers, no, they don't have space. And parents, enrollment officers, sometimes I feel it's like playing with parents' lives, saying, no, I want you to go to this school, not to that school, even though like the leadership of that school told that parent on the phone, yes, there is space and I can accommodate your child. And so we have that data. We have numbers over the last few years about which middle schools people in our district want to go to and which schools people in our district do not want to go to, and they are desperate to get out. And so my question is, why don't we just offer more of what families actually want in our district for middle school?
I do think that is part of what it is that we're trying to get at with this. There are a certain number, I am here on behalf of all of the different middle schools that are in our district. It is my goal, and I think it's our collective goal, but I feel like sometimes it gets lost a little bit when we don't recognize that some of the schools that are not necessarily, aren't the schools that have the highest number of applications currently, are schools where there is great and amazing potential to be able to provide a resource and the type of education that all of our families really need and want. So I think that's what we're trying to do in this round of engagement. And I will say that in the Brilliant NYC event, I did actually ask people questions and ask them to provide written feedback. This is a really important activity for us to do, event for us to do, and to hear directly from families. I have also been meeting with teachers and school leaders in our district as well to get their perspective. And there's a wide variety of perspectives on what type of middle school program people feel would be best for kids, just in terms of coming directly from the teacher and principal side. It certainly is not just one-sided. So I think that it is a real challenge in a district that is as big as ours and as diverse as ours. And so I think the goal is to try to really think about how is it that we can create as many programs across the district that will really serve the needs and interests of families, that will really be educationally sound for all kids, and will be the kinds of schools where we're not going to have to come back to the admissions and enrollment policy every time there's a new mayor. I think that has been incredibly challenging on our parents, that they have to decipher whatever the admissions and enrollment policy is every time somebody new is elected. And I know that that's what this chancellor wants to do. It certainly is what I want to do as a district leader. And so I'm looking forward to it. I mean, I think that this is going to need to be a quick engagement period. And by quick, I mean, we can't have this conversation into 2023. We can't have this conversation late into the winter. We have to get it going now. And so next week is just the start of how it is that we're beginning to talk with families. I know that CEC has done quite a bit of this already as well. And I want to dig in more. And so that's what next week is about.
I agree with you that there is a variety of opinions, and I mean, we just saw here, and of needs, but there's clearly more demand for some types of school than from some others. There's clearly, that cannot be denied. There are some schools that people are dying to get in, and some schools that people are dying to get out of there. And so even if we all think that that type of school is better, parents don't want their kids there. And maybe a very small number of parents. And so I really think that it is not the role of DOE to try to convince us that this school now it's great. I think we should, I believe in parent choice and school choice. And that's why I really think that our role should be to meet the demand in our community, which is very clear about what type. The numbers don't lie. Even if there is a diversity of opinions, whoever wants some schools, they can get there. There's no wait list for some schools, and there's clearly a wait list for some others. And my last comment is, you mentioned that like our schools are warm and welcoming, and if we could get in, and I'm so glad that now we're getting tours again. We really need to urge schools to open up for parents. I'm a parent of a kindergarten student. I could not walk my son inside the classroom the first day. I cannot go there on his birthday to read the story. It has to be by Zoom. He already had 2 years of preschool on COVID. He already did not have me there for any of his birthdays. I could not volunteer at his class like I did with my older son. We don't know that it's warm and welcoming because we're not being invited inside the schools. And I trust his teacher 100%. I don't have any concern because she was the teacher of my older son. Like, that's not a concern of mistrust or anything. And I love, the school, but parents are not being invited inside the classrooms. And so we don't know how warm and welcome it is. We cannot be involved. And then we're not committed. And you know even better than I how this is destroying some schools in our district. There are schools now that were thriving communities that now cannot even recruit enough parents to serve at the PTA because people are not being welcomed. They're not committed to the schools, and everybody's thinking about their backup plan. And so I really, really urge the district to really welcome parents inside the classrooms, inside the school buildings, regardless of their COVID vaccination status.
Thanks for sharing that, Danielle. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Councilmember Doss, Vice President Doss. You have your hand raised? You can't hear you.
I had a question for Reggie. Question for you, the DESSA screenings. I know that SEL is important to a lot of parents and families and students, but I also hear from other parents and students, and I hear this from my daughter herself, actually, that they're tired of social emotional learning, that they wish they would just proceed with just learning. Any thoughts and comments there? I think you're muted. Is he not able to unmute?
Yes, I'm unmuted. So yeah, thank you, Kush, for that question. I think that, my background is working in an elementary school, and the way social emotional learning works, I think, is applicable in all schools because there are two processes that we engage in. The first is what we call an inviting space, where we create emotional safety, where kids feel confident that they can take risks, where they can engage in the content, and that the other part of the work is what we call a containing space, where they're actually being exposed to the curriculum. It's not one or the other. It's not either or, it's yes and so you actually do need to be able to do both, and when done well, it's not like the child is losing something. In fact, they're gaining. I think that there are great examples across District 2 where I have seen social emotional learning like really integrated into the curriculum, where kids actually feel that this is a value because they have an opportunity to kind of talk about things that maybe they can't talk with their family members, or maybe they have difficulty talking with their friends, but they find the language and they find the ways to communicate what their own thoughts or feelings are about what they're experiencing. I think one of the things about this pandemic that really has been a tell is that the adults are easy or ready to easily transition back, because as adults, we've developed coping skills and mechanisms for when things happen. These are still kids, and so they still need us to kind of model for them different ways of learning and experiencing and feeling and talking about their ideas. So I think that there is a personal reason that kids should engage in this work. And I think that when done well, it's not like kids are losing out from like the core instruction. It's actually a benefit for it.
I'm just responding to the eye rolls that I see from her, literally. Not prompted by me. I try my best to hide that, but I see it, and I see it in so many of her friends, and
I will say,
and perhaps that points to what you said, they've done well, kind of thing.
Yeah. And I totally get that. When I first started teaching, I worked in a very different district, and it was a district that was very economically challenged. And so the focus was just on outcomes. And we never acknowledged like what kids were going through in their personal lives. Like it really wasn't important. And now that I see that we are in this space, so we understand that until you address like some of those human issues, you can't really get to where they need to be academically. And so I empathize with your daughter, especially if she's in a situation when the work's not being done well. It can be frustrating, but I'm so fortunate that I've seen across District 2 where our SEL frameworks that are being used across schools are done very well. And I think that a lot of our students benefit from it.
Okay, thank you. And one more, sorry, Robin. Kelly, regarding the 28th date, did we announce a time? I don't know if you mentioned it or not, but we agreed it was 6:30. What do we do? And you're muted.
You're muted.
CEC time.
CEC time, 6:30.
Yeah.
And are you still planning for an hour and a half, or were you considering 2 after our last conversation?
Let's start it with an hour and a half, but I'm willing to stay on and listen as long as we need to.
Okay. Just thought I'd clarify for the parents. So 6:30 to 8 on the 28th, which is not that far away, a week from today.
Councilmember Kelleher, Robin Kelleher, please.
Hi, thank you for the presentation, Kelly and Reggie. I just want to sort of jump on what Daniela was saying about it is great to be back in the schools in a sense. I'm on the PA currently at lab. There's also such a sense of anxiety and dread that is felt. I think Alexander Shilkret said it well when he said, like, instead of hello to one another and to new parents, it's like, what are we going to do? And I have an 8th grader. I know that he would burst out into tears the other night when we explained to him, that we don't know what's going to happen, and there's a good chance that he might not get any of his choices. And that we'll have to make some very difficult decisions as a family. And I think it's, I just read what Janie said in the chat. I hope everyone looks at it because she's giving her time. I mean, sometimes this job that we do, this unpaid job, is like 10, 20 hours a week. It's crazy. And I just want to read that she said, I went through this high school process this year. It was demoralizing to tell my kid his likelihood of getting into any of the schools on his list was extremely low. Our lottery number was the equivalent of bottom 2%. He was allocated to a school not on our list. There's something wrong with the system when parents and families feel they have no tangible way to guide their kids in such formative years of schooling. And that dread that Janie is talking about is felt all over. And it's just, I feel like we're hiding behind, yay, we're back in the building. It's good times, when really there's so much anxiety. Children are depressed and scared. I can't tell you how many people call me on a regular basis. You know this, Kelly, because I talked to you about it, needing transfers. And a lot of them are in a bad place. They see the anxiety in their parents. They don't have, the finances to have backups like privates. They can't move out of the city. I just would think we need to be realistic when we talk about, I love that you're trying to be optimistic. I really hope that what you said about the district having some say and having, independence from one another is true. And I hope that's the case. But I just want to echo that we have to really put ourselves in one another's shoes and realize that there's a lot of anxiety and depression and dread going on right now. And I don't think District 2 can handle another year like last year. And with class size matters on top of all this, I mean, I don't even know what to tell parents when they ask me. And our PA parents, like trying to recruit PA parents to get involved the way they did when my son was in 6th grade is unreal. Jennifer knows this. No one steps up anymore. No one wants to be a volunteer. Everyone's thinking about their escape route. And that's just sad. It's not how it should be. And it doesn't benefit the children. It doesn't benefit our students to have parents who are constantly, anxious about the future. I could go on, but I'm not. So thank you.
Can I just confirm? I mean, I think that when I heard you say children being in a bad place, you're referring to them like mentally, or the family being in a bad place, something like that. You're not talking about.
I think children, my children certainly feel the anxiety that is like very pervasive in our house.
But you're not talking about schools being bad places, right?
I don't think the school. No. I mean, but
just wanted to confirm it.
No, because it was at Lab Middle the other day, and the turnout for the meetings is very low, and the volunteer level is very low, and a lot of that is when we talk to parents about it, they're like, I can't commit to anything. I don't even know if I'll be here in a couple of months. We're looking at houses outside the city. We're thinking about taking extra jobs. We're thinking about charter. And I don't have any advice. And it feels very helpless to be involved in a community education council and have access to people like you and people like Jennifer, and to not be able to give them sound direction. And when people come and need safety transfers, it might not be external threats, but internal threats, because students feel, students who maybe already were on borderline dealing with anxiety and depression now are kind of pushed over the edge, and they don't want to go where Family Welcome Center is sending them. They want to go places where they feel safe and where they might be able to stay for more than a year or two. The longevity of a school, to have to bounce from one school to another, and then another admissions process. I think it's taking a toll, and I citywide, I know that's true. But I want to advocate for districts having a say in what the needs of their constituents are.
Thank you. If there are any, there's Councilmember Janey.
Yeah, so I wanted to point out, I was a data point of someone leaving the system last year. I have since discovered over 50 families that were in 8th grade that have exited the system. I think this year it's going to continue in a much more organized fashion, because parents are getting a lot smarter about, okay, every family who can have a backup plan, they're all going to have backup plans now. So, and I feel bad, because I do think the New York City Department of Education has good bones. The bones are there. It just needs to be organized in the right way. And my kids currently are at a phenomenal middle school. And I think there are great opportunities, but it's just got to be organized right. But I will tell you, next year is going to be worse, because families are much more organized this year than they were last year. I got to tell you, they're half the families started the process late in terms of exploring other alternatives. This year already, I have a host of families who are currently in 7th grade trying to figure out what they should do for 9th grade. So, the exodus is going to continue, and it's going to be more organized unless parents have, alternatives that they're happy with and feel like they have control or some input in the process, other than saying, well, if you get a bad lottery number, can't really help you. If you get a good one, you're good as gold. If you're somewhere in between, we have to explore every possibility on earth. It's just, that system doesn't make sense. Anyway, thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Janey. Thank you, Superintendent Kelly McGuire, and thank you, Deputy Superintendent Reginald Higgins. I appreciate your presentations today. All right. The next item on our agenda is the any committee updates. I know the School Safety Committee has a new meeting coming up. If you want to discuss that, or any other council member who wants to discuss their committee updates.
Yeah, so we have, Rob and I are co-chair of the School Safety Committee, and we have one scheduled for, I believe it's October 12th. We should be sending the invitation, the email, very soon. So this was, we've been receiving, emails and concerns about issues of safety since last year. And as was mentioned before, on Friday, there was a shooting incident at the playground behind PS 198 and PS 77 lower lab with pellet guns. There's an article I'm going to put here for people to see, but multiple little kids were shot, including a parent. A parent was shot on the face. And apparently the older children who did this are already known troublemakers in the region. And so we really want to make sure that, I've received, I cannot tell you how many messages I received this weekend about this. We want to make sure that the DOE, the NYPD officials really have a chance to understand what parents are going through with safety issues around and inside our schools.
Thank you, Daniela. Councilmember Igor. Are there any? I go there. Councilmember Neal. Neal, do you have?
I think we've taken up enough time talking about STH. Obviously, I think we could talk about this all night and it wouldn't be enough, but I think Iris gave the most recent and best update on this. So I will be working with her and amongst the other also council members who most frequently come to the STH meeting to hopefully schedule something maybe for October 13th or very soon after that.
All right, thank you very much. All right, the next item on our agenda is number 9, discussion of providing opportunities to
Admissions and Diversity Committee.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
We
Councilmember Doss.
actually have quite a bit. So we've already made an announcement, or Kelly did already, for upcoming meeting on the 28th for middle school, specifically middle school enrollment. By the way, I would add on to what Kelly said. From what my reading the tea leaves, I think the chancellor is expected to make an announcement on high school admissions, but not necessarily middle school admissions soon. And I too think the answer is left unclear as to how much is left to district. Again, maybe that's wishful thinking on my part, but that's what I personally think. But for whatever that's worth, it may be all for naught at the end of this week. We'll know soon enough. This is my 2 cents. Aside from that, I would point out on the high school front, my goal was to try to have an engagement session on the high school as well. And we did try to work that out. I had lined up, with Robin's help, I had lined up the high school superintendent, our superintendent, Kelly McGuire, CCA, a member, president of CCHS, who also is our Manhattan representative, members of our CC president, me and Robin for the diversity admissions, as well as Len representing President's Council. I also tried to have deputy chancellors there, but that didn't happen, wasn't to be. My intent was to have that be a public meeting. That was not enrollment's understanding of the event, so it was held privately, not by my choice. In any case, we discussed at length the fact that district priority, the lack thereof, and what it's done for our students. I don't think I thought that it was only 11% of our students. I was off by my number, but 11% is a rather large number. 11% is if you take in the SHSAT specialized high school results. The 11%, yes, does drop to 11%. Both are still large numbers. It's also, as we made clear in multiple resolutions, it's the largest district by far, largest percentage in one of the largest districts. So it's a large number of students, and we think unacceptable going forward. In any case, summary there. Also during this time, I did have the opportunity to meet the Secretary of Education of the United States. It was an event that Kelly invited actually President Morden to, who could not attend, and I was able to attend in his stead. It was arranged by, correct me if I'm wrong, it was Congresswoman, I'm blanking on her name right now.
Nydia Velasquez.
Thank you. And her district's a little odd. It cuts through, correct me if I'm wrong, it's like 14, 15, 16, educational districts 14, 15, 16, 28 or something, and then District 2 and a piece of District 1. So it was an odd collection of districts that were there, but CEC presidents or vice presidents from all those districts did attend, and it ended up being a roundtable, and whatever, he got a chance to speak, and it was mostly regarding what worked and didn't work during COVID. And that was basically it. Did I miss anything, Robin? Anything you want to add?
No.
All right. Okay, so now we'll move on to item 9. Discussion on providing opportunities to all high schools, including non-D2 publics, charter, and private schools to present information using CECD2 resources for District 2 dissemination and student recruitment. Let me first explain that. In the past 2 weeks, I've had the opportunity to meet with a number of high schools. 4 of them were situated in D2, but they are no longer District 2 high schools. I believe they're not. They're most of them are just citywide. And so in the past, in the 3+ years that I've been here, I think we've only had one presentation from a high school. It was affiliated with Bard, but it was also a Brooklyn school. They did a presentation. I forget the exact name of it, but as an option for D2 students to attend. The number of schools that I spoke with, it had to do with parent coordinator positions, but that's not the point. The point is these principals are excited to talk to our community and also disseminate information, whether it's using the CECD2 social media, which would be Twitter or a website, or even speak to our council families, our community. The same with, we've also had high schools reach out to us from today. We had a high school, Vertex, and it's a charter in Brooklyn, the Bronx, and they've reached out to ask if they could send information to families in District 2. I haven't received any information from private schools, but regarding sending out information to our D2 community. We haven't done this in the past, but as a consequence of the difficulty for our students getting into high schools, getting their choices, I believe it's important and for us to expand the universe of where students can apply to. And yes, we're representatives of students in DOE schools, but yes, we're also representative of families in 49 schools who are looking to find appropriate schools for their children after they leave 8th grade. So we have resources, we have email lists, we have social media, and I just wanted to bring it up as a motion to put forward to the council. Would it be a motion to allow to enable District 2 to send PSAs, public service announcements, to our communities about high schools that are citywide, charters, and private? Also to send PSAs, to place PSAs on our website, and to even encourage greater communication with our committees to hold discussions with families about high schools and allowing other high schools to disseminate information. This is not a choice that I want to make as the president. I want to be transparent and let the council decide. And that's why I put forward a motion, and also putting forward this motion in order to also allow for debate amongst parents during, not debate, but allow them to have an opportunity to speak about it during the second public speaking session. I see a bunch of hands up. Councilmember Janey, yes.
Yeah, I think public service announcements for citywide high schools and charter schools make sense. I feel like private schools or Catholic schools may be a little weird, given that we're a, even a public, civic entity. That's my 2 cents.
Okay. Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Neal.
Same. I think that this body is charged with being representatives for public schools, and I think this is a slippery slope. I could see a world in which these kinds of things are aggregated on a website, but not using our constant contact or sources of information. As a D2 parent, I would be very unhappy with knowing that my email was being used for the dissemination of information based on anything other than public school information.
Just one quick question for clarification. You said the same, meaning with Councilmember Janey, that you agree with both public and charter? And
well, I also think that the dissemination, without it being comprehensive of all of the opportunities, ends up looking like we are giving selective advertisement. So I think public schools only is the mandate for the CECD2.
Councilmember Silverman.
Can I just ask, just so we're clear, when we talk about dissemination of information, what exactly are we thinking about?
That's why I'm trying to bring this up here.
No, I mean, are we talking about, I'm sorry, Ben, I mean, are we talking about having guest speakers? Are we talking about, mailing list as Ushma talks about? Or, I mean, I just try to get what we're talking about.
Okay, here's an example. Hudson River School, I spoke with the principal. They have links to, and that's a public citywide. They have links to to events that they're having, or videos of tours of their school. So that would be something that we could disseminate, whether through an email or Twitter. Same with, you know, charter school or you know, high schools in general. What is the fine line that the council will agree to or not agree to? You
Well,
know,
can I just say one thing? I'm not sure if this is even applicable, but I know that I just received something about opting out in the mail. So I'm wondering if I mean, would that be applicable? Could you have an I mean, could you opt out of not receiving this information? It's just really, I'm sure there's some legal issues here that I'm not grasping that maybe would be applicable to the council. I mean, if someone's going to access our website and sees all this information, they can't obviously opt out of that. But a mailing list, would you have to opt out of a CC mailing list? I'm just saying, I can see where it's just opening a can of worms, or I actually was thinking of Pandora's box, but I mean, I don't know what the legal ramifications are, if any. I mean, I don't know.
Councilmember Hernandez?
Yeah, I don't think it's appropriate for us to be soliciting any charter schools, especially when I've heard for months on end regarding the concern of disenrollment of public schools. I think retention was one of the biggest asks. And if I think I've heard some families at our council meeting speak about leaving the public schools for charter schools. And why would we want to push on that? Not to mention, I will just state the simple fact that charters do lottery, and somehow it's okay for them to do the lottery, but not for public schools. But I think we really need to focus our efforts and our work and our collaboration with the DOE in meaningful ways that we could actually be productive within the public school system, that we actually have some oversight over, and that we have some influence and advisory role, as little as that is.
Councilmember Daniela Igorov. Daniela.
No, I applaud you, Ben, for bringing this, because I think, you know, probably all of us received these emails like, you know, my child was assigned to this school. This is a no, like, there's no way that I'm going to allow my child to go to the school because it's not a good fit. What are the other options? And as you said, like, sometimes we don't know what to tell parents, right? And so I think if there was, I mean, I don't want them to come here and present in our meetings. Our meetings are already way too long. But I think if there is something that we can, both for middle and for high school, just say, like, here are the options that exist that are citywide, and particularly that, you know, you don't have to pay, that are public. Or if there is like some school that has a scholarship, I think it's very important for us to just be able to offer this, because we have so many parents who reach out and like, what should I do? And like, I don't know what to tell them.
I just, before I get to you, Councilmember Kwok, I do want to alert that to all council members, on our website, we do have a link at the bottom of our homepage, or not that far down, but that is a link to a new high school program at the High School for Language and Diplomacy, where people could find out information. It's a DOE school. It's a new program that they're establishing. You know, this is an example of what I'm, you know, putting forward here. But since receiving so many requests recently, I want to make sure that the resources that we use are all agreed to by the council, and something that I want to be completely transparent and make a decision together with the council. Yes, Councilmember Kwok.
Yes, hi, thank you very much, President Morden, for bringing this up and stating in this manner. I think this is the appropriate way of discussing it, and I really appreciate it. even-handedness of this approach. First of all, all tonight we've been talking about how parents are very concerned, how families are very concerned, and they're leaving. The data is in. You can say that people can claim that, oh, parents don't want this and that, but they're not there to tell you that they want this or that because they left. And that tells you, with the enrollments at the high demand schools, which have been screens, and the departure from schools where the academics is not, the number one priority, that's not the focus. People are leaving. There's an imbalance of certain schools, so they're voting. So, and first of all, I think I've said before, my duty, we talk a lot about fiduciary duties in the financial world, but my fiduciary duty to, in my role, is to the families and students, not to school, not to the DOE, certainly not to the UFT. Someone told me there's a conflict of interest on the chat. Well, I think a monopoly of UFT run schools, controlled schools, that is a conflict. When they tell you there's no other choice, they shouldn't go out anywhere. And only competition will make improvements. If no one else went to other schools, wouldn't we be talking about this? If parents and families didn't leave to other schools, even homeschooling, they'd rather homeschool, put the effort in themselves to teach their own children. That's how bad it is. There's a rise in homeschooling, there's a rise in charter school admissions. They don't always leave New York City, they stay, they go to charters, religious schools. And charter schools are public schools. FSF funding goes to charter schools. Charter schools are listed on DOE materials, and they tell you how to enroll in them, how to contact them. And not all charter schools are lottery. For instance, there's a school that Chancellor Banks has modeled the dyslexia program on. It's a dyslexia charter school. So they screen for dyslexia students with dyslexia, and to support them. And charter schools are meant to be competition, to build innovation and different ways of approaching how to teach and reach, and some of them are highly successful, and you cannot deny that. Some of them have higher results than the wealthiest schools in the state or across the country. And it is our responsibility not to hold off on any information if we do get that, and to share it. Now, do I put a limit on public charters? Yes, I think private schools are, they have the resources, or religious schools, they have their own channels of reaching out to students. But if people ask me what are those choices, I'm going to tell them, right? Just even if it's not under purview, if someone has trouble at school and gets injured, do I not tell them go to the police or go to the doctor, because it's the doctors and the police are not under the DOE, under CEC purview per se, or the superintendent's purview? No, we help our families who elected us. And if they go somewhere else, they won't elect us anymore, that's fine. I'm fine with that. I've done my job, I've helped them because they elected me to help them. So that's my view. And I think, nothing changes unless there is real competition and real people leaving and changing. Burger King won't get better, if there's no McDonald's, so McDonald's will get better. And, we talk about this just with soft drinks or water. We need competition in education as well. It's something as important as education. We can no longer just have one system where there's no other choices. And if we can help them, let them know, especially in this kind of time, if only to push DOE to provide better education. And the resolution that I co-sponsored, right? I helped co-write, is an example of me trying to find more and increase enrollment in the DOE schools. So I'm doing my part there, but because I have the interest of the families and students of our district at heart. All the solutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Kwok. Councilmember Doss, VP Doss.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Ushma, not to put you on the spot, but it still wasn't clear to me. For public schools, you do or do not are not including charters as part
Public charter schools are public schools. They get
no. Chen, you were clear. Ushma,
okay, thank you.
Ushma wasn't clear. I'm not.
What I was saying was this council tends to be like, in fact, there was question about whether or not we should have liaisons for any schools for which Kelly was not superintendent.
Right.
So my thought is, if we're not supposed to be representing those schools, that are D2 schools, that are public DOE schools, why are we then also including this big tent? I'm not saying we don't have the information somewhere. I'm just saying we don't forward every single email about this to everyone.
Okay. So yeah, I'm conflicted on this. So the full disclosure, I mean, one of the reasons when I ran for CEC, I said that my daughter had been to a gen ed school, a charter school, and a G&T school when I ran, and that is true. And there are things that I like and dislike about actually each one of those types of schools. I think the difference here, though, is that we also don't represent high schools broadly speaking, yet we have resolutions that address them. And I think the issue here is at the end of the day, 18% of District 2 high school students didn't get a match at that level. And even if you want to take into account the specialized high school, that's 11% of the kids. Back of the envelope calculation, to me, that's 269, 270 kids that didn't get a seat anywhere. And I do agree with Chan in one sense that we have an obligation to present them with options, and it is public, and he is correct. On the DOE website, there are plenty of options where you can look up information on charter schools. So to that extent, I think it's more the issue of the fact that we have all these kids in our district that are unmatched. I'm not suggesting that we advocate for middle school or elementary school private schools. But given the situation of where our students are at today, I don't think it's an unreasonable request. Yeah, that being said, and it is I think it's definitely conflicting the thing that we argued against it, and there's retention. We argued for retaining people. Yes, we want to retain people, but that hasn't happened. They didn't get a seat at a public school anywhere in New York City, but certainly not in Manhattan or a district. So that battle has already been lost, and we're giving them options other than that. So I don't think it's out of the question. I don't think the question or proposition that Chen asked is unreasonable in that regard. And yeah, I don't love the fact that charter schools are lottery either. However, I do think it is a topic that comes up frequently in CECs and definitely in the PEP. And I do think for all the equity warriors and social justice warriors, I think it's criminal how they're treated, because the majority of charter school students tend to be of Black and brown ethnicities, and an increasing number of them are Asian. And I don't see how it's equitable at all that these parents have said that what they were being offered by the DOE is insufficient, and I'm going to put my kid here, or at least consider it as an option. And then for equity warriors to continually rail against it makes no sense to me.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Doss. Councilmember Silverman? Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just having a kind of hard time wrapping my brain around what I'm actually hearing. I mean, we are elected representatives from a public school system. We ran as representatives of public school system. I mean, am I actually hearing that we are advocating, or some members are advocating, to promote charter schools in thinking that that's going to somehow create some competition or more action on behalf of the Department of Education? I am here not only to represent the parents, but to do everything I can to improve the public school system as best I can, to make sure it's as responsive as it can be, to try to get as much information and transparency and on all these issues, and try to offer my input and as an advisory role as best I can. I am not here to promote private schools as competition for public schools to give parents other options. I agree that yes, we have parents that are leaving the district. I think that's terrible. And that's why I am going to do everything that I can to work within the system to make the system better and improve the system and make it more responsive and more transparent, and work with the administration to do that. I have a real problem, and I really have a significant conflict just in my brain of thinking that I'm here to advocate to push forward a charter school as an option and try to create some sort of competition. I'm not trying to be difficult or anything, but I think our duty is to really serve our elected positions and in the roles that we have. And I understand what you're saying about representing parents, and our parents' interests diverge in so many different areas, and we kind of get caught up in this whole admission thing sometimes. I think, again, we're kind of getting afar about what our really roles and responsibilities are here. So I take exception if we're talking about promoting private school options here. I don't think that's the way to go about it. I think the way to go about it is to try to do in the ways that each of us with our conscience feels is appropriate, to try to improve the system that we have. And that's why we were elected. And that's why we are representatives of our constituents, is our public school. We work within a public schools. We are the District 2 Community Board, Department of Education, Board of Education, whatever it is, Department of Education, District 2 Community Education Council. We're not some group that's outside of that organization. So I'm just my 2 cents. So again, I'm not understanding the logic here, but that's just my thoughts. I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but I'm here to do the best I can about working within this system and doing everything I can to improve this system, not trying to promote another system, hoping that somewhere down the line it's going to make this system better.
Thank you, Councilman Silverman. Just for the record, there has not been any PSA for any non-DOE public school. Okay, I would like, before pushing forward this motion, I would like to wait till after the second public speaking session to hear feedback from families if they want to weigh in or not. That's their prerogative. Okay. The next, and thank you everyone for your feedback. The next item was an agenda item put forward by Councilmember Kwok, discussion of a new public high school option for students who do not get one of their 12 selections.
Yeah, President Morton, I think, we had speakers from Vertex School, the high school. I think they spoke enough about that. I did post their link. I think this is what you brought up in the previous agenda item, I think spoke to what I also want to discuss. So I think that's been covered off pretty much by that. But so I might just post their website again, just for informational, because I do believe families are desperate, and it is our responsibility to give advice, and especially it's a public charter school. It takes public funds, FSF, so it is within and with a school leader who has a track record, with public prep schools, the girls prep and the boys prep schools. So I will leave it to our discussion after the public session to continue on this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Kwok. All right, and now item 11 on our agenda, discussion of resolutions. All right, resolution 204. Are there council members with any questions or concerns for the sponsors of the or statements to make as well? Yep, Councilmember Igorov, yes.
I just have a statement to make, and I'm going to explain why I'm going to support this resolution. And I want to address some of the comments that were made during the public session. One particular comment really stuck with me that I'm going to paraphrase, but I really try to get. They said, like, your child doesn't need rigor. They need to learn to deal with people with different backgrounds. We shouldn't be concerned that people are living in New York City because they have misconceptions about education. And here's my request. Let's stop telling parents what their children need, what education their children need. Let's give parents what they think their children need. You know nothing about my family to tell me that my child doesn't need rigor and needs to learn with different backgrounds. My children live in a house now where there is a refugee family from Ukraine. We are one of the double ups families. My children go to Brazil every year and stay in vastly different situations than where they grow up. And so people should stop telling families what our children need. We know our children need, and we choose the schools that we think are the best fit. And the only role that GOE should play is to meet demand with supply of schools. They should see what people want and be able to offer that. And the data is clear. There are some schools that everybody wants to get to, and there are some schools that people are desperate to get out of. And so, if you think your child doesn't need rigor and they need something else, I don't even know if that speaker has a child or not. God bless you. I support your choice for your child. But you don't come here and you tell me what my child needs or doesn't need. And you do not tell our community what we need. And that's why we want acceleration. We think our children need acceleration. They need to be able to take advanced courses when they are ready to. And we are going to keep fighting. And you don't get to tell us what our children need.
Councilmember Silverman, yes.
I think from a practical standpoint, there's a lot of stuff thrown in this resolution. I think we covered everything but the kitchen sink. I am going to vote in favor of it, but I do want to acknowledge for people out there that I recognize that that the metrics that we've had in the past, that there are still people who are affected by the fact that people didn't test last year. That there were people who missed, students who missed portions, as one of the speakers, I believe, pointed out earlier, that because due to COVID or situations with their families. But I recognize that, and I think that's something that we need to consider. I am supporting the resolution, but I would hope that, I think that when you look at admissions and screens, I just hope that we can really come up with a plan for this district, and if that is the way that it's going to go, and if there is going to be some control turned over district-wise, I hope we can come up with a plan that we really can try to address the concerns that everyone has. I know that's a lot to hope for and a lot to wish for. I do think we need academic rigor in this district. I think we need some place, absolutely, for high-performing kids, and I think we have to balance that against the needs of the kids who aren't always in that situation. I think we need to address children with IEPs. I think there's a lot of different constituencies, again, that we have to serve, but I am not in favor of a lottery system. I think that it was enacted specifically because of the emergencies, and now it's time to really try to work hard to come up with solutions that really can solve these issues. And I think I'm confident that if it is a district situation, or if it is turned over to the districts, that Superintendent McGuire and hopefully with our input, we come up with something that's really gonna have enough in it for everyone to satisfy our parents and really try to keep our families in this district, while recognizing that not everybody is going to be in that top 5%, 10%, 15% bucket. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Silverman. Councilmember Doss, as an author or one of the other two authors, you have a public document with 204A. I think it was your intention to make a motion to add these amended changes?
Yes, it is, but I actually need to, there is one additional addition that I'd like to share.
So
it was suggested.
Can you
explain
the changes that you want to make and then make the motion?
Here we go, sharing screen. I do say Lupe's hand up. Does she want to go first?
Oh, sure. Okay. Councilmember Lupe Hernandez.
Hi, good evening. I did want to speak upon this resolution. I want to acknowledge the families that we received letters from and that we've heard spoken tonight in several meetings throughout this past term, as we've all served on the CEC, regarding their concerns with the lottery system that's been in place since COVID. I do hear you. And I've also heard from a big majority of our district that feels the opposite. And I would like to uplift one of the speaker's letters that was actually that had over 100 administrators, and that's principals, assistant principals, educators, therapists in our district prior to the pandemic. This was a letter that had all these educators and parents and people in favor of getting rid of the screen system in our middle schools. I think we've heard from a significant amount of our current parent coordinators in the positive feedback we received regarding these past 2 years of the lottery system, and the stress level had gone down. I'm glad Councilmember Len Silverman brought up the inequities regarding the admissions or tardiness portions of screen schools. These are practices that penalize our students for sometimes things that are completely out of their control, if not even just on their parent. I speak a lot about our students with disabilities and those that travel. They're relying on our school bus transportation, and this is not reliable for many students. I would like to speak on the 18% that is quoted in the resolution that did not receive any of their 12 choices. I want to point out that it was actually only 11% of students that didn't receive their choices when you included students in our district that actually applied and got placement into specialized high schools. I think we've heard, excuse me, I think we've heard from both sides of, and I think our Superintendent Kelly, and thank you, Deputy Reggie Higgins, for highlighting the Department of Education's process in even promoting through Mosaic, but just being able to treat and educate the whole child. So going back towards healing-centered based practices, and screens are more harmful than they are uplifting of our students. I do recognize the hard work of the accelerated learners. However, that does not negate the hard work of our students with disabilities. Inclusive settings where children learn with varied abilities together only helps us promote children in this workforce or college, because they will have to work and be educated among varied able learners. As we're welcoming many migrant families and asylum seeking families, our new neighbors, these kids are not going to have the same opportunity with the screen process. And again, I will note that, you know, there's this saying of school choice, and my, you know, as a parent, I know the best place. And I will like to remind you, there are, you know, 250,000 plus students with disabilities that are struggling to get the bare minimum of our legal mandated IEP related services. Placement is very hard to find that is both appropriate, conveniently located. And most kids that are not having to travel very far, even within the same borough or the same districts, can endure 2 to 4 hour bus rides. This has been happening. These are issues that we've been raising for decades. These are issues that still need to be addressed. And that does not negate these experiences that may trickle into students having gone through a lottery system and having to now endure these same ill practices. If anything, I do hope that we can work together as a council to be able to fix some of these issues, because they're an atrocity for all, not just for some. Again, students with disabilities, they work hard. They work quite, in fact, some families will tell you they work extremely hard, and they don't get the same outcomes, but that does not mean that they're not working hard. These students are working very, very hard. And if we provide the supports that these students need at every school, I think every school should be able to educate both all learners, whether you are learning at a little bit of a faster pace, and I personally don't necessarily think that means it's better. However, if a child needs more rigorous work, I think that could be done in a heterogeneous classroom with varied abled students. And I would like to celebrate the class size matter bill being signed, because this will only create more seats and opportunities. And in fact, if the DOE, and we hold them accountable by what they're saying, is that it's not taking away your classrooms or your seats. It's going to expand what is needed within the schools. And so when students are placed in a school that may not have the class that was needed for that population prior, when we enter students into that school, the funds and the services should be met. And so I think that's where we really need to hit the ground running and making sure that the DOE is accommodating all of our learners, all of our students, and treating them as such. So thank you for your time.
Okay, Councilmember Das, before you continue, I just want to make two quick points. And it's not addressed in your resolution, but it's not necessarily a big problem for our district, but it is a citywide problem. We do face chronic absenteeism of tremendous proportions in New York City, over 40%. I think it's like 42% now. This is a major issue that I hope our city, and I think the chancellor's already said that he's planning to deal with this. But this is something that we're literally talking about 400,000 students that are absent more than 10, 20 days a year now. And learning doesn't happen if they're not in school. So we need, as a society, to address this in New York City, because we can't go to where Detroit is at now at like 60 or 70% of chronic absenteeism. But the other thing is, the other point that I wanted to mention, there is a screen that is going to be maintained no matter what happens, and that's the age screen. We continue to promote students based on their age. So that is a screen. We don't promote students based on their proficiency. And I know the chancellor has mentioned proficiency is what he's eager and looking to stress going forward. So, screens happen. If we're going to be, if you're going to eliminate academic screens, you still have the age screen, regardless of proficiency. So let's not kid ourselves. There's a screen. There's a screen for putting kids into certain languages. There's a screen for lots of things. And it's kind of semantics here. All right, thank you. Councilmember Das.
Yeah, I'll agree with some of those things. There's, on top of that, there's a screen for geography, whether we like it or not, because people have to be able to walk or get buses to school. But I'm sorry, I'm going to have to rebut almost all of those points. First of all, the 18% for the 12 choices is accurate as stated, because the 18% reflects the kids who got none of their 12 choices. That does not, yes, that was 12 choices that did not include specialized high schools. That is a separate process, whether we like it or not. So that number needs to be taken as is. And it's left as is because it's so we could compare apples to apples, and that 18% got none of their 12 choices this year, 18% got none of their choices last year. And that is despite the fact that we had a 10% drop in enrollment. So that is damning and terrible. Regardless, I heard it said in the chat that once you take in the specialized high school, it's only 11%. Since when did 11% become only? That means we're outright failing more than a tenth of our students, not getting seats. It's just not acceptable. It's funny that you want to talk about it fitting into a varied, able workplace. It's funny because at the meeting that I had with the National Secretary of Education, which they applauded me for, I pointed out that the United States is 13th in reading, 18th in science, and 37th in math. Everyone keeps fighting for diversity in our classes in the New York City level. That is so micro, it's ridiculous. We are not entering, we have existed in a global workplace for more than a few decades now. And that's where the competition is. And 37th in math isn't cutting it. So no, I don't believe in any system that holds back our most capable in whatever subject. And I don't see the difference between an interest in math or science, interest, aptitude, willingness to spend more time on it, what is some combination of all the above. I see no difference in that versus dance, versus the drums, versus the guitar, versus travel team soccer, versus anything else. We want our best to be challenged, and that's not happening. That's not happening, and parents are leaving when that's not happening. Continuing along that path, 13th in reading, 37th in math, 18th in science, that's at the national level. New York State ranks 40th within all the other states. And still we're continuing, want to talk about diversity in New York City. It's meaningless. We are failing our students, and we are failing them by not challenging them enough. We discussed it. So furthermore, it's a complete misrepresentation that the majority of parents in our district want lottery. That is false. The letter that you point to, yes, had several educators who were fearful of their job under then Chancellor Carranza, number one. Number two, it is entirely possible parents want something different than what the educators were indoctrinated with. And they have a right to advocate for that. And they've clearly done so by voting for the members of this council that you have before you today. So to say that the majority of parents want this is false. I'll further add further evidence there, because I believe another parent wanted evidence. I remind that during the town halls, and this is one of the things that was added to the resolution at recommendation by one of the parents during the course of this meeting. I remind that during the height of COVID, the DOE conducted 6 town halls to amass feedback. And at the citywide, and this is whereas at the citywide engagement, a supermajority, 81% of 64 speakers wanted to keep high-performing school standards. At the individual borough meetings in Manhattan, 70% majority of the 30 speakers wanted to keep screens. In Staten Island, 100% of 22 parents that spoke. In Queens, 81% of 26 speakers. Brooklyn, it was a smaller majority, but it's still a majority at 53. Only in the Bronx were minority speakers in favor of screens. And I'm gonna still point to the citywide level and Manhattan, which is where we live, and and that's, you want data, that's some of it. It's not great. We also at the time encouraged the DOE, and we still have encouraged the DOE to take surveys on more than one occasion, which they failed to do. In fact, I remember then Deputy Chancellor Adrian Austin saying, we don't want to take a survey because we want to hear about parent stories, which to me meant they knew that the data was against them. Lastly, we often hold up D15 as a successful program. Well, a recent MIT study, and the link is here in this addition to it, shows that the D15 pilot program was no success. And in fact, D15, middle school lottery, had negative effects on enrollment, which is exactly what this resolution is about. One of the authors of the study is one of the designers of the matching algorithm that is currently used by the DOE, and the other is just won a Nobel. By the way, the DOE loves to tout in the enrollment data people love to tout a MIT graduate student for the founder of a lot of their data. The study concludes with, I found the New York City admissions reforms entailed an increase in white and high, and this is not my words, no one crucify me, this is what the study concluded, increase in white and high income student exit from the traditional public school system, which partially offsets this effects on segregation. Interestingly, this white flight appears to be driven by an increase in exposure to lower achieving peers rather than to racial minorities, which points to something I've been saying all along. We always point to this, that this lottery and other similar policies are better for diversity, Well, great. What we have left with in the public school system is a system that is increasingly minority and less white. And if you want equity, there is nothing more inequitable in having Black and brown students being predominantly stuck in a public school system that has failed them, with white and other ethnic groups having access to private schools where they have more challenging coursework, where they teach above grade level, where they have more resources. You want to talk about inequity? That is the ultimate inequity that we are marching towards. Thank you.
Yeah, Kush, Councilman Kush, you have to discuss the points that were added.
I thought I did. I thought I actually hit them all.
You highlighted them all?
Okay. It was in purple.
Okay.
It was in purple. There was another minor change. It's minor. I added. Do I have to go through all the stuff in blue that was added as a public document? I assume people read that.
Can we ask the parliamentarian on that?
I hope he discussed it. I mean, I wasn't like going through with a fine tooth comb.
I think a lot of the blue was discussed, I think, during the resolution presentation and as well right now, in addition to other council members along the way. And it's been a public document for more than 24 hours.
But are you talking about a motion to amend, right? Is that what we're talking about?
With the motion to vote on this resolution as amended.
As amended, correct.
But I was going to hear from council members who have their hand raised first.
Yeah. And back at Councilmember Silverman, you have your hand raised.
Yeah, I'm going to be very brief because I know it's getting late, and I want to thank everyone for their patience for listening to me. Certainly, I just want to address one thing that came up, and I think it was just hit on by our last speaker. There seems to be a linking in terms of the admission statistics of the specialized high school results with District 2, and the percentage of District 2 students that got into their top 12 choices or didn't get into their top 12 choices. I believe, and please correct me if you guys know the answer to this, but you don't have, it's not just someone ranking one specialized high school. You can rank a significant number, about 7, I don't know, 8 specialized high schools. That doesn't mean that a person who applies to a specialized high school is going to get their first choice necessarily. I think that's also important to point out. And realistically, that's not really an option for people who might be living significantly far away from that school. And they may just put it down on just to rank schools, just to have something ranked. I don't know. I can't imagine that when someone's preparing the list of schools to apply for in this district, they're comparing it with the list of specialized high schools. I can't imagine that someone's looking at the two lists and trying to figure out and making a decision that you're not going to get one of your choices in our District 2 school because we've noticed that the Department of Education has made a decision that they recognize that you got a specialized high school offer. I hope that's not the case. I haven't heard that. And if that is, there's something seriously wrong with that. But we have schools in District 2, particularly the high schools, that are just as good, I would argue, as the specialized high schools. And those should definitely be options for our District 2 students. And in many cases, those schools are much closer in proximity to the specialized high schools that we might consider to be, great schools. So I don't think our District 2 students, who fortunately are very high performing, should be penalized and almost looked at, well, you got one of your specialized high schools. That really shouldn't be the way that it's looked at. I do think it's concerning. I think the bottom line number is the 18%, not the 11%, but the fact that 18% did not get into any of their or not get any of their choices, and especially their top 3 choices. And I think that's important. I think we really need to do better, and it shouldn't be linked to the specialized high schools. Again, we're trying to penalize high-performing students, saying that they got more options, when in fact that may not be the case. And I think that our District 2 students should be entitled to get into really good District 2 schools. It shouldn't be an either or situation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Silverman. Councilmember Kwok.
Yes, I'll try to be. I'll just try to be really brief. This is a point I think that's overlooked a lot. I went to Brooklyn Tech during a period of where it was more than 50% Black and Hispanic, and it wasn't an anomaly. It wasn't a 1-year event, 2-year event. It was a 20-year consecutive event where more than 50% of Brooklyn Tech students were Black and Hispanic, and the underlying reason why is because they had access to accelerated programs in the form of GNT, SP, and ICG courses that supported learning needs of high-performing, students wherever they may be. It was all through. Back then the schools were decentralized to school districts. But for the most part, they were supported, whatever background they are, and they all passed the same test. And in effect, this is what I'm trying to get back towards, that these programs are in every district, every school, so that the students who are high performing, and I don't even think about District 2, families who live in District 2 who tend to be wealthier, middle class, and so forth, where if they don't get those options, they can get a tutor, they can go to private, go to religious. Again, when we had the town hall with Chancellor Banks, we had one of the families talk in one of our meetings where families coming from the Bronx, from Brooklyn, Queens, Black, white, Hispanic, Asian, low-income families, they're suffering hours of commute time to go to a GNT program or an accelerated program. I think about those students, those families. They don't have the wherewithal. And for some of these speakers today to say that only upper middle class, upper middle class really want that. And I'm thinking of the migrant families, their kids. There are going to be kids who are going to be high performing, very, intellectually curious. They need to be supported too. And, Council Member Hernandez, you make it always seem like a zero-sum game. We need support for all students. We visited PS 111, which my kids went to, and my daughter's still there. And, we've hosted, Superintendent Kelly McGuire and Deputy Superintendent Higgins. For me, that's like a model school because every learning need is supported there. We have, special education, we have ELL, we have even more ELL, it's going to get beefed up, right? We have GNT, and it's a diverse Title I school. So if you want to go to a place where every learning need is practically supported across the board, PS 111 is like a great model. We should have that everywhere, so that you can have that no matter what. Then you're not trying to fight to go in a neighborhood. You can if you want. And I support any child to have an option to go to whatever school he or she desires to go to. But that also includes District 2 students, right? We lack priority for high schools, a district or borough. So it's all, it cuts both ways. But underlying this is there's an assumption by certain people that Black and Hispanic students cannot be high performing. It reeks. It's like that Game of Thrones. It reeks from how they speak, how they portray. Oh, they're low income, so they can't be high performing. We can't. There's no way. Yes way. I know that because I went to school with them and I know them personally. And I'm, I've been, since I came back to the States, I've been shocked and I've been trying to push to get that kind of support and programming back. And this is a way. And oh, by the way, and more families want to come back to the school system if we do these things. And that's another benefit, right? And we also talk about, we got to restore the cuts. We got to restore the cuts. Well, this is how you restore the cuts. More families, more families coming back who want to come here. Thank you.
Councilmember Janey.
Yes, thank you. So, Councilmember Silverman, I want to thank you for pointing out the 18%. I am one of the data points in that 18%. It deeply hurts me. Every single family that's in that 18% was deeply hurt. All those families of that 18% matter, particularly since the New York City Department of Education spends $25,000 per pupil. Okay, something is wrong. Thank you.
I was muted. Councilmember Robin Kelleher, you're up.
Thank you. I just want to go back to something that Lupe said about screens. I think everyone on here agrees that screens are necessary when it comes to providing programs for some of our children. You know, we talked about how Daniela said, we all know our children. We know what's best for our children. I don't think anyone would argue that it's important to figure out which kids need ELL, which students might need a class with special teachers who can help those students to learn English and to have those supports. I don't think Lupe would deny that a child who might need an IEP should be screened and should be given a smaller class size, an extra teacher, and be put into an ICT class because she knows her child. We know our children. Other parents who have children like that know that it's important for children to get what they need. I don't think it's any different for other parents to argue that their children's needs should be met. And how is it fair that only certain children should have their needs met? So only English language learners or only children with IEPs, let alone the fact that twice gifted is not even acknowledged in the public school system. And that forces so many families out. And I can attest to that myself. So we know our children, we know what they need, and we're not getting those needs met. We're not asking children with IEPs to just enter the lottery. We're actually saying, no, here, let us help you. Let us create a class for you. We're not asking kids with language necessities to also enter the lottery. We're saying, no, let us help you. So why would we ask other children to rest their feet in a lottery that none of us would want to deal with? We don't have doctors entering lotteries. Let's set a standard and let's have every child have to go through the school system and apply by the same standards. But to just single out certain children and say, these kids can get special services. These kids have to have their needs met, but those kids, no, they're, well, if they need acceleration, just forget about it. They need diversity. They need to be mixed. They need to, I forget what the words were, but they need to experience, other things. We know what our children need, and let all children have their needs met.
Thank you, Councilmember Kelleher. Councilmember Silverman, just a quick parliamentarian question. Do we vote on the motion for the amended changes now and then the actual resolution later? Or do we do that both later?
Oh my God, I would think that you, God, I probably would have had a better idea about this answer earlier in the evening.
At that same point?
I think you're making a, you've already done the amendments, correct? I mean,
Yeah,
they've already been
amendments are here,
presented.
and we,
Yeah,
when
it's to
we've
vote
done
on
the
the
discussion.
I think it's to vote on the resolution as amended.
No, but we didn't. That's true, but the motion to amend the resolutions hasn't been.
Oh, okay.
voted on.
All right. Yeah, then you can, yeah.
Okay. All right, I make a motion to acknowledge the further amendments to 204A.
No, it would be a motion. Wouldn't it be a motion to approve the amendments?
Okay, a motion to
approve all the amendments to 204.
Okay, correct. Fine. I make a motion to approve all the amendments to resolution 204. Amendments in blue were posted as a public document 24 hours in advance of the meeting. The amendments in purple have been added since then. Clarifications. But the motion is to accept the amended resolution.
All right. Is there a second?
For future vote.
Yep.
Second.
Okay. So, all right. Chanel, if you can take a vote.
Robin Broshi,
No.
Kaushik Das, Daniela Igorov,
Yes.
Lupe Hernandez,
No.
Robin Kelleher.
Of course.
I'm sorry.
Yes, of course.
Chen Kwok,
Yes.
Benjamin Morden,
Yes.
Ushma Neal,
Yes.
Leonard Silverman,
Yes.
Lim Fong Sim,
Yes.
and Lily's not here, right?
Let me check. Yes, she's not here.
Okay, 8 yes, 2 no, 1 absent.
All right, thank you, Chanel. By the way, Chanel, you've got a number of comments on people approve of the changes to our to the CECD2 website, and thank you very much for doing them. And the design of the website. All right, I've seen it in the chat. All right, resolution 205. Are there any comments, questions, changes, and any amendments to it as well, given some of the changes? But okay, first up is Councilmember Ushmani.
Well, first, if there's anybody who is an author on this who wants to amend it or even withdraw it, given the news that came out, I think many of the rest of us would welcome that. But if the sponsors want it to move forward as planned, then I would have comments, but I'm happy to wait until Daniela and/or Chen want to make any further comments.
Councilmember Ushmani, do you want to just wait till and then just come back again after the sponsors respond?
What point of order? Can we just know, so as presented right now, what is the resolution right now? I'm only asking because I heard a discussion that of a proposed amendment, but I didn't see it on the screen, about removing the section to make it either or, which was in that last part, either mandatory vaccination or remove it all, or remove all vaccinations. Is that correct? So I just like to know what we're considering now. That's all.
So I think Chen has the actual edits, but we're definitely not withdrawing the resolution. We wanted to amend to make sure that addresses the COVID mandates that are still in place in our schools. And the one that it's still in place is the parents cannot go inside school buildings if they haven't taken the COVID vaccine. So this is the last one that it's still in place. And so the resolution would address this one. Before, the resolution was addressing other COVID mandates that were still there, but some of them were dropped this week by Mayor Adams.
But is that contain that either or language? I'm just trying to, I know you're not withdrawing the resolution, but is that you're removing the either or language in the last part from what I remember. I don't have it in front of me. I'm sorry. So in other words, you just want to make it you would want to remove the mandatory and just leave the last section, correct?
I believe so. I want unvaxxed parents to be able to go inside their children's school. That's what I want.
Okay.
Councilmember Kwok, you have your hand raised, and then we'll go to Councilmember Schmanil.
Yeah. Okay. We didn't have a chance to discuss. Councilmember Igoroff and I just I'll support making an amendment to take out the part of the resolution that has now been, I wouldn't say obviated, but supported by Mayor Adams. And this is a pattern, because when we had the mask mandate resolution, we had a lot of pushback and a lot of debate about mask mandates. And then lo and behold, the mask mandates got lifted. We now had lots of pushback on the vaccine mandates for activities and for students after school. And lo and behold, the vaccine mandate has been lifted for students in after school and activities, right? So I want to make a point, because there's a pattern here.
this isn't science. This hasn't been science. It's been political science. And the fact that, Mayor Adams has lifted for the private employers mandate for vaccinations on November 1st, a week before elections, tells you all you know that it's political science. So for all the scientists that were naysaying, I hope you have good malpractice insurance, or the medical doctors who naysayed our resolutions. Again, parents hopefully were given an opportunity to speak in support, knowing that this council had considered the facts and put this resolution together. This last one really says you either make everybody vaccinate or have nobody need to vaccinate, because it's ludicrous, because the logic behind all those policies have been ludicrous. And Mayor Adams just proved us right all along, again. So I'm waiting for him to prove us right again on the families having access. And I like to keep the language as families who are unvaccinated having access, because they can go to go to fitness centers, go to concert halls, indoors. They now ride the subways without even wearing a mask, but not going to school to see their kindergartner go to school for the first day. So I'll support removing, revising the resolution as per Councilmember Igoroff, and then just make sure the language is for families who are unvaccinated to enter school buildings and participate in school activities. Thank you.
Councilmember Clark, just for simplification purposes, are you saying there's two therefores be it resolved? It would be eliminating the first number one, therefore being resolved, since it's no longer necessary, and leaving the second one as is, or did you want to change mandate all adults or all families? Because you have in letter A adults and letter B family.
I think the language now is family members, so I think it is okay.
Yeah.
Family members. Allow unvaccinated family members to have equal access to school buildings and facilities to take part in their children's school, after school or sports programs, functions, events as vaccinated family members. So
yeah.
Can you just put the wording you want exactly there in the chat? So, and that will be the amended.
I believe it's just deleting the first one, Ben.
Just deleting the first one? Okay, so that simplifies it. All right. All right, so that will be your amended change. So you'll have to make a motion on
because the first one was about students being able to participate in after schools and sports, and that has already been solved.
Yes.
What it has not been solved is the number 2.
Okay, so we're eliminating number 1. Okay, thank you. Councilmember Das, you have your hand raised. Oh, I actually, Councilmember Neal, did you want to speak? And then we'll go to Councilmember Das. Now that you've heard.
Please, Kush, go for it.
I'll be brief. I actually kind of like the either or argument. I understand that some things have changed, but I was supporting this resolution because I actually believe in more vaccination, and I agree with tilting towards more pressuring parents to vaccinate more. But I agreed with the logic of the either or, which was similar to a logic we had employed in middle school sibling priority, where parents felt different ways, but just that the logic was inconsistent. So I also think it serves an interest of time to kind of just leave it as is and vote on it as is, even acknowledging that it's not perfect, but moving on. That's my suggestion. I'm done, by the way. Sorry.
Okay, Councilmember Neal.
Sure. There's one bit of information that needs to be made clear just about policy, which is that the Moderna and Pfizer vaccines have now only based on the amount of time that has elapsed since the clinical trials and since the vaccines have been crossed a certain threshold of people under the emergency use authorization. Only after a significant and CDC and FDA mandated amount of time can those vaccines become among those that are listed as mandatory, like the polio vaccines and MMRs. This is for at the federal level for things like the military, mandatory vaccines that our children have to take in order to be enrolled in schools. For those who are under 18 for the Moderna and under 16 for the Pfizer. Not enough time has yet passed in order for the FDA and CDC in order to be able to say that those vaccines are mandatory yet for children. At that time, then the DOE and the CDC and city government and health will have to make the determination on whether or not those vaccines are mandatory for children, but that time is not yet here. So talking about making things mandatory for kids right now, the athlete side has already been taken care of. The rest of this resolution then centers on something that could become a mandatory vaccine for adults. But at this point, there's very little unless you are in the military where people are requiring vaccine mandates anymore. Okay, so that was a factual point. I wanted to make sure it was clarified that for children, this cannot yet be a mandatory vaccine. You have heard me talk about this month after month after month as different versions of this anti-vaccine, anti-science resolution have been put forward. Why, as someone put in the chat, are we trying to encourage people who are unvaccinated to enter into our schools? COVID-19 is ripping through the schools again right now. I think we should all be vaccinated. I got every single one of my children and everyone in my family the bivalent vaccine. There's enormous amount of safety data behind this. Passing this resolution just serves to show the rest of New York City and perhaps the rest of the country that this is a council that does not believe in science and truth. I strongly, vehemently am voting no on this resolution and encourage the fellow council members to do the same.
Councilmember Silverman.
So first, to address Kush's point, I actually would support this resolution if we left the language. First of all, the two sections are moot, the ones having to do with athletes and all the other regulations that were just withdrawn. I would support it if it was an either or. Again, if we're suggesting that we make it mandatory or we do away with it altogether, that I can understand the logic of that, and I think that's why it was originally put in, because that logic really does make sense, especially in light of what Shannon has talked about, how I don't, to some extent, it is strange how, rules change all the time. But as Ushma points out, we have had different reiterations of the same type of resolution again and again. And I have remembered that when we have debated these different versions, one of the sponsors, or maybe both of the sponsors, or two or three, whatever, have always talked about and try to make that different distinction between children and whether it's the susceptibility of children to getting COVID or the transmitting COVID, or the questionable or questions about cardiac related issues related to the COVID vaccine. They have made the distinctions and always put it on children, specifically on children. But now, as this resolution stands, it is dealing with adults. And honestly, as we sit here 2 years or whatever into this into COVID now, in this reality that started in March, I guess, of 2019, I don't remember at this point. 2019 has, however long this has been already. I just still find, I am finding it hard to imagine why we do not have adults that are vaccinated. Now, we make a distinction, I agree, we make a distinction between the schools and other areas. I'm not saying there's 100% logic there, but weren't a whole bunch of thousands of teachers just fired because they did not receive a COVID vaccine or refused to get one. So I think there are certain areas, especially in proximity to children, whether it's right or wrong, but the logic has to hold still. Whether we're talking about if we're talking about adults now, what is the reason why an adult would not get vaccinated? There are exclusions that are provided. There are religious exemptions. I understand that. That's fine if someone has religious exemption, but that's a choice we make. I do think, as Ushma points out, the vaccines are safe at this point. Why wouldn't we encourage people to get vaccinated? Maybe people have had COVID already. Maybe the death rate's gone down, probably because of the vaccines. I think that has something to do with it. So I think your logic has to be consistent. So we're not talking about kids here. We're not talking about transmissibility, but kids or masks or anything about that. We're talking about adults now coming into a building, coming into a school building. And that's why I would support this resolution if it said you can either make them all mandatory or require nothing at all. I'm fine with that. But again, if we're going to just remove the language that had mandatory, we're going to say, okay, we're just going to let unvaccinated adults come into a school. Why? Why are people not getting vaccinated at this point? I mean, I know it's whatever. That's all. That's all I have to say. Sorry.
I think they only removed item 1 of the therefore, so you have the or in place.
Is that true? Because I'm not sure. I thought Daniela had said that she wanted to remove that. I think it was the last part, section 1.
Are you leaving the just
You
removing
muted Daniela? I'm sorry.
just removing number 1? Yeah, we can. Yeah, it's just removing number 1. Okay. All right, Councilmember Hernandez.
I didn't plan to speak on this resolution because I think you all know how I feel already, but I will be explaining to the community why I will be voting no. I will also like to point out that I don't know. I would like to find out if there is anything in our bylaws that prevents a resolution being brought up so many times, because I feel like the same sponsors have brought several of these COVID-related resolutions up several times, and I just think it's unfair to the community. I do realize things have changed, but as for students themselves, a lot has been made in these resolutions. The fact that they say relatively few children have died of COVID, but there are countless problems with this argument. First, at the time, the data was bad and we couldn't be sure. Second, relatively few children dying is not none. And a child dying is rightfully not a trade-off for most educational institutions that are willing to make. No matter the years of learning getting lost, and I don't even like that term because I think every day we as people, we are learning every day. But besides, even a single death or a serious child illness is enough to incite parental panic. And of course, what about the families? The real risk to children wasn't to themselves, but that they take this disease home to a parent, or much worse still, a grandparent. Countless caretakers are medically vulnerable. We're talking our respite providers, our community habilitated providers for our students with disabilities. How many years of learning loss is a dead mother worth? Besides, parents themselves have some say in this. Many understood that they were at risk and didn't want their children freely exposed to the dozens or hundreds of peers. And this was just in this past year when we had some COVID mitigation. But what happens when a parent is reluctant or unwilling to send their kid to a packed school? And it's not like public schools could simply write off the children of vulnerable or worried parents, bumping them out of the education system, but this would create a greater disparity. In fact, we saw it. Excessive chronic absenteeism. Nobody talks about the families that were denied medical accommodations, a resolution that we passed early on in our first term that addressed family members of those students that were vulnerable and immunocompromised. These families were denied and they were too scared to send their kids back to school. These kids were included in chronic absenteeism as well as disenrollment. Likely along the economic and racial lines, yes, nobody likes to bring that up, but that sees no color. COVID sees no color. And we saw our most marginalized communities hit. And of course, the introduction of the vaccine eased a lot of these concerns, and that's when these resolutions were first brought up. And we also still had masking, we had quarantining, we had weekly testing. You can mute yourself if you don't like what it is that I'm saying. Because the vaccines at this point are not mandated. And at this point, neither are masks. Families and people in general, disabled people, people that are still suffering with long COVID, kids are still suffering with multiple infections of this so-called, flu-like disease. And that's not the case. So I want to uplift these voices and I want to uplift their concerns. You are being heard. I hear you. And letting unvaccinated, I'm hoping that once vaccinated, they're approved, that it will become mandated. Polio is coming back. We need to boost vaccinations and not encourage not to be vaccinated. And that is a choice, but there's many people that are making that choice for decades, and they choose to homeschool, or do whatever they have to do. But I don't think it's fair to our communities that we put them even more at risk than they already are. Thank you.
Councilmember Doss, you have your hand up. Your hand up before. Is it withdrawn?
No, I know it's second time, but I just want to point out, I think this resolution does not address the small number of students dying anywhere or anything alike that we spent a lot of time on unnecessarily. Those were different resolutions, and I did not support those resolutions, but I think this one is substantially different and does not specifically address that. As stated, it requires the DOE, it requests the DOE just be logical in how they look at it. Either do this or do this, was my appeal, which I thought had its appeal to people on different sides of the vaccination camp. And for the record, I believe in vaccines, and probably more aggressively so than is currently mandated.
Thank you, Councilmember Doss. Councilmember Silverman, is this hand raised from before? Or?
No, it's not. Sorry. I just had a chance to look at it carefully again. I thought the section that said mandate all adults was just schools. I didn't realize it was to public transportation, concerts, sporting events. I'll just say this: schools are different from public events. You can drink in a restaurant, you can have alcohol at a restaurant, you can have alcohol in sporting events. We just wouldn't do it at school. So I apologize because I hadn't made that distinction before. So again, our schools should be separate. We have higher standards in schools. I know sometimes these things are counterintuitive. Sometimes they don't make sense. And as Jen pointed out, the rules change all the time. I'm willing. I say again, let the CDC and the mayor make the policy if that's the way it turns out. But right now, I'd rather have vaccinated people than unvaccinated people in school.
Okay.
I'll be very brief. Yeah. Len just said, let the CDC make the policy. The CDC has said treat adults vaxxed and unvaxxed for COVID the same way. So let the CDC make the policy. Let's follow the CDC and allow all the parents, all the family members inside our buildings. There is no reason. All that Lucas said, we know the vaccine does not reduce transmission. There is data now, the CDC says that. So there is no reason to prevent adults that are unvaxxed to go in the buildings, because potentially then they'll go past your kid and past your family member. That's a fantasy. That's not what the CDC says now.
All right. Is there a motion to amend Resolution 205, amend it to remove the first therefore?
Yes, I make a motion to amend Resolution 205, taking out the first therefore.
And
I second.
Okay. Chanel, can you please take a vote?
Yep. Robin Broshi. Robin Broshi.
She's see her screen. You're muted, Councilmember Broshi. All right, let's move on.
Kaushik Das.
Yes.
Daniela Igorov.
I'm sorry, this is to accept the amendment, correct?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes, for the amendment.
Daniela Igorov.
Yes.
Lupe Hernandez.
Abstain.
Robin Kelleher.
Yes.
Chen Kwok.
Chen, you're muted.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Yes.
Benjamin Morden.
Yes.
Ushma Neal.
Abstain.
Leonard Silverman.
Yes.
Lim Fong Sim.
Yes.
And Lily's not here. Robin Broshi. Okay, 7 yes, 2 abstain, 1 absent.
All right, so let's move on to resolution 206. A motion has been approved for.
No, wait.
resolution
I thought,
205.
I'm sorry. I thought we were voting on amending it, not.
Yeah, motion to approve the amendment.
Yes, yeah, so, yeah, okay.
Sorry, it's late. Discussion on resolution 206. Are there any comments about resolution 206? On dual languages. Okay.
I'm just sharing the screen for the amendments.
The amendments to the original 206 were regarding Ukrainian Ukrainian refugees, the
this was
the PISA assessments, and
where do you see that?
The last one on the page there.
Okay.
And then on the next page, I believe there's therefore for the enrichment. Whereas and a therefore for enrichment to add enrichment programs, language enrichment.
I'm sorry, it's being late. So where?
Was there a suggestion of adding Arabic?
Yeah, there was a parent that it was not to exclude it, because for enrichment, but a parent had asked that in our community. I think that's fine. I agree with that. But just to note that there were parents that were advocating for Hebrew, and we added other foreign languages, but we're not looking to exclude any language. If there's interest in the community, and
I mean, there's
ability
a
to do
difference between perfect and comprehensive, and you've got nice language in here about other foreign languages that can hopefully be comprehensive of all of those.
Yeah, that was the intention. So
I would agree. I mean, I have no problem adding Arabic, but without specific language at this time.
Yeah,
I think we hit the languages that are most affect the demographics in our district, and which are what they are. And
there's two other therefores. The one that had Ukraine refugees for. I think it was the third one. Was it,
okay. This one.
No. Well, it's that one. Yep. And I think there was one. Yeah, the fourth from the bottom of the second page.
Oh, yes, got it.
Yes, that was it. So
okay, so largely the amendments have to do with the addition of
providing enrichment,
Ukrainian and Hebrew enrichment, correct?
Ukrainian, Hebrew, and other foreign languages.
Right.
All right, I make a motion to amend 206A.
Second.
Okay.
We didn't have any discussion.
Yeah, technically we need a discussion, but does anybody want to make a comment? Yes, Vishwa.
It's fantastic resolution. We should consider this.
Okay. All right. Chanel, can you please take a vote?
Yep.
Thank you.
Wait, we're voting on the amendment or the resolution?
On the amendment. It's just the amendment.
Just to be clear, the amendments, there were no amendments in line during the meeting. These are all put in the public document.
The El Paso comment was also, whereas that was amended too. So please put that in blue. And there was also one other one to show that there are more migrants coming, and also there was and you had the more Ukrainians come, so, refugees, more migrants and more refugees.
Okay, I've lost track of this one.
No, you just highlighted it already. So
Okay,
no,
fine.
We're good.
But just so we're clear, no amendments were made during the meeting. They were all done in the public document that was posted 24 hours in advance.
Yeah.
On Resolution 26A. And I think the amendments speak to more inclusiveness in terms of Ukrainian and Hebrew, and some more explanation surrounding migrant families. Agreed?
Yeah.
All right.
With a few footnotes too.
Yes, these footnotes are new.
Okay, Chanel, if you can kindly take a vote. Thank you so much.
Okay. Robin Broshi,
Yeah.
Kaushik Das,
Yes.
Daniela Igorov,
Yes.
Lupe Hernandez,
Yes.
Robin Kelleher,
Yes.
Chen Kwok,
Yes.
Benjamin Morden,
Yes.
Ushma Neal,
Yes.
Leonard Silverman,
Yes.
Lim Fong Sim,
Yes.
and Lily's absent. So 10.
Okay, so that's the amendments have been accepted unanimously for a vote later. All right, thank you so much. Now we're in the second speaker session. Has that been added to the chat, Chanel? I haven't seen. If you can add any, you got a new one? Okay, just one moment and I'll about the names. And please, it's late. We'll get to everyone, but I'm going to have to stick to the 2 minutes. So when the 2 minutes ends, please, I don't like cutting off people. If I hope everyone will respect the time clock. Thank you. Just 1 second, and I'll be calling Helen Guo first. All right, I don't see Helen. May have lost some families, some attendees here. Becca? I don't see Rebecca. I don't see both Rebeccas. All right, let's check Andrea. And we lost Andrea, okay. And Tam is not here. All right, let's see Sumitra.
I see Sumitra.
Okay, yes, Sumitra, please unmute yourself and welcome to our second speaker session.
Yeah, hi. Yeah, first of all, one thing I want to point out is I have attended many CEC meetings in the past as well. I think with the new team that is out there, this is my first one with the new team. I think it's a lot more civil. So I appreciate all of you. And the way that you have put your discussions today, so much better than 6 months ago, when the prior CEC meetings used to be held. It was very animosity. It was filled with animosity before. So I appreciate all of that. Ben, you had brought up this point about the showing those schools. I think just like what the other members, it's a very conflicted position, but I applaud you for bringing that up. And then from what we have been talking about all this while, I think you guys have to make a decision about the screen exams. As parents, I am a parent of a third grader, and the thing is that these things tend to move fast. I mean, we have to start looking at fourth grade, look at fifth grade. So it's like, I think someone else brought this up point as well. So I think it's really important that whatever you guys decide, you have to make a decision, because it's exhausting all the parents, I guess. The security, I think we brought this up. I really hope that you will consider this parents are afraid that even if the funds are allocated, when will this actually happen? When will the security be increased? Already parents are talking about, pooling PTA funds to get security officers, especially around the lower lab area. So I urge you all to take action, make the decisions, and actually allocate the funds and make that happen. I think that's what we're looking for. I know there's a whole bunch of processes, some of which are out of your control, but I hope that it's not just that we are talking about these things, that they are being acted in real time as well. That would make it more meaningful. Yeah, and as far as the 205 resolution, having been vaccinated, I don't understand why we would like to bring unvaccinated kids of parents into this classroom. If you want to meet with your child, and if that is the way that is, it should be vaccinated. And people have lost their jobs. It's not just FDNY, police services, teachers, and then we turn around and we say that, hey, it's okay, like I want to meet my kid. That I don't think so makes any sense to me at all, at any level, from just the scientific facts that vaccines have prevented deaths. And right now in the US, sorry, is it time?
Yeah.
All right. That's all I want to speak. Yeah, and just want to say that there are 3,000 people that die from COVID in US even today.
Can we close the chat, please?
I did.
Sam, I'm sorry, I was muted there. Please unmute yourself and welcome to the second session.
Hi, thank you for having me, and thank you for reiterating what the previous speaker said, that I haven't joined that many CEC meetings in the past, but the ones that I'd seen from the previous council were pretty rough compared to the more civilized discourse in what I've seen here. I know that this has probably come up a lot in the last week, but I just want to reiterate the issue of safety. And I appreciate that Superintendent Kelly McGuire is on the line at this point. I don't know how much impact you actually have, towards the safety, or what you can actually do to help the safety of the school in the vicinity of PS 198 and PS 77. But, for people who haven't read the article or are not familiar with it, or even if you are familiar with it, I just want to go through exactly what my understanding of the situation was, that there are 10-year-old kids, students from the school, that were playing in the schoolyard after they were dismissed. And an older local kid from the neighborhood joined in their games. And this kid became unhappy about the rules of the games. And because he was unhappy with these 10-year-old kids, he called his friends over with pellet guns to start shooting these kids. This is disgusting and terrifying for any parent. I don't care who you are, completely unacceptable, right? And a parent who saw this happening ran over to try to protect those kids and stop these older kids from shooting at their kids. Hopefully a grown-up intervening would have some kind of effect on kids, but no, instead they started shooting him in the face. This is disgusting psychopathic behavior, which I felt compelled to spend the next 2 days just around the neighborhood of the playground, just to see what kind of neighborhood, what kind of community. I'm new to the school, so I didn't know what it was like. And I went up there a little trepidatious to see what I would find. And when I was there spending, part of my afternoon there, I was like, this playground, this neighborhood, this community is beautiful. There's like hundreds of little kids with their parents and grown-ups, toddlers all the way up to like middle school age, enjoying the park. But if you have this horrible psychopathic behavior and it goes unchecked, you're going to start driving away that great community that's there. And then what's going to happen? You're going to have a desolate space that's going to invite more of the same. So you have a perfectly community that if something is left undone, and I understand currently the policy, what's currently in place is very lax on crime, right? But even if there could be some police presence regularly, between the hours of 2:30 and 6, when young kids are there in the park with their caretakers, at least that would act as a deterrent. So I implore you, Superintendent, to do whatever you can, and this council to do whatever you can to make that happen. Thank you.
You're muted, Ben.
Thank you. Sorry. Thank you, Sam. Jean, please unmute yourself and welcome to our second session.
Hi, I can't believe I'm actually still up. I thank you guys. You guys are doing a great job. I am in support of all the resolutions. I do want to speak specifically to the one about unvaccinated parents in the buildings. At this point, there are so few adults in New York City that are not vaccinated. Just let them in. It's really killing the quality of school life for other parents. People are not understanding this. I'm vaccinated, but every single parent at my new middle school that I have never set foot in nor welcomed in because of this mandate, it's just traumatizing. For me, I want to be an engaged parent. I have to be an engaged parent. My child has some special needs. It's not an IEP, but she does have some special needs. I would like to have and build a relationship with the school, but as it is, we're getting back to Zoom, back to school night with Zooms, 7 consecutive Zooms in a row. It feels punitive for other families, and at this point, the percentage of people that are unvaccinated, it doesn't cause, we now know, science tells us, the CDC tells us, being vaccinated does not stop transmission. So what are we doing here? Everyone else in the city, except for city workers and unvaccinated parents, are the only ones left. This is getting, purely evident that this is just 100% political, nothing to do with the science. I am pleading. Other parents need a normalcy, and we can't get it until all of these mandates have been lifted. So I'm pleading that you please consider passing this resolution as a sign and a signal to the DOE that we all need normalcy back. Every successful student has an engaged parent behind them. We need the parents back. It's just fair for all the students. Thank you so much. Have a good night.
Thank you, Jean. And our last speaker for the second public speaking session is David. If you can please unmute yourself.
There's 2 more after.
I looked up their names. They weren't there. Lisa and Tatiana, I didn't see them.
I see
No,
Anna
I
Rojas.
just added more. Yeah.
Anna Rojas, Craig.
Craig.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. My apologies. But well, there are 2 after that. Okay. So, well, we're still at David and then Anna Rojas.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Hi again, everyone. Thanks for that meeting. That's the first meeting I'm attending. We are kind of new to New York. We were in New Jersey for a few years before. So 2 things. Again, I just want to insist on the fact regarding the bilingual program that I think is kind of interesting to pursue in French or any other language, depending on the needs, like based on the community and needs. That I think is really helpful for the families with different backgrounds and origins to keep the family language somehow. But the thing I wanted to bring here to your attention is coming from out of state. I have 2 teenagers, one 11th grader, one's 9th grader. For our 11th grader, we find a way to get him in a school. For mine, and we get came to know like around end of August where it was going, so it was kind of fine. My daughter is starting school tomorrow as a 9th grader. She missed 2 weeks of school completely. There was no offer corresponding to her educational needs that could be suitable for her. We started to engage with the Welcome Center in February, way before we moved to New York. We were told at the time, no worries, your kids will have a school which fits their needs. So we trusted. We did not engage anything regarding private school because we were confident we could find a solution. When we came, we were informed she would enter a wait list. Problem is we could not enter the wait list when it opened early June, just because we were not yet a resident of New York, even if we were under contract for our apartment, but not yet closed. And secondly, anyway, even if you would have closed before that date, the school was not finished in New Jersey, so she was not eligible to be enrolled into the My School system at the time. So when we did the enrollment, it was end of June. She was already way out and backed up in the wait list. There was no option for her, nothing. So we spent all summer to look at the wait list. Numbers were not moving. Nobody reviewed the profile. Nobody cares about the recommendation letter we got from a previous school. There has been no treatment, like any fair treatment, like even compared to any other kids from 8th grades who were already in New York last year, for example. So I just wanted to share that experience, which has been honestly a nightmare and the most difficult things we had to handle since we moved. The move per se was a piece of cake compared to what we had to experience for our daughter. I had to run everywhere in Welcome Center, up and north. I was sent to 125th Street, then now go to 7th Avenue. I had to spend a day off, like the last minute, 2 times, just to try to support my daughter in this process. That has been really a nightmare. That's all I wanted to share.
Thank you, Dave. All right, Ana Rojas, please unmute yourself and welcome to session 2.
Yes, good evening. Thank you all. It is late. First, I would like to speak to Resolution 204. And the stress that kids have had to endure these last few years is undeniable. And the reasons you guys, you know, we all have our reasons, but even high education, Ivy League universities are realizing that these tests that are everyone is so anxious about is not helping our young people become whole citizens, whole people. It just seems that the people that bring along this resolution and merit-based gifted schools, gifted programs are just burdening our young people. We want solution. I know this council, you just had a unanimous vote. I can't believe it, on bilingual education, which for a long time people fought against. English only was, anyway, I urge you to think about the whole child, to think about
time.
Yes, just please. And we need vaccination messages, not anti-vaccination messages, please. Please. And thank you again.
You're muted, Sylvan.
I apologize. And thank you, Anna, and thank you, Craig. You're our last speaker. Please unmute yourself and welcome to session 2.
Thanks, President Morton. And just for the record, I don't know of any top colleges referred to by the last speaker that has gone to a lottery admission and not continue to use merit-based admissions. Regarding the almost 3-year-old petition that Ms. Hernandez and a speaker referenced about screens, let's discuss Chancellor Carranza. If you dared disagree with the guy, he called you a racist and said your disagreement was anti-Latino, whatever the disagreement was. So of course, people who work for him would sign petitions supporting his stance on screens. The issue is back now, and there are petitions going around now. How many of those same educators have signed the petition against screens now? I don't know of any. And there is a petition going around to reinstate screens for high school and middle schools with roughly 4,000 signatories that have been signed by people across the city. I would guess that many of those signatories are from D2 families. And you want to speak about educators? The aforementioned Carranza. I'd assume he'd want to do what he felt was the best educational opportunity for his kid, who he sent to Lowell, one of the top screen schools in San Francisco. Former Deputy Chancellor Warlick sent his kid, I believe, to ICE, I think, a screen program in D2 despite living in D15 in Brooklyn. I would assume he felt screens were appropriate for his kid, otherwise he wouldn't have sent his kid to that school. Anyway, we've had academic screen programs in the past. We have and still have zone schools. If you don't feel screen school is right for your family, don't go to a screen school. It's very easy. As Ms. Egoroff said, don't tell me what's right for my family. Don't tell me what's burdening my child. You don't know my child. Thank you.
Thank you, Craig. And that concludes our public speaking session 2. We now move to resolution votes on the resolutions.
Move for approval of amended resolution 204A.
You read my mind. Thank you very much, Shma. I second that. Can Chanel take the vote, please?
Robin Broshi,
No.
Kaushik Das,
Yes.
Daniela Igorov,
Yes.
Lupe Hernandez,
No.
Robin Kelleher,
Yes.
Chen Kwok.
Yes, and I think Lily's on. If you can
Yeah.
make her co-host. Thank you.
Benjamin Morton,
Yes.
Ushma Neal,
No.
Leonard Silverman,
You're muted, Len.
Oh, yes.
Lim Fong Sim,
Yes.
and Lily.
I made her co-host.
But point of order, if a council member was not here to hear all of the public and all of the other debate, is that appropriate to show up for the last 5 minutes of a meeting to vote?
Well,
I just questioned parliamentary, the same thing.
well, there's nothing specifically in the bylaws that prevents that. I mean, we could put something in if we amend the bylaws. I get your point.
I'll say it's one thing for like you to come in a half an hour or 45 minutes, but to not have fruitful discussion about the resolution or listen to the presentation of the resolution, nor the public, where you, how, I mean, then it becomes a solitary vote. You're not really.
I get the point. The question is whether or not there's anything specifically in the bylaws that prohibits that. I don't see there's nothing in the bylaws that I'm aware of that prohibits that. Somebody could raise an issue. I mean, if we were at a live meeting and somebody like maybe left the meeting, I don't know what happened. Maybe someone had the camera off. I don't know. That's something that I think you're bringing up now. But again, there's nothing that prohibits that. If a person misses a vote, they can't vote. If a person's there for the vote, they can vote. So
there's nothing in the bylaws that I've seen and or state law that I've seen.
yeah, and I'm just giving you an interpretation of what's written. I'm not agreeing with it. I'm just saying that there's nothing in there that specifically says you can't do that.
Can I also point out that we also, I mean, this is the issue with behind why cameras were suggested to be turned on as well. We don't know if the person's there for how long and what that person has or hasn't listened to.
Yeah, and I know we're getting off for the middle of a vote, and we could discuss this afterwards, but we could discuss these things in when we revise the bylaws, because I agree. I mean, we should know who's. It's one thing if you want to go to the bathroom, maybe, but it's another thing. We're adults. We know what's going.
I'd just like to state for the record, I find it highly objectionable that somebody, it's like, because what is going to then prevent all of the rest of us from just showing up for the last 15 minutes of a meeting going forward?
Which I actually agree with you. I agree with you. I think it was just a procedural one.
Yeah, there's nothing prohibiting it. So
I also
unless
think
we.
the camera's not on, we don't know if they're there at all. If they're not speaking, their camera's not on, we don't know if they're even in the same room, the same apartment.
Yeah, and they may not be.
Can
we finish the vote? Can we finish the vote?
Let's
Can we finish the vote?
There's nothing to stop the vote.
All right.
We're in the middle of the vote. Let's finish the vote, and then we can have a discussion. My ruling is it's permitted because there's nothing specifically prohibiting it.
Okay. So Chanel, if you can take the final vote.
Len, can we at least really verify that? Because I feel like there is. And I won't speak on the specifics. I could speak on them offline, but if there is,
I can tell you that the bylaws are there's
not our specific bylaws, but our chancellor's regs, our CEC state mandated.
Oh,
There
okay.
is. There is. Whether we don't know it at the moment.
Lily is waiting to vote.
Yeah, there's a reg.
Okay, let me
There's
finish.
a reg.
Point of
No,
order.
there's
Point
a
of
reg
order.
according
I'm
to
not-
this.
okay,
So our
point of
bylaws
order.
may not, but if there's a reg that does address this,
Point of
at
order.
least we should acknowledge that. That's what
Okay.
parliamentarian
Okay.
does.
Okay. Point of order. You've asked for a decision. I can't. I don't have enough information right now to issue that unless you want to read the chancellor's regs in the middle of the vote.
That's
I'm sorry.
typically how that's how
So-
procedure works. Actually, that is how
And
parliamentarian procedure
this
works.
has been published already online, so it's been reviewed. So it's now being voted on. That's it.
Why don't we? Why don't we?
I'm
do
just
this?
stating the fact.
We can
and
do the
that's
vote and
why
we can
I
make an
asked Len,
exception.
I didn't mind doing the vote if you didn't mind doing the research and coming back at least saying that vote.
No, that's
did or
a
did
delay
not.
tactic.
I'll be happy.
That's
to,
all I asked.
I'll be happy to look. I'll be happy to. We could take the vote. We'd be happy to. I'll be happy to come with it. You can make an exception afterwards, and if it turns out there's something specifically in the chancellor's regulations that addresses this particular issue, and I presume we're talking remotely as opposed to live, because that raises a whole other issues. Then I'll tell you what I found out.
Why would it apply to just remote? What if someone comes in the last 20 minutes of an in-person meeting?
Because when someone, because are you saying they were? Well, I wasn't paying attention. Are you saying the person wasn't here at all?
Well, just
No, was the
they're
camera
not.
off or were they not here at all? That's
No, they were
not
not
here at
here the
all.
entire time. It wasn't that their camera wasn't on. They just logged in.
okay. I get it. Okay, that's something
That
I'll-
is
I'll-
just
I'll-
walking into a meeting in person. I don't think it matters whether it's
Oh,
in
okay. I thought someone was saying their camera was off and then they just like popped up or whatever. Okay, I will be happy to try to get an answer on that. I just
Okay.
You,
Does
you guys
your-
can wait.
does your
You guys,
ruling
do you want to wait?
change now that
So-
you know that she
so
wasn't
what's gonna
here?
happen-
Does your ruling change
Okay,
now that
can
you
we-
know that she
well,
wasn't
okay.
here?
Please, let's not
Can
speak
I-
out of order. Let the
Point of order.
parliamentarian
Point of order.
speak.
Okay, we don't. Number one, we don't know if that vote is going to make a difference. All right, in terms of the resolution passing or not. If the vote does make a difference in terms of the resolution passing, then I mean, I could try to look it up now. I'd be happy to do it, but it's just going to just slow everything down. It's already 11:52 at night. So I would just, if that's going to be this case, then I just move to suspend this and we'll resume it at another point in time. But
It
we
does
can
not
take a vote
impact
on
this
that.
vote.
Yeah, but if it does not impact this vote, I understand your point, and it's a very good
And
point.
what about the others? Like, may not this resolution, but what if it affects another resolution? And then you've let her vote in this one, but not, and then you have to say, oh, but in the other resolution, it would matter?
Okay, so let
can
me
I
ask,
speak?
so are you objecting? So are you raising objection to a
I
council member
did
voting
to
because she
you
just-
personally in the
Okay.
DM, and then
Okay.
I seconded Ushma's objection. Yes, and then all I'm explaining is that as a parliamentarian, if we don't, yes, you're right, our bylaws do not address this. However, chancellor's regs do. And if you don't know them, the procedure is that you pull them up.
And if, I'm sorry it's late, I don't, you know, I find
I'm not objecting to do that. I'm just telling you.
This fine is,
That's
no,
all.
we have to
is
move
that
on.
you mute me and you censor me, but anytime anyone else talks out of turn or is rude to me or inconsiderate to me personally, you've not said not one thing, neither parliamentarian or the chair of this council. And I find
You
that very
have not been
dismissive
on the screen the entire.
because my internet is poor. I'm barely
And
getting audio with just the
And you've
picture.
been attending
Do not-
another
that is
meeting the
technical
entire,
justice.
you've been attending a meeting the entire session, a second
No.
meeting, Pep.
No, I was not, Ben. Please do not speak out of what you do not know.
Did you speak at Pep?
I spoke, and that was the only time I was actually physically listening or even attentive to that meeting. I've been attentive to this meeting since 6:30 p.m. I, in fact, had to tell somebody to text me when general speaking time and you saw my name. It just so happened to be at the same time as this meeting. Now, Kush spoke. Chen was on there. I don't know if he spoke because I wasn't listening, but it's not right that you single me out.
No,
You had
I-
no problem letting me speak with just my picture the first time. And then all of a sudden, when I asked to yield my time back, you had a problem.
Well, I objected to you not being on camera or council member Broshi not being on camera every single time. So what about those? Are your votes
You
invalid
also
for
go
all
off
the meetings
camera
where you're
at
not on?
times,
I've
Chen,
always
too.
been
I go
on
to the
camera
bathroom.
when
And
it's
you
No,
have
you
been
haven't.
off
We'll go to the
prior
tapes.
time,
We'll
Chen,
go to
too.
the
This
video.
is, I don't want to go back and
If
forth
you want
with
to be
Chen.
petty, we'll be petty together. We'll sit on the petty boat together.
Nobody
Let us
is
vote
being
now.
petty. Excuse me.
You are being
I
petty.
was yelled at.
Excuse me. I was held. My
Excuse
hands
me.
are up.
I was
You didn't raise your hand to
extremely
speak.
disrespected in front of the
You're
public as well as the
disrespecting me.
liaison for students in temporary housing. I find this extremely unprofessional. The decorum
breaking
of you guys
OML.
and the way you treat me, I'm tired of just laying low. I will
You
let you know
disrespected the
it is
entire
very
council by
disrespectful. It is
attending
very
another meeting
disrespectful.
when you were about to speak, and you left our council to speak to another council. That was very disrespectful.
Picking on her when other members of the council did the same thing. I don't.
I know. I
understand
actually
that.
said that I was upset with all council members who attended another meeting, and I apologize to the public
But
for
you're
that.
just picking on Lupe right
Because
now.
now she's now doing a
She's
delay
making
tactic,
she's asking for a question about.
and she did
what
already,
is
but
reasonable.
she's continuing on. It's
Oh,
got.
how dare she defend herself?
No, it's not how
You really
dare
have
she
to-
defend herself. She already asked the
then
parliamentarian.
You are so
offered.
inconsistent about how you apply the rules of this council.
No, that's not true. And I disagree with you.
Can I make a suggestion, please? Given the hour, can we please invite Lily to vote? And if there is a chancellor's regulation or a bylaw that indicates that her vote should not have been taken or counted, then it gets stricken from the record. And then
I
in
think
that
that's what the
regard,
parliamentarian had already said.
yes,
That's
can we
fine. I mean,
please
you're
do
just
that?
asking me to try to
Her
find that at
vote
this
does-
particular second, and it's going to take time to the extent there even is something like that. So
It looks like there is some amount of agreement on this contention, and especially if this is what Len had asked for, it's then respectful to Lily. Having said that, if this is not in the bylaws, I don't ever come to the bylaws meetings, but please put this on the agenda for that, because I think this would prevent many of us then from just sending in a proxy
well,
vote.
I can tell you
or
one
only
thing: if we
showing
had
up
a
for the
live
last 10
meeting, this
minutes.
wouldn't be an issue.
Yeah.
And we've had many. All right. Chanel, can you take the last vote, please?
Lily,
Yes, please.
for voting for resolution 204A amended.
Yes, please.
Okay. Lily, are you here?
Yes.
Is that your vote? Yes.
Yes.
Okay. 8 yes, 3 no's.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, and can I just say something, Lupe? I don't know. Were you like being? Because I heard something about. You said I shut you down or something. I don't want. I did you say that? Because
I will echo
did
what
not-
Robin Broshi said as far as the rules of decorum and being muted or being out of order does not apply to all of the members of this council. So when I was being muted while being interrupted while speaking with the liaison, Not once was any of the members that spoke out of turn and interrupted, were they muted, were they told to not speak to me in that manner. And what Robin said was extremely offensive in the time that of what we were talking about. And I sincerely apologize to Iris and Corinne privately. And I've been speaking with Iris and working with her on other sides. And I didn't get to share many things that we were working on with you because of the climate that you created for no reason. And there were other people on this council that had their photos on at that time too. So
are you saying the climate
as far
I
as
created?
not having a camera on, and I don't find you to say that you want to cherry pick the state law to apply with my camera being on, yet it's suspended for us to have a fully remote meeting. So, and it didn't actually, the part that really bothered me is you had no problem with me talking and recognizing me as a council member with no camera on when I first started speaking. And yes, I will admit, it was rude to be interrupted at the time that I ended up having to be called up on PEP. And I will apologize to our community for that. But I will say that I did raise this at the committee meeting that we had last week at our originally scheduled calendar time. That, listen, this may not be the best day, but everyone said this was the best day. And it is what it is. I'm trying to raise issues on a citywide level that does affect our district regarding the students in temporary housing that we were discussing at that time. I did not appreciate the disrespect. It was embarrassing, not only to me, but our council and as well as our district. And I felt it was very uncalled for. Corinne had already asked for me to speak and you literally censored me because I didn't have my camera on then. And you had no problem with it not being on prior. So, and you did not silence anyone else when they were speaking to me so ill and disrespectfully. You not once muted anyone else. You not once said anything to anyone else. And that's been the case this entire year. And I'm just tired. So yeah, I'm going to say something. And I asked for your assistance offline, Len, because I didn't want this to happen.
Okay, just so you know, I still haven't found anything. I'm just letting you know. So why don't we go on and take the next vote? And I'm in favor of what Ushma said. That's fine. And we could discuss it, in our next meeting or whatever that is.
Then you have to, I would think we would have to take a motion for that vote. And
Oh, I'm not sure that really needs to happen. I don't know that you need a vote for that.
well, no, we have to decide on that. We can't just.
Yeah, but if
we could do a vote by hands, but
but the question is the parliamentarian making a ruling? Does that require? Do you vote then on that ruling whether or not you agree with it or not?
No. Either you make. Are you going to make a ruling or?
Yeah, I was just. Yeah, no, I was just.
You agreed with.
No, I was just.
Ushma. Is it an agreement or are you doing a ruling?
Well, we could either sit here and I could try to find something, which I still haven't. If anyone else wants to try to look for something, they can do that too. Or we can just.
I think you make a ruling and then we move on, and then.
All right, I'm still looking. I still don't see anything.
All right, then let's take a vote.
So what is the vote that we're taking? So we're taking a vote that if in fact. Oh, okay, fine.
2058.
Okay.
Yep. Somebody needs to make a motion.
Can you
I
read
make
the
a motion
resolution?
for us to vote on 205A.
And as Jennifer Greenblatt would say, can you please a motion for which resolution? So the name of the resolution, just so we're clear for the record, as opposed to a number.
All right, I make a motion to vote on 205A as amended.
I second.
No, 205 as amended.
Which is the resolution for what, Ben? I'm sorry, it just,
Title.
It's the
Read the title.
resolution for, here, 1 second.
that's why you name it, You're voting.
No, I'm pulling it up right now. Resolution 205 to end unfair and discriminatory policies against unvaccinated students and family members, as amended, removing the first therefore. Is there a second?
I second.
Second.
Okay. Robin Broshi,
No.
Kaushik Das,
Yes.
Daniela Igorov,
Yes.
Lupe Hernandez,
No.
Robin Kelleher,
Yes.
Chen Kwok,
Yes, can you hear me?
Benjamin Morden,
Yes.
Ushma Neal,
No.
Leonard Silverman,
No.
Lim Fong Sim,
Yes.
and Lily.
Yes.
Okay. 7 yes, 4 no's.
Okay, I make a motion to vote on resolution 206A to support and expand dual language programs in District 2.
I second.
Robin Broshi,
Yes.
Kaushik Das,
Yes.
Daniela Igorov,
Yes.
Lupe Hernandez,
Yes.
Robin Kelleher,
Yes.
Chen Kwok,
Yes.
Benjamin Morden,
Yes.
Ushma Neal,
Yes.
Leonard Silverman,
Yes.
Lim Fong Sim,
Yes.
Lily.
Yes.
Okay, 11 yes.
Leonard Silverman, parliamentarian, do you have a ruling?
I'm still looking, but I suspect that we're not talking about something specifically in any chancellor's regulations, the bylaws. It's more, it might just be Robert's rules of order. The question is, can someone leave a meeting and show up? And how does that apply, in a virtual situation? And what are the, I mean, we don't know the reasons that someone may have left in a virtual situation. Their computer could have gone out. I mean, so there's a lot of different issues here. So I don't see any, I have not found anything at this point at 12:05 a.m. that would prohibit someone from voting.
And will it impact any votes?
It does not appear the margin. There were at least six votes, right? Without Lily, that would have passed the resolutions. That doesn't mean it couldn't be amended at a later point in time to reflect a different total. Should something.
I make a motion that if you find evidence to dismiss a vote, that it be amended at a later time.
I second.
All right, can we vote on that?
Yes, 1 second.
Can I make one comment before we vote?
Yes, absolutely.
While we're investigating that, can we also look at the on-camera issue? I disagree. I mean, I actually agree with what Ben said, timing or not timing notwithstanding. Technical issues notwithstanding, I do believe that the regs were clear that the cameras had to be on, and there were not exceptions made for whether or not you had technical issues.
And let me just say,
there was not an exception. Sorry, and there was not an exception for whether it was by state versus city.
that may very well be true, but the reality is that may be true. But I'm just saying that. But then Ben did recognize the speaker. So I understand what you're saying.
Oh, I didn't recognize that. They just continued. But
you actually originally recognized me when I was speaking for the first 45 seconds before I was called upon at the PEP. It wasn't until I came back that you said you were not going to recognize me because my camera had been off the entire time. And to Cush's point regarding the state, so the new state law regarding open meetings law does actually.
I actually don't want to hear your opinion on this. I
had raised my hand.
I
You
state
were
an
done.
objection.
Your time was finished to speak. See, this is what I mean by chairing. His time was finished. My hand was raised. I lowered it because I thought we were about to take a vote, but I raised it because I did want to speak on what Len said. This is based on what Len just said. And it goes to what Kush said. State law actually addressed open meeting law when it comes to virtual, and it actually is specific regarding the cameras. However, with the city COVID extension, it suspends the state open meeting law. Hence, we are having this fully remote. Because if we were going based on state law, we would be in person as we actually promoted. And or at least I had promoted on Friday because that was the case. So state law does, open meeting law does address this, but it's suspended at this point with the city COVID emergency. Yes. Yes, and I love how everyone else can be unmuted when I'm speaking and ad-lib and nothing is said, but
I have
I'm
not muted one
recognized.
council member, period. I have never muted a council member.
Well, someone was muting me the entire
I have
time I was
never
trying to
muted a
talk.
council member, period.
Then who would like to
I
say
don't
that they
know,
were the
but
ones
right now we have
muting
a
me throughout
motion.
this whole time?
We have a motion to discuss a motion to
Well, Len,
regarding the voting.
To your point, I just want to stress, Lily was not in and out of the meeting via a camera not being on, or in and out of a meeting at a PEP meeting. She just logged in right before we voted. So that is like you walking in to a school building right before we're voting. That was the circumstance. So I want to make sure you're clear on that, because it sounded like you thought that she was in and out.
No, I'm not clear on that, only because I don't, when you say logged in and logged out.
No, she never logged out. She's just logged in right before we voted.
I know, but how do I know, or how does anyone know? I'm not saying this is what happened, but how does anyone know whether or not someone got disconnected and then logged back in? That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that's what actually happened. I'm just saying, given this virtual format that we're using, I don't know why someone was not on at a particular time. Okay, I don't know. If
not
that
a
was
particular time. It's the entire time. There's a big difference.
They could have been trying to get back on. I don't know.
They could have watched it on YouTube.
I just don't. We just don't have that information. So when you say someone logged back,
but
on,
when someone's, I never said she logged back on. That's my point. I was saying she never logged back on. It was she logged in right before we voted. And if she was watching on YouTube, that is different than being present. My camera being off, I'm listening, I'm participating. I was available for all the votes. I said I was here. Thank you. I mean,
Councilmember Kwok. Your hand is raised, Councilmember Kwok.
Yeah, let's move on.
Councilmember Kelleher, yes?
Yes, I think this is really inconsiderate of all the people watching who'd like to go to sleep and would like to end this. I also think it's inconsiderate of Lily. If you have a question, Lupe, ask her directly. She's here. You know, we don't know her circumstances. We don't know what's going on in her house. You said you had bad internet. We don't know if she has bad internet. I think it's really inconsiderate to assume that you know what's going on in her life. And I think you talked about interrupting people. You interrupted Len about 10 times just now. I've had my hand raised up and down for the past like 15 minutes. I haven't had a chance to speak because we've monopolized so much of the time. And I think at this point, we need to move forward.
Councilmember Silverman. We take a vote now?
Yeah, I would,
okay.
We're in the middle of a vote.
Yeah.
Yes, take the vote.
Chanel, please.
Can you just explain exactly what we're voting for right now?
We're parliamentarian. I'll let you, since you're going to be doing the research.
I'm going to be really. I don't even remember what we're voting for.
We're voting on if you find
yes. Okay. Yes.
She's in violation. That this vote does not count.
Yes. The motion. The motion. Yeah, I'll rephrase it. The motion is that in the event I am subsequently able to determine that there was a rule or regulation of the chancellor or Robert's Rules of Order or something applicable to this particular meeting that indicates that there was some objection or valid objection to that vote being counted, then we will strike it from the vote tally. Is that correct?
Okay. Okay. So it's just that one vote, not the entire vote.
Oh, for the three different votes on the motion.
Okay.
On the resolutions.
On the resolutions.
On actually any vote that transpires today.
Yes, actually, any vote, including including amendments, any vote. But was somebody actually watching to see when? I mean, that's a whole other issue. I mean, we could. This is crazy. This is nuts.
It's ridiculous.
Okay. Someone second already, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Robin Broshi. Robin Broshi.
Yeah, I said yeah.
Kaushik Das.
Yes.
Daniela Igorov.
No.
Lupe Hernandez.
Yes.
Robin Kelleher.
Yes.
Chen Kwok.
No.
Benjamin Morden.
Yes.
Ushma Neal.
Well, I think Ushma left.
Okay. Leonard Silverman.
Yes.
Lim Fong Sim.
Yes.
Lily.
Yes.
Okay. 8 yes, 2 no, 1 absent.
Thank God that was not a 6 vote.
I would like to make one other motion that to ask the parliamentarian to review state law regarding if it's applicable, whether cameras affect attendance to today's meeting, and two, whether council members are allowed to attend 2 meetings simultaneously.
Yeah, I'm just not okay. Oh, I get that, but I'm just. What do you mean? Are you saying
In
that whether
terms
someone's
of
required to
attendance.
leave their camera on?
Yeah, for both.
just-
Yeah, it's supposed to impact attendance. So I'd like to get a ruling on that,
Okay, I will look into that.
because if
And
that
then we're
doesn't,
gonna go back and also eliminate all the votes of people who didn't have their, like, I mean, do you guys really want to go down this rabbit hole?
yes,
Like, we are making a joke of ourselves, so.
yes, because that is the reason I did not recognize the council member once we heard that she was not attending our meeting. I want to find I want clarity on this. The chair has can recognize based upon who's present in our meeting or not.
Okay.
I make a motion. Is there a second?
Well, a motion for what?
A motion. Well, I ask you.
Look, I don't think this needs a motion. I mean, I will look it up and
Well, no,
report
but
back
if
to
it's
you. I mean,
you're looking up at attendance, and
so are you making a motion to say that if it required cameras to be on, that Lupe's votes will not count? Is that what we're?
Yeah.
Then we would have had to have this meeting in person then. You
No.
can't cherry pick from the state open meetings law. You can't
I'm
cherry
not
pick
cherry
which
picking.
of it applies
You are
to
cherry
our
picking,
meeting.
Lupe.
No,
No, I'm
asking,
not,
I'm
actually.
asking the parliamentarian.
I agree. I understand that, but you know what? I looked into it.
Can we have
And
quorum, please? I mean, someone
I
needs to
would
be
love
recognized to speak.
DOE
Why are we doing
lawyers
this?
have looked into this.
Can I a point of order? I think this is honestly getting silly at this point. It's late. I understand.
Then I withdraw.
I just don't think it's necessary.
But if you can provide a guidance on this,
I
for
will
the
be
next
happy
meeting.
to do that. And I think we can all try to, even if it's not in the bylaws, we can all agree that we'll follow certain rules next time based on what we find out. And if, we'll all agree to abide by them, we can all consent to abide by them. And if we don't, then there can be penalties of removal or, votes won't count. We can decide anything we want. I mean, as long as it's within the chancellor's regulations and within the bylaws.
Okay. We had another motion, a motion to vote on. It's regarding providing opportunities to all high school, including non-D2 public, charter, and private schools to present information using CECD2 resources for district dissemination and student recruitment based upon the responses that I've received. I'd like to remove the private schools and just limit it a vote to a motion to providing opportunities for high schools and non-D2 public schools and charter schools, schools to present information using CECD2 resources for District 2 dissemination and student recruitment.
Point of order, when was this first presented? Like how, you know, I mean, you made this tonight at the very first time? It's a motion, not a resolution?
I made a motion to get a ruling from the council one way or the other, so we know how to go forward. So we have guidance to go forward.
I second it.
Chanel, can you, unless there are Councilmember Hernandez, do you have your hand is raised? Do you have a comment on this?
I feel like we should have voted on this a lot earlier when we had all our council members here. I think it's unfair that this was brought up again after the resolutions. I feel like when there's a motion on the floor, it doesn't have to be voted on right after discussion. I thought that's actual procedure. I don't see how we could be voting on this now, but we could table it for the next meeting, working business meeting, maybe.
I would agree with that.
I think it works with the working business meeting, actually. I think it applies a lot more to working business meeting.
I don't, Councilmember Chen Kwok, yes.
We did delay the vote till now because we wanted to get public opinion on this, hear the families on this thing. That's why we brought it to now. But having said that, I'm amenable to waiting until the business meeting when we reschedule it. So I don't think it's so. I mean, I don't know. I kind of take that back. I like to vote on it now. Sorry, time is of the essence because a school like Vertex, their enrollment ends in October 15. We want to give families time to get to know what's the options. So you know, we don't have time to wait to the business meeting, whenever that may be. I'd rather do it now. Thank you.
Councilmember Doss, you have your hand raised.
Yeah, I assumed that the time now was appropriate because, as Chen said, so people could comment and you vote when we vote on a bunch of other stuff. This is more than just, you know, adding a comma to a resolution. It was something pertinent and worthy of public comment, and it was discussed both by council members and by and potentially by parents. So I don't disagree with the placement. I have no strong opinion on now versus later. But are we assuming that we are not continuing with the business meeting, which will then have to be in person, by the way?
Yeah. Well, I think we maybe have to continue with the business meeting, but we'll see. That's the council's decision. Is there a second motion to vote on this? There was Chen's. Unless there are any other comments, I'd like to have the vote. Chanel, if you could kindly please take a vote on this motion.
Yep. Robin Broshi. Robin Broshi.
Has she left?
Kaushik Das.
Yes.
Daniela Igorov.
So can you remind me what we are voting now?
This is so we can do like the public service announcements across the
yes
UC media.
Just for public schools and charter schools, not for privates.
Charters are public schools. So if you say public schools are.
Lupe Hernandez,
No.
Robin Keller,
Yes.
Chen Kwok,
Yes.
Benjamin Morden,
Yes.
Ushma Neal,
She left.
left. Leonard Silverman,
No.
Lim Fong Sim,
Yes.
and Lily.
Yes.
Okay, so we have 7 yes, 2 no, 2 absent.
All right.
This is a vote that could be impacted.
How so?
By the research that Len that Len has to do.
No, it's 7. It's not
No,
6.
it's 7. It's not
Yeah,
6.
7.
I make a motion to end this meeting right now.
No.
I second.
No. We have approval of minutes. Can we just vote on the minutes, please?
Wait, Jeannie
A
is.
couple people have their hands raised.
Yeah. All right. Councilmember Hernandez. You're muted, Councilmember Hernandez. All right, Councilmember Janey.
Yes, did we vote on the vaccine mandate? I thought we only voted on the amendment.
No, we voted on.
We voted on it.
205A. 205 as amended.
Oh, okay. I made a mistake then. Can I change my vote? Because I wanted to abstain.
I don't think we can at this point. Len, I thought you made a rule.
No,
on
we
this
finished.
before.
Yeah, the vote's over. I mean,
Okay.
I was confused by that too.
I misunderstood. I thought we had this whole discussion on amending it, and then we had to make a motion to accept the amendment.
We had the amended vote motion.
I did the motion first, and then I did the amended resolution for it after.
Okay, all right. I misunderstood that.
Can we vote on the minutes? I believe our AA emailed the council the minutes for August.
I make a motion to approve.
I second it.
For the business and calendar meeting.
Yep.
Yep. All together.
Okay.
All in favor?
Well, I think Chanel prefers doing a roll call vote.
Yeah. I don't prefer. I'm just told I was supposed to.
I don't think you need to have a roll call vote to approve the minutes.
I was told to by face
You do?
for all of it. Yeah, just to have
All
not
right.
to do the hand raise. Sorry. Okay.
We
Robin
normally don't
Roshi.
do roll
She's
call
not here.
votes.
Okay. Kaushik Das.
Yes.
Daniela Igorov.
Yes.
Lupe Hernandez.
Yes.
Robin Kelleher.
Yes.
Chen Kwok.
Yes.
Benjamin Morden.
Yes.
Ushma's not here. Leonard Silverman.
Yes.
Lim Fong Sim.
Yes.
And Lily.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. So
Thank
the
you, everyone.
minutes have been approved. All right.
Amazing.
All right. Any new business?
Mm,
No.
None.
All right. Before
Wait,
we adjourn
before-
this meeting, we should discuss if we're going to have a business meeting.
Not now. I make a motion to table that for another day.
But Robin, if we do that, we have to be live. You understand
Yes.
that, right?
And then nobody's going to discuss if people left, if people have cameras or not.
Yeah.
And then nobody's going to have 6 hours meetings because we are not going to be able to last. So I think it's
we
great.
can run through the
and it's
business meeting
wonderful
fast.
to have in person.
Let's have it
meetings.
right now.
Yeah. Yeah.
I get all that, but like we have to have a separate meeting
Have it
just
now.
for
Have
the
it now.
business meeting. I mean,
Let's just have it now.
is there a lot on the agenda for the business
Yeah, but we can
meeting?
run through it fast.
I say we just knock it out.
Speed
Otherwise we have to meet in
dating. Let's
person.
go.
We have to
Hurry
meet
up.
in person, and there's a whole bunch
Let's just not talk, Kush.
Yeah. All right,
Stuff
all
to
right.
do
So
after
let's
this.
adjourn the.
To me, that's very rude and disrespectful to me, but I'm totally
Let's
joking.
make a motion to adjourn the calendar meeting.
Second.
All right.
Favor.
All right.
Meeting adjourned.
All in favor? All right. Any objections? Any abstentions? Okay. Chanel, unfortunately now we have to do a roll call of the business meeting.
Okay. Robin Broshi, not here. Kaushik Das,
Here.
Daniela Igorov. Daniela Igorov.
We need to have 6 members.
We might not have it.
We have quorum.
Okay, Lupe Hernandez,
Oh my.
Robin Kelleher,
Here.
Chen Kwok,
Still here.
Benjamin Morden,
Here.
Ushman is not here, Leonard Silverman,
Still here.
Lil Fong Sim,
Here.
Lily,
Here.
Lily's here.
2, 3, you have 6.
Okay. Yes. We have 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 6.
Was Lupe
7,
muted?
7. We have
Speed
7.
round, please.
Yeah.
Was Lupe
Okay.
muted or not? Do you want to just verify that before we continue?
Lupe Hernandez,
Here.
All right. So that's
7.
7. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
If anyone wants to leave, then we have one of a quorum.
Yeah. Okay. All right. If you've met any, I'm just going to run through item really for 2 seconds. If you have an SCA request from your liaison school, please submit it to us in the next 2 weeks so we can submit it for the November amendment budget. Item 3.
I'm sorry. SCA request means what we did before, right?
Yes. Yeah. School
A budget
construction authority.
request.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, a request for
Capital
improvement.
improvements.
Yeah.
Capital improvements.
Yeah. Like capital improvements. One of the schools I visited wanted some improvements to their roof.
And when's it due? I'm sorry, repeat that one.
Thank you
2
so
weeks
much.
from now.
That's great. Thank you.
And participatory budgeting is actually starting as well. So check in with your local council members. And if you have any improvements in the schools that do not qualify for the CSA funding, meaning 50,000, participatory budgeting will help you guys there.
Thank you. Item number 3, update on an initiative visiting schools in conjunction with D2 leadership. I think Kelly McGuire, our superintendent, is still on.
No.
We talked about it earlier, unless someone wants to add
We talked
anything.
about it and he showed pictures.
Yep. So, all right. So we'll move on.
Wait, quick thing to add here.
Yeah.
Whoever talks to him next, can we try to do it not during the morning? I know he has reasons why he wants to do it in the morning, but I think so far that our attendance in the mornings has been abysmal.
Yeah.
I think even the afternoons is different because some of us have after school and all that stuff. So
yeah,
whatever.
I did speak to him already about that, and I think the times will be different for next time. All right, thank you. Great point, though. Item number 4, a response to Resolution 202A from First Deputy Chancellor Weisberg. He reached out to me, reached out to the council, I shouldn't say to me, and I will be meeting with them tomorrow, and I will report back accordingly to the council.
Can I just add, you tried for a wider audience, but he just wanted the president.
Yeah. This is true, and also with Superintendent McGuire, we did ask for a wider audience. Yeah. Okay. Update number 5, update on the meet and greet event jointly with the superintendent's office. Chanel, were there invitations? Did they go out yet, or they will be going out?
They're gonna go out by this Friday, and I'll be working with them to do the food for it with our budget and their budget. And I didn't get the P card, but it's approved, so I'll be getting it in a couple days.
Great. So, it's invitation only, and once they're out, please, council members, if you can help getting responses, and maybe Chanel can coordinate with that, with your liaison schools with principals and all that, so we can better gauge on how much we need to spend on food and doing prep for it. But all right, Councilmember Hernandez, you have your hand raised.
Yeah, I just had a question regarding, I don't know if I missed it, but the liaison website updates. Could we include the PTA and SLT meetings for those schools on there as well?
That was in the plans originally.
Oh, I didn't see it on the agenda. I'm sorry.
I don't think it's on the agenda, but we're hoping to get to that. There's been a lot going on. All right. Okay. Number 6. Councilmember Das already spoke to the U.S. Department of Education meeting with Secretary Cardona. Was there anything you would like to add?
No, I think we covered it.
Great. Number 8, Student Council member selection update. I don't see Superintendent McGuire, or I don't see Jennifer Greenblatt, so we can't get an update. Councilmember Hernandez, your hand is raised. Is that regarding the student council member?
No, sorry, that was from before.
Okay. Number 9, determine location of October 2022 calendar meeting and October 2022 working business meeting. It's a request from our AA, so she can start the process, given that we only have a few weeks, and that it would be easier for us to get a interpreter if we have a location. I would just like to make a motion to have, if it's an in-person meeting in October, to have that in the 7th Avenue 333 building, because we can coordinate that in time with only 2 weeks to go.
I second.
Okay, Chanel, can you take a vote, council members, if to have the October calendar meeting at 333 7th Avenue at 6:30 p.m. on October 11th, Tuesday, October 11th, which is our scheduled calendar date.
Okay. Robin Broshi, absent. Kaushik Das.
Yes.
Daniela Igorov, not here. Lupe Hernandez.
Yes.
Robin Kelleher.
Yes.
Chen Kwok.
Just a quick question. Didn't Adams put his own city executive order?
A point of order, we're in the middle of a vote.
I didn't have a chance to ask a question before we voted.
But then we should.
I raised my hand. Nobody picked me.
I know, but the reality is, if we're going to really follow procedure, somebody's got to give an opportunity to talk before we do the vote. Once the vote's called, we're in the middle of the vote.
I'll vote yes, but I need to ask a question afterwards.
Benjamin Morton.
Yes.
Ushma's not here. Leonard Silverman.
Yes.
Lynn Foxam.
Yes.
Lily.
Yes.
Okay, 8 yes.
All right, Councilmember Kwok.
Can I
Yeah,
can I just answer him? I think you know what he's going to ask. I think it's only extended to the 23rd, Chen.
Okay. All right. That's good. All right.
If it gets offered again, extended again, I will inform the council and we can vote on it.
Not a problem.
Okay.
Go ahead. Let's go.
Sorry to interrupt, but I knew what he was going to ask.
Yeah. Okay, number 10, determine protocol for access to council's social media accounts and posting process. This was a concern brought up by Ushma Neal in terms of we had issues, security issues in the past, and also access issues for some of our accounts. So we've changed passwords, and we've changed access right now. And right now, it has been limited to access to social media posting by the council president, the council vice president, and the administrative assistant. And actually, she's been doing the posting. Is there an issue with that? We accept everybody's input, but it's just a matter of just narrowing down who does the actual posting. So, and it does get approved by either myself or an officer. All right. Is there an issue with that process? No.
Can you repeat it, please?
Yes, I'll simplify it. If for instance, you would like an email to be sent out, the email will either be sent out by the council AA, the council president, or the council vice president. And to limit access to passwords, so we don't have security lapses that we've had some issues with, and the DOE had closed us from an account, which was creating issues. So we're not limiting any council member from requesting a post. It's just the actual posting procedure itself.
And who are we giving more access to people that didn't have it before? I guess is my.
No, we're limiting
okay.
it because passwords have been all changed. And if there's an issue, we can bring it up at the next business meeting. But I just
can we
wanted to
table? Yeah, can we table? If Ushma was the one that really, I guess, brought this to attention, it'd be good to have her input.
I'll explain to her if she wants to bring it up. She can bring it up. I don't want to table it. We just bring it up, and she can make it an agenda item. Any council member can add an agenda item to the agenda. So, I mean, we talked about it right now, so it's not tabled, and there's not a vote unless some council wants to make a motion.
This isn't a big change. It's kind of always been this way.
Yeah.
Ben's just formalizing it. And for the record, I haven't yet to access them. I just have access by way of passwords only so that more than one council member has it.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, I skipped one. I am sorry. I skipped item 7. DOE did a survey of 1,400 buildings to access the functionality of classroom door lock sets, exterior door locks, intrusion alarms, office door lock sets, panic buttons, door alarms, and public address systems (PAs). I've not been provided any information of what the assessment results were. For District 2, I've requested them. I don't believe Superintendent's not here, so I don't want to speak for him. But it's something I don't know if we could share publicly anyway, but the council hasn't been provided that. If someone knows how to access that information, please share. And in order for us to also share with our security, safety, school safety committee, and I think they should be aware of that, and they can advocate properly. Thank you. If there are any concerns, please let me know. Okay, item number 11, any new requests for council correspondence with public and or public notices? No. Number 12, resolutions and or letters in development. Does anyone want to discuss anything? Nope. Okay. Item 13, suggestions on future council meeting program presentations, discussion. Anyone want to suggest a future presentation? Nope. All right. Anybody with any calendar updates, or Chanel, do you have any update that you need to share with council members that they should be aware of besides September 28th?
No, if everyone could just do their evaluations for each month, that's all. I'll send an email out tomorrow again with it.
Oh, sorry. Was there a safety meeting announced?
Yeah,
also?
October 12th.
12th, yeah.
Yeah, and there'll be an email going out on that. So
28th, 12th, and our meeting is the 14th?
On the 11th.
On the
11th.
11th,
Yeah.
sorry. Okay.
And maybe the 13th for Ushma, but she wasn't sure.
All right, so that would be the 11th for our calendar meeting, 12th for a school safety committee meeting, 13th possibly for USHMA, and the 14th would be the meet and greet breakfast.
Oh, Jesus.
Okay. And is there any new business for the business meeting?
I have one question. Well, no, never mind.
Okay.
Topic for another time. I'm curious why people, when we amend resolutions, why they abstain or vote no. But because that doesn't make, I understand why you want to vote against the resolutions, but I don't understand what was done incorrectly about any of that today.
I make a motion to adjourn the meeting. Can I get a second?
Second.
Second.
All hands in favor of adjourning and ending all meetings today.
No, didn't we just say that we
Yep.
needed to?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Any abstains or?
No,
any
I object. I want to keep
Object.
on going.
Please, for the record, Leonard Silverman, Councilmember Len Silverman objects.
No, I'm just kidding.
No,
Sorry.
but can I just go through the names?
Yeah,
Maybe
she has to do it.
Okay.
Yep. Okay, Robin Broshi, not here. Kaushik Das.
What? I'm sorry. We're voting to
We're
do
voting
it.
to end the meeting.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yes, please.
Daniela Higuera.
No.
Jan, do you have a question in the middle of the vote?
Daniela not here. Lupe Hernandez.
Yes.
Robin Kelleher.
I think she left.
Chen Kwok.
Yes.
What if we don't have a
Benjamin
quorum?
Warden.
Maybe we can't vote on it.
Yes.
Benjamin
Stay
Warden.
here.
Yes.
We have to
Stay here.
continue.
Meeting goes on and
Commissioner
on.
not here. Leonard Silverman.
Wait, one,
Yes,
two,
yes.
three.
Simple majority.
Lim
Four.
Fong Sim.
Yes.
And Lily.
Yes.
I think we have
Alright,
six.
Seven, we're good. Yeah.
Wait,
We can
who's the
end.
seventh?
We just made it because we technically couldn't do anything if we don't have enough. We don't have a quorum.
What
Oh
happened?
my.
What happened if you can't? Yeah, that's stupid. Anyway, go on.
No, the meeting is technically open. It's strange, but
Okay, thank you. Good night, everyone. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you,
Ben,
everyone.
stay on for a minute. Do you mind?
Okay.
Yeah. Thanks, Ben. Stay on.
Good night.
Thanks. Thank you,
Good night.
everyone. Have a good one.
Ben,
Yeah, don't throw me out, Ben.
I'm not throwing anyone out.
Ben, do you want to stop?
Throw everyone else out.
I
Yeah,
did
stop
not mute
recording.
anybody, and I did not throw anyone out. I've
Yes,
never
yes,
done that.
Yeah, stop the
Ben-
recording.
Oh,
Yes.
yes. Okay. I'll stop the recording. That's a good point.